world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Extreme Attack Speed. The dark golden magic gold bugs whistled and pounced, their trembling horns tearing through the air. Such momentum was shocking. Lin Ming glanced at Han Zhang, who had a ferocious expression on his face. He hid behind the shield formed by the magic gold bugs, waiting to see the show. Lin Ming sneered. The body of the magic gold bug was of course extremely hard, but the shield formed by many magic gold bugs might not be so. He took a step back, and the thunder on the Zixuan spear instantly converged. The three-color lightning condensed into a lightning spear, which perfectly merged with the Zixuan spear. Under the amplification of the purple lightning divine bamboo, the power reached its extreme. The artistic conception of thunder, chasing lightning. Lin Ming's figure disappeared in an instant, and the man and the gun merged into one, turning into a blazing lightning, shooting away. The attack of the magic gold bug naturally missed. The sound at that moment seemed to be swallowed up. It seemed that Lin Ming himself was a peerless treasure spear at that moment. The man was the spear, and the spear was the man. Clang! The lightning that Lin Ming turned into pierced the magic gold bug shield. The speed of the fight was so fast that many warriors in the audience didn't even have time to see what had just happened. They only saw a dazzling flash of lightning and seemed to hear the sound of something breaking, and more than a dozen dark golden magic gold bugs flew out like bullets. Han Zhang was shocked, and he shouted loudly, his eyes bulging out, and he suddenly pulled out the overlord spear in his hand. However, it was too late. Puff! With a light sound, the great power gathered in Han Zhang's body was completely broken. He stood there like a petrified person, and Lin Ming had instantly appeared dozens of feet away, as if he had teleported over. Zizzy. The lightning was still flashing on Lin Ming's body, and the purple Zuan spear was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. Because of its speed, the metal ground was scratched with a dent several dozen feet long. Behind Lin Ming, Han Zhang's eyes were dull and his body was stiff. He still maintained the posture of swinging the spear, and the overlord spear in his hand was halfway through. In front of him, a hole as thick as an egg appeared in the middle of the magic gold bug shield, and the several magic gold bugs there disappeared. This hole extended all the way down to Han Zhang's throat. In the middle of Han Zhang's throat, there was a similar hole that went all the way to the back of his head, piercing through it completely. The surrounding muscles were all burnt. The throat and cervical vertebrae were shattered, and it was pierced through with one blow. Lin Ming did not stab the body of the magic gold worm, but stabbed the connection between them, breaking the connection and directly sending the magic gold worm flying out. Although the body of the magic gold worm is strong, the place where they are connected to each other is not so strong. The defense of the magic gold worm is mainly reflected in separating a part of it to surround the warrior and protect the worm repellent, but if the attack is faster than the reaction of the magic gold worm, the magic gold worm will be powerless. After Lin Ming's shot pierced the magic gold worm shield, it pierced Han Zhang's throat at lightning speed, leaving him no chance to resist. Too fast. Chasing lightning combines the artistic conception of thunder and combines it with the great wilderness halberd art, infusing Lin Ming's full will and physical potential. It is the fastest move among all of Lin Ming's moves. In terms of the power of the law, the speed of thunder is even faster than wind. Originally, Lin Ming did not want to reveal this trump card, but compared to burning the blood of the ancient phoenix or using the 8 gates of Dungia, chasing lightning is the most suitable. The audience around was a little unresponsive. Most of them did not even see what happened just now. They only saw a flash of lightning. Lin Ming teleported dozens of feet away, and Han Zhang was pierced through the throat. Han Zhang is dead. Han Zhang had the upper hand just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was completely dead. The situation on the battlefield changed so quickly that people could not react at all. Originally, after Lin Ming blocked Han Zhang's heavenly steely suppression, people expected Lin Ming to win, but no one expected that he would win in this way, with an unexpected move to kill instantly. What a fast attack, so fast that it's terrifying. You must be careful of this move when fighting with Lin Ming in the future. That instant attack seemed to tear the space apart. Only an unexpected attack can achieve the greatest effect. If others are prepared, it will naturally fail. In the audience, Emogu let out a long breath, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was worrying too much. Maybe this is not Lin Ming's limit. Lin Ming is a man who knows how to do things. When he was on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, he was unsure and went into seclusion for 8 months. When he came to the third floor of the Tower of Babel, he went into seclusion for another 2 months. After 10 months, if Lin Ming had not made great progress, how could he come out of seclusion? Hong Zhang's body fell heavily to the ground. Then, those magic gold insects that were buzzing in the air were in a state of aimlessness because they lost the control of Hong Zhang's consciousness. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he stretched out his hand, and the spirit insect bag on Hong Zhang's waist fell into his hand. Come in. Originally, Lin Ming could not control these magic gold bugs, but now that the magic gold bugs have lost their orders, he can capture them at will. With a wave of his hand, dozens of magic gold bugs fell into the spirit bug bag, looking for death. In the audience, Yang was furious. Whoosh! His figure rushed onto the stage in an instant. The sword in his hand was unsheathed, and he stabbed Lin Ming directly. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and he stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Boom. The metal ground shook violently, and was torn open by Yang. Lin Ming's body floated more than 10 feet away, and the purple Zhuan spear was unsheathed, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at Yang. Stop. The black-clad referee shouted coldly, and appeared in the center of the fighting arena. During the competition, no one is allowed to take action. Otherwise, it will be a violation of the rules of the Tower of Babel. Yang took a deep breath. Some rigid rules of the Tower of Babel cannot be broken, and even the Lord is no exception. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yang shouted coldly, "Boy, hand over your spirit insect bag." Ridiculous. Lin Ming raised the corner of his mouth. I killed someone. All the other party's belongings, except for the entry order, should belong to me. This is the rule of the Tower of Babel, right? Why should I give you things? You lent things to others to kill me, and he died. I have to return the things to you? Does this make sense? You. A cold light flashed in Yang's eyes. But, you are good. He waved his hand, and rolled up his sleeves. With a light buzzing sound, all the magic gold insects in the air flew to Yang's side. However, the spirit insects in Lin Ming's spirit beast bag could not receive Yang's orders at all because of the spatial division, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to Yang's side. Lin Ming was unable to stop this scene, as he had no ability to control the magic gold bug. Lin Ming looked at the referee and sneered, "Mr. Referee, according to the rules of the Tower of Babel, aren't these my spoils of war?" The referee looked embarrassed, and after a moment's hesitation, he remained silent. "Lin Ming, you are so greedy. You even want these? You are dreaming." Yang was furious. Lin Ming looked at Yang coldly, but did not speak. At this time, there was no point in arguing, and it was impossible to take action. In this case, he simply did not speak, and the truth would be revealed in the ring in the future. "Lin Ming, you'd better not step out of the forbidden fighting area in the future, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death." Yang threw down this harsh word, no longer willing to stay in the fighting arena for a moment, and strode towards the exit. When Yang passed by the audience, people were silent, and no one dared to speak. After he left, some people whispered, "The magic gold bug was lent to Hong Zhang, and Hong Zhang was killed. It is reasonable that the magic gold bug was taken away by Lin Ming. The borrowing of a knife to kill someone failed, and the knife still wants to be returned. How can this be justified in this world? Yang is too domineering. What can we do? Lin Ming is a newcomer, and Yang is the Lord's subordinate. We should endure it if we can. Besides, Lin Ming also got dozens of magic gold bugs, but it is not easy to raise them." Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to the discussion in the stands. He skillfully took off Hong Zhang's Zumi ring, and fired the blood-destroying evil thunder, sucking the essence and blood from Hong Zhang, and condensing it into the blood-drinking seal. At this time, the evil spirit on Hong Zhang's body also rushed into Lin Ming's body. This was the evil spirit of the late six-winged demon, and the concentration was extremely high. After rushing into Lin Ming's body, the demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm slowly became clear. The first 3 pairs of wings had already condensed, and the 4th pair of wings was much more difficult to condense. After absorbing a large amount of evil spirit from Hongzhang, Lin Ming's 4th pair of wings condensed into a small part, roughly the middle stage of the 6-winged demon. When the 4th pair of wings is fully formed, it will be an 8-winged demon. After the 8-winged demon, the speed of practicing magic skills will be improved to a higher level. Several staff members carried Hongzhang's body away. The referee looked at Lin Ming with an awkward smile and said, "Congratulations on your victory. Hongzhang originally had 95 consecutive wins. Killing him will get you 10 consecutive wins. However, because the difference between your winning streak and Hongzhang's is large, you can directly use Hongzhang's winning streak and deduct 30, which is your total winning streak, which is 65. At the same time, you can also get 9 kill points for ending the winning streak, and 1 kill point for 60 consecutive wins, a total of 10 kill points. Originally, Lin Ming had 52 consecutive wins, plus the 10 consecutive wins he got from killing Hongzhang, accumulating 62 consecutive wins. If there are less than 65 games, make up 65 games. After this competition, you can practice for 2 months. If you stay in seclusion for a long time, you need to finish the games you owe within 1 day. I wish young Master Lin more success in the future." The referee laughed dryly. "Got it." Lin Ming replied indifferently, and turned to walk towards the practice area. On the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower, many new warriors enter every month, and many warriors disappear every month. These disappeared people either died, or left the Babel Tower alive. Whether to leave or not, they are free, but a large number of warriors risk their lives to stay in the Babel Tower, just for the extreme pressure and practice resources of the Babel Tower. Many of the practice environments here are unique to the Babel Tower. Lin Ming went to the practice area this time for the artistic conception of fire. Chapter 577, The Path to a Martial Arts Master. The 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, the training ground. Lin Ming came to the training space again. This time, it was the realm of fire. The training ground of the realm of fire also deducts 1 killing point every 10 days. Lin Ming now has a lot of killing points, so he can practice here at will. Entering here, it is still an endless vast space. In front of Lin Ming, there is a dark red rocky land that stretches to the end of the sky. Between the rocks, there are many unknown plants growing. These plants, without exception, all emit a strong breath of fire element. Not far from Lin Ming, there is a large dark red turbid current surging. It looks like magma, but when you walk over, you will find that it is actually a strong fire energy. The burning sensation that hits your face is stronger than magma, and it is about to burn your skin. This place is somewhat similar to the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm. Back in the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm, Lin Ming also comprehended the realm of fire. Now, he wants to comprehend it again. It looked like an ordinary river of fire energy, but in fact, the generation of each wave of fire contained the laws of fire. Lin Ming sat down next to the burning rock, entered the ethereal martial spirit, and devoted himself to the state of fire. Slowly, Lin Ming's body sank into the river of fire energy. The vast fire energy poured into Lin Ming's body from the acupoints, traveled along the meridians around his body, and then discharged from the pores. A trace of essence and understanding remained in Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming sat in the long river of fire energy, and forgot about time. Scorching is actually the movement of fire energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the impact, and the higher the temperature. If you use the true essence to simulate such a situation, the power of the flame will also increase greatly. This is the truth that Lin Ming had understood before, but after this meditation, he realized it more deeply. Lin Ming didn't know how long he had been sitting in meditation. The purple Zuan spear seemed to have a spirit, and rushed out of the Zumi ring. The 10,000 years holy fire Wu-Tang attracted the fire energy between heaven and earth, burning. With each shot, the fire energy poured into Lin Ming's body from all directions, and then poured into the purple Zuan spear. After the blessing of the holy fire Wu-Tang, the power was even greater. Touching the threshold of the Zuman, Lin Ming's endurance was greatly improved, and he was almost tireless. He didn't know how long he had been dancing with the spear, and a trace of enlightenment passed through his heart. What if I combine the artistic conception of fire with the great wilderness halberd art? What if I pour the artistic conception of fire and the artistic conception of thunder into the great wilderness halberd art together? Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart was moved, and he couldn't wait to try it. Combining the artistic conception of the five element is very difficult for warriors, because generally speaking, warriors will only have one physique, and warriors with dual element physiques are almost extinct. And even if there is a dual element physique, it is not so easy to integrate the artistic conception. But for Lin Ming, with the seed of the evil god in his body, he was naturally compatible with the power of thunder and fire to a terrifying degree, which made all this possible. Simply integrating the artistic conception of fire into the spear moves can at most create a move with the same power as chasing lightning, but if the power of thunder and fire is integrated, it will naturally create a move with stronger power. Just think about the thunder and fire kill. The thunder and fire kill is just the most primitive and barbaric application of the power of fire and thunder. Every time it is used, a large amount of true energy is consumed. In fact, when the thunder and fire kill explodes, most of the power is wasted and turned into shock waves that are emitted into the air. The shock waves that actually hit the enemy only account for a small part. A full strength thunder and fire kill consumes 40% to 50% of the true energy. This makes it that Lin Ming dare not use thunder and fire kill easily every time. He can only wait until the decisive battle, otherwise once the attack fails, Lin Ming will fall into an extremely passive situation. However, if the artistic conception of thunder and fire can be integrated into the spear moves, all of this is not a problem. This is a higher level application of the power of thunder and fire, much more clever than the almost barbaric thunder and fire killing before. If this trick is used well, it can even get rid of thunder and fire killing in the future. Lin Ming looked at the purple Zuan gun in his hand. This purple Zuan gun is also a combination of purple lightning bamboo and holy fire wutang. It is a top level earth level treasure. This gun fell into his hands a long time ago, but due to the limitation of cultivation, he has never been able to make it shine. Now is the time. With this magic gun that can bless and amplify the power of thunder and fire at the same time, he can also fuse thunder and fire with divine help. The Great Wilderness Halberd technique is a move created by the Demon Emperor and is more suitable for the Demon Emperor himself to use. When I use it, its power will inevitably be greatly reduced. Even so, I have also comprehended many principles in the Great Wilderness Halberd technique, such as the power of rotation, the power of traction, the artistic conception of space, and the artistic conception of time. In addition, my cultivation has also greatly improved because of practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd technique. But other things are still others, and they will not be completely suitable for me. Let me use the Great Wilderness Halberd technique as a basis, and combine it with the power of the evil god, to create a martial arts path that belongs to me. When Lin Ming made this decision, he did not realize that he had unknowingly embarked on the path of a martial arts master. Since ancient times in the god's domain, the warriors who can truly reach the peak of the martial arts path all have their own paths, just like the great man who created the golden peng breaking the void at the beginning. After watching the scene of the golden winged rock fighting the real dragon, he retreated for 60 years and finally created the prototype of the golden peng breaking the void. However, when golden peng breaking the void fell into Lin Ming's hands, the speed was greatly reduced. First, Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception was limited, and this set of body movements was not completely suitable for him. Imitating others is always the bottom of the stream. Most of the warriors in Qianxue continent guard the inheritance left by their ancestors, regard it as a treasure, and cherish it. In the end, this inheritance will slowly decline, and become the bottom of the stream. This is also the reason why the holy lands in Qianxue continent can only be passed down for 10,000 to 20,000 years at most. In the god's domain, the real holy land can be passed down for millions of years. Because they have peerless figures from generation to generation, proud and arrogant, who can walk out of their own martial arts path, create a greater glory on the basis of their predecessors, and push the inheritance of the holy land to a higher level. However, this is not the fault of the warriors in Qianxue continent for their short-sightedness. It is really too difficult for them to create their own martial arts. Even if they create some, they are just the bottom-rate skills like Hehu and divine art. They are not as good as the young heroes in the god's domain, who have a unique environment. Originally, with Lin Ming's cultivation and growth environment, it was a foolish dream to want to create his own martial arts, but Lin Ming had the magic cube and the soul fragments in the magic cube that remembered endless skills, secrets, and martial arts. With this as a support, it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Ming is far better than any genius in the god realm. If it is said that before, Lin Ming was far ahead of young heroes of the same age in terms of the degree of true essence condensation, strength, skills, and martial arts, then now, Lin Ming is far ahead of young heroes of the same age in terms of realm, and the gap is between heaven and earth. Now Lin Ming has not thought so far. All he has to do is to integrate the realm of thunder and fire into the gun moves, that is, the integration of the power of the evil god in the great wilderness halberd art, two sets of top-level skills. Such a fusion, as long as he can try even a little bit, is enough for Lin Ming to benefit infinitely now. Swish, swish. In the void, the spears burned with endless flames, as dazzling as the scorching sun. The spear shadows connected together, interweaving into a gorgeous light net without any gaps. In a flash, the flames disappeared, and the energy on the spear moves was converted into the power of thunder. The thick arcs of electricity came out like purple snakes, dancing wildly. Flame, thunder. The two energies exchanged and replaced each other, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The fierce attack power of the flames and the extreme speed of thunder, the two were combined together, and at the same time, possessed the ultimate power and attack speed. The lethality can be imagined. Lin Ming didn't know how many days he had practiced, and his true essence was exhausted countless times. Without saying a word, Lin Ming took out 100 top-grade blood evil crystals, and operated the great wilderness halberd art, wantonly absorbing the rich energy and blood power in them. In just half an hour, the true essence was replenished, and a lot of the energy in the blood evil crystals was wasted. Lin Ming didn't care about this. He used so many blood evil crystals at once, just to save a few minutes, to recover to his peak state, and savor the realization he had just gained. It could be said that this was a way of cultivation that spared no expense. Blood evil crystals, Lin Ming had plenty of them. After killing Hang Zhang, he made a lot of money. However, these realizations were fleeting. Once missed, it would be a long time before he could catch them again. In such a crazy practice, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The thunder and fire realm contained in Lin Ming's spear moves became more and more mature. The ground under his feet had been torn apart, and the rolling river of fire energy was more than doubled. Swoosh! A blazing light streaked across the sky, like 9 suns shining in the sky. Lin Ming's figure disappeared, and the man and the spear merged into one, like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles passed in a flash, and the stream of that Lin Ming turned into fell heavily on a mountain peak. Hiss. The rock melted, and a large hole with a diameter of several feet appeared out of thin air in the mountain peak, completely penetrating the mountain peak, that was several miles thick. A large amount of lava and gravel flowed down along this large hole, integrating the flame artistic conception into the spear move, infusing the whole body's will and blood power. This move is similar to chasing lightning, and Lin Ming named it chasing the sun. What Lin Ming performed just now was not only chasing the sun, but also integrating part of the thunder artistic conception into it. Although it has not been integrated yet, it has begun to take shape. If it continues to be improved, the thunder and fire artistic conception will be completely integrated. This will become Lin Ming's most powerful killing move, which is even more powerful than thunder and fire killing, and it does not consume much true essence. What's more rare is that it is extremely fast, and it is impossible to defend against it. Lin Ming put away the purple Zuan spear, looked inward at Dunshan, and said to himself, unconsciously, my cultivation has reached the peak of the middle stage of the innate, and I'm only one step away from the late stage of the innate. I have gained a lot from these few months of cultivation. Chapter 578, Late Xiantian Period. In a luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, 3 men in long robes were looking at a war array in front of them. Above the array, the whole process of Lin Ming and Hang Zhang's fight was being played out. The 3 of them were all the lords of the Tower of Babel. In the last scene of the fight, Lin Ming used the lightning chase to kill Hang Zhang with one strike. Seeing this scene, even the three lords who had seen a lot of the world took a deep breath. Hong Zhang is dead too. His strength can be ranked in the top 30 of the Tower of Babel. So it seems that Lin Ming's strength is at least in the 20s. In fact, I think he has hidden some of his strength. His true strength is likely to be ranked in the top 20. This young man is too scary. At this age, with this level of cultivation and strength, he is definitely an upper level emperor level genius. Among the 3 Ten-Wing Lords, Lord Shen Gong said in a low voice. It was he who arranged the battle between Hong Zhang and Lin Ming. He originally thought that Hong Zhang was strong enough to deal with Lin Ming, but he didn't expect this result. We have tried our best. Since we cannot stop his rise, forget it. The Tower of Babel has its own rules. In the next battle, we cannot have the top 10 warriors to deal with him. In this case, let Lin Ming develop to the level of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and then confront him. Either surrender to us, or leave the Tower of Babel. I think he should know what's good for him. The Tower of Babel has never restricted the freedom of warriors to stay or leave. In fact, the lords of the Tower of Babel are very happy to see those unstoppable young heroes who kill all the way get out as soon as possible. Their stay in the Tower of Babel always makes them sleepless. Humph, how can a human surrender to us? Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. This Lin Ming, either leave the Tower of Babel or die. The speaker was a dwarf demon lord, who was Kiang's immediate superior, the Dark Lord. Darkness, you'd better not have any evil thoughts. It's okay to kill him in the arena, but if you assassinate him directly, it will violate our bottom line. You have to know that outside the blood killing clean, there are a few old guys who achieved the 12-winged sky demon in the Tower of Babel, and then left the Tower of Babel and became emperors. These people can ignore the mysterious curse of the blood killing plane, and return to the blood killing plane. And the 8 meteorites war emperor among them is a human. At the beginning, he passed the 8 levels of life, and then achieved the Sea of God. At the same time, he comprehended the laws of time and space. His combat power far exceeded that of the powerful people of the same level. He was called the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. If he kills back to the blood killing plane, let alone us, even the Lord of the Polar Star Babel Tower is a joke in front of him. Even the chief demon lord of the 12 Babel Towers, the demon god, is probably not his opponent. In the blood killing plane, because of the mysterious curse power, all warriors who have reached the level of high level demon kings, or the first or second level of life, dare not set foot in the blood killing plane, for fear of being killed by this power. Not to mention the demon emperor C. Once you come to the blood killing plane, you will never return. However, there is one exception, that is, the warriors who have achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon in the blood killing plane. These people seem to be recognized by the mysterious power hidden in the blood killing plane, and thus have the qualifications to return to the blood killing plane. Over the years, the Tower of Tangshan has been trying its best to prevent geniuses from growing up. Generally, when it comes to the 8-winged heavenly demon, they begin to pay attention to it. Either surrender or leave, there is no other choice. If you surrender, there is still a little hope for you to have the opportunity to advance to the 10-winged heavenly demon. 10 wings are already the top level. If you want 12 wings, that is a foolish dream. Of course, the Tower of Tangshan also has a bottom line. Under the ring, there will be no assassination, and no deadly battles will be arranged for warriors. This is also because they are afraid of offending those ancient major sects and holy places. The things about the Tower of Tangshan are no secret to them. Over the years, there were very few holy places that would insist on having a hard time with the Tower of Babel. Generally, they would send disciples to the Tower of Babel for training. After reaching the level of 8-winged heavenly demon, or at most 10-winged heavenly demon, they would call the disciples away, and they would live in peace with each other, and each get what they want. As for the death of their disciples during normal training, they could only blame themselves for not learning the skills well enough. Generally, they would not do such boring things as revenge against the Tower of Babel or the murderer. After all, the Tower of Babel was a battlefield, and life and death depended on oneself. To come here for training, one must be mentally prepared for death. When the 8 Meteorites War Emperor was mentioned, the face of the Dark Lord changed. He was just a small 10-winged sky demon. In front of the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, he was just an ant. What do you mean, Lord Shen? You said this guy is related to the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. I didn't say that. It's just, he is the same as the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. They are both upper level emperor level geniuses, and they have both comprehended the laws of time and space, which made me have some associations. Besides, don't you think the move he used to kill Hong Zhang at the end is very clever? It was tailor-made for Lin Ming. This kind of move can't be created by Lin Ming himself. I don't believe that there is no emperor level strongman behind him who teaches him hand in hand. How can there be such a genius in the world? Lord Shen said slowly. Generally, only self-created moves, or moves tailored for someone, can exert the strongest power. Lord Shen doesn't think that Lin Ming can create his own moves. This move is probably tailored for him by someone. The Dark Lord fell silent. At this time, Lord Shen Gong spoke again. When I was on the second floor of the Tangshan Tower, I investigated that Lin Ming had rented the war array of the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. If Lin Ming was really the disciple of the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, then it was reasonable that there was no need to see the war array of the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. However, there was also a possibility that Lin Ming just wanted to rent it to see the style of his master in the past, so this did not mean anything. I understand. The Dark Lord was silent for a while, and slowly said, in this case, let him grow, but when he becomes the 8-winged heavenly demon, he must leave, otherwise, it is not too difficult to kill him with the rules of my Tangshan Tower. In this way, even if he has some relationship with the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, the 8 Meteorites War Emperor can't say anything. Cultivation does not have time. In the cultivation place of the Fire Realm, time passed day by day. Lin Ming passed his 19th birthday unknowingly. His cultivation was getting closer and closer to breaking through the late stage of the innate, and the fusion of the Fire Realm and the Thunder Realm was also constantly improving. I don't know how long I have been in the Fire Realm training ground. I have already comprehended the Fire Realm thoroughly enough. Now I feel that I have not comprehended the Thunder Realm enough, which has affected the fusion of the two realms. I should go to the Thunder Realm training ground to see if I can break through this bottleneck. Thinking this way, Lin Ming withdrew from the Fire Realm training ground and came to the registration office of the training ground. Lin Ming, you have been in the Fire Realm training ground for 95 days. At present, you owe a game. If you choose to continue training, as long as you train for another 25 days, you will accumulate another game. At that time, you must play 2 games consecutively. Think carefully. At the training registration office, the middle-aged man in charge of registration glanced at Lin Ming and said slowly, I understand. I choose to continue practicing. You are really brave. The middle-aged man took out the entry token of the Thunder Realm space and threw it to Lin Ming. 1 killing point every 10 days, 20 top grade blood evil crystals. You still have 16 killing points. You can practice for more than 3 months, and then you must come out. Lin Ming was secretly shocked when he heard it. He earned 40 killing points in one go when he was on the second floor, and 10 more after defeating Hong Zhang, which added up to 50. These 50 points were consumed gradually during the half year of retreat on the second floor. On the third floor, he spent more than 5 months of realm practice and spent more than 10. Now, there are only 16 left. He has earned enough killing points, but he is still stretched. Others can imagine that, if they want to spend their days on the third floor of Tangshan Tower, they will not kill each other in every battle. Then there is no point in staying in Tangshan Tower. Because if he lost a battle, even if he didn't die, his winning streak would be cleared, and his heavenly demon tattoo would also be greatly damaged. In this case, it would be better to leave the blood killing clean and go outside to practice. Without killing points, the resources of the Tower of Babel could not be used at all. This was also the reason why Emogu was reluctant to give up even 1 killing point. Lin Ming took out 100 high-quality blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring and pushed them to the middle-aged man. He reserved for 50 days. After killing people and robbing goods continuously, Lin Ming had no shortage of blood evil crystals. After an intense stick of time, Lin Ming came to the Thunder Realm practice ground again. This was a purple dream space. Compared with the Fire Realm practice ground, the scenery here was much softer and more beautiful. Countless large and small floating mountains, lush and green various spiritual plants, and the unpredictable blue light river across the sky looked beautiful. However, behind this beauty was the fierce and violent thunder energy. The blue light river was composed of pure thunder energy. Lin Ming did not draw his gun, nor did he try to merge his artistic conception. He just calmed down completely, opened his arms, and hung high in the air. With his true essence as the guide, the thunder energy between heaven and earth turned into a series of wild thunders, which fell on Lin Ming one after another, one after another. Because he had not cut his hair for a year and a half, Lin Ming's hair had fallen to his waist, flying wantonly in the violent thunderstorm, covered with a layer of blue and purple. At this moment, Lin Ming put aside all distractions and used his heart to comprehend the power of thunder, completing the final fusion of his thunder and fire artistic conception. At this time, in Lin Ming's Danshan, the true essence cyclone was also constantly shrinking. After an unknown number of days, it finally passed the middle stage of the innate realm and moved towards the late stage of the innate realm. Many times, deliberately practicing in seclusion and pursuing a breakthrough in realm often encounters bottlenecks, but unconscious comprehension, experience, or in battle, can often inadvertently break through the shackles and advance to a higher level of cultivation. This is also the reason why many warriors go to experience, fight, and seek opportunities. The compression of the true essence cyclone has reached the late stage of the innate state, and the fusion of the thunder and fire realms has also reached a point of near perfection. Lin Ming's strength has made great progress during this retreat. Chapter 579 Terminator Badge. 1 month later, half a year after Lin Ming entered the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower, the space of the realm of thunder opened, and a young man with a naked upper body and long hair that reached his waist walked out of the space. Between his eyebrows, there was a faint condensed momentum, and the light bursting out of his eyes was like lightning. There was a shallow flame mark between the man's eyebrows, which looked like a scar, but staring at it made people feel frightened. The middle-aged man in charge of the registration office of the cultivation site was inexplicably shocked when he saw Lin Ming coming out. Lin's cultivation has ended, please register, Lin Ming said. Oh, okay. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before reacting, and hurriedly took out the jade slip, verified the registration, and returned Lin Ming's deposit. As a Tangshan Tower deacon, the middle-aged man also had the cultivation of the late postnatal period, but when he came into contact with Lin Ming, he inexplicably felt a great pressure. This is the 40 pieces of top-grade blood evil crystals I'm returning to you. Lin Ming glanced at it and put it away directly. There is one more thing about your recent match schedule. The middle-aged man carefully handed another jade slip to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's senses sank into the jade slip, which contained information about the contestants' opponents. One was arranged 2 months ago, and the other was recent. The strength of the two was about 17th and 12th respectively. Yanhu, Peak 6 Winged Demon, won 122 games in a row. Ming Suo, Peak 6 Winged Demon, won 133 games in a row. Lin Ming silently recited the names of the two opponents. According to the rules of the Tower of Babel, he needed to accept the challenges of these two people in succession. Both of them were warriors with more than 100 consecutive wins. Of course, on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, killing one person would mean 10 consecutive wins. In fact, their wins could not be as many as 100 games. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming and whispered, Master Lin, those who kill warriors with 100 consecutive wins can obtain the Terminator badge. Because of the change in Lin Ming's temperament, the middle-aged man unconsciously became respectful to Lin Ming, and his attitude was completely different from when he first met Lin Ming. Oh, so that's how you get the Terminator badge. When he was on the 1st floor of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming had heard of the Terminator badge. It was one of the most valuable badges in the Tower of Babel. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart was moved. Now, he was in short of killing points. How many killing points does the Terminator badge come with? 50 points are given. In addition, if you get the Terminator killing badge, you can get more training rights and enter other secret places in the Tower of Babel. Oh, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. What other secret places are there for training in the Tower of Babel? This, you will know when Lord Lin gets the Terminator badge. I'm sorry for not telling you. Yes, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. As for getting the Terminator badge, he never doubted it. When will my competition be? Tomorrow, 2 games together. I wish Lord Lin good luck. From the first floor to the third floor of the Tower of Babel, the martial arts arena was quieter than the previous one. On the first floor, the martial arts arena, that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was almost full every day. All kinds of cheers and shouts were heard. The people there were almost crazy. As long as you pay a medium grade blood evil crystal, you can enter the first floor. Many people are not trialists at all. They are not even young heroes. They gather there just to watch the killing competition. Therefore, it can be said that the martial arts arena on the first floor is a never-ending killing feast. The martial arts arena on the second floor can only accommodate 8,000 people. The audience is basically trialists. They will be more restrained and often just watch the competition quietly without shouting wildly. As for the third floor, it is even more deserted. The martial arts arena with only 1,000 people has a maximum of dozens of spectators every day. There are only a few competitions in a day, so most of the time, the martial arts arena on the third floor is idle. However, today, the number of spectators on the third floor has rarely exceeded 100 people. You know, there are only 300 to 400 trialists on the third floor of the Tower of Babel. This proves that 1/3 of the warriors have come to the martial arts arena. Many of them even stopped practicing and came here specially. In the past, only the fights between famous figures such as the 7 stars of the heavenly demon would attract such great attention. The person who appeared today was Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was talented, he was just a newcomer after all, and not many people paid attention to him. However, in the first match, he actually killed Han Zhang, who was ranked 30th or 40th on the third floor. The talent and strength he showed was shocking. It was really abnormal for a newcomer to reach this level, so Lin Ming naturally became the focus of everyone's attention, especially today. He played 2 games in a row, seamlessly connected. And Lin Ming's 2 opponents, Yanhu and Ming Suo, were not ordinary people. They were ranked in the top 20 of the Tower of Babel. Today, even many masters ranked in the top 10 of the third floor came. There was no suspense that Lin Ming would become their rival, so they naturally had to observe carefully. Emogu was also among them. As one of the few humans on the third floor of the Tower of Babel with no more than 2 digits, Emogu was naturally inconspicuous in the crowd. Seeing Lin Ming calmly walk to the edge of the ring, he didn't know why his heart skipped a beat. He just felt that he couldn't see through Lin Ming more and more. Thinking back to the time when he was on the edge of the blood-killing field, he threatened Lin Ming. Now thinking about it, it seems a bit ridiculous. However, Lin Ming at that time was definitely not as strong as he is now. His speed of improvement was terrifying, which made Emogu sigh. The first match, Lin Ming vs. Yanhu. The referee announced loudly on the ring. Yanhu was born in the barbarian tribe. His height was even taller than the blood barbarians, and he looked like an iron tower. His weapon was a sledgehammer, which weighed nearly 100,000 pounds. With a roar, Yanhu jumped onto the ring, and the whole ground shook violently. He did not mean to look down on Lin Ming at all. Such a roar, which seemed rude and idiotic, was actually a barbarian war cry martial art used to enhance his momentum and combat effectiveness. Yanhu is completely serious. He lists Lin Ming as a strong opponent. Normal, Lin Ming's strength in the last match was at the level of the top 30, but who knows how much strength he has hidden. Yanhu might lose. A trialist said confidently. Now, no one among the third level trialists would look down on Lin Ming. Lin Ming is only in his early 20s now, but he already has such strength. In a few decades, it will be even more terrifying. Don't underestimate Yanhu. Yanhu is not bad either. His strength ranks 17th or 18th. Warriors who can reach the third floor of the Tower of Babel and enter the top 20 are not ordinary people. Moreover, Yanhu is good at the secret of Earth. His strongest skill is defense. Lin Ming's last move seems to be called chasing lightning. It is an attack with extreme speed and attack power. It is the sharpest spear against the strongest shield. It is too early to judge who will win or lose. This is a fight between dragons and tigers. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear with the tip of the spear pointing diagonally at the ground. He was just standing casually, but his aura was like a peerless treasure spear, piercing everything and unstoppable. At Lin Ming's level, the aura is no longer a virtual aura, but can be condensed into substance. Lin Ming's aura is like a treasure spear out of the box, sharp and unmatched. On the other hand, Yanhu's aura was like a heavy mountain. The collision of auras could almost hear the hissing sound of Yanhu's aura being pierced. An invisible pressure enveloped Yanhu, and Yanhu's face was solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. I admit that you are very strong, but over the years, the number of top masters who died in my hands on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel alone has reached double digits. Let me show you my ultimate combat power. Yanhu suddenly roared when he said this, and his muscles swelled up, and his veins twisted like earthworms. Just like the elves have the Demon King's combat body, the barbarians can also use the advantages of blood to display their own combat form. Yanhu, who activated the combat form, had a surge of aura and directly suppressed Lin Ming's sharp aura. The secret of Earth, absolute defense. The Earth-type magic energy gathered around Yanhu, condensed into a thick wave of Earth, and kept rolling, giving people a frightening sense of heaviness and oppression. In terms of strength, I'm only ranked 17th or 18th in the 3rd layer, but in terms of defense, I'm confident that I'm not inferior to anyone. When you were in seclusion in the Tower of Babel, to comprehend the artistic conception, I was not idle either. I spent a full 3 months in the Earth Artistic Realm training ground, and spent the price of 9 killing points. The Earth Artistic Realm finally took another step forward, and achieved absolute defense. I know that with my speed and reaction, it is impossible to dodge your move, so I will block it. What's the difficulty? Knowing Lin Ming's trump card, chasing lightning, Yanhu had already prepared defense before attacking at the beginning of the battle. In terms of defense, the Earth Artistic Realm is definitely the best among the 5 element. This so-called absolute defense seems. In the audience, a warrior ranked in the top 10 of the 3rd layer had his eyes lit up. Yanhu's absolute defense is not a simple gathering of earth energy, but contains a heavy and steady fluctuation. This is definitely the application of the Earth system law. If I guessed correctly, this fluctuation can dissolve the attack. It seems that Yanhu has spent a lot of time on the Earth realm in the past few months, and he came prepared. He is smart. Knowing that his speed is not good enough, he simply doesn't bother to hide. He has spent several months studying absolute defense, just intending to fight Lin Ming head on. Well, Yanhu's absolute defense is not called that for nothing. I wonder if Lin Ming's chasing lightning can break through this defense. If it can't, Lin Ming will be in danger. It is true that Lin Ming's chasing lightning is powerful, but such a powerful trick usually consumes a lot of energy. On the contrary, Yanhu's absolute defense consumes much less energy. If Lin Ming uses chasing lightning continuously and still can't break the absolute defense, then he will fall into a passive position due to the excessive consumption of true energy, and will eventually be counterattacked by Yanhu. The warriors in the audience quickly guessed Yanhu's plan. This set of tactics was indeed a smart decision. Most people were not optimistic about Yanhu, but they did not expect Yanhu to have such a major breakthrough in absolute defense. Now it seems that this battle is still hard to say. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Combo. In the fighting arena, facing the rolling earth yellow airwaves, Lin Ming's hands trembled, and the tip of the purple spear trembled. You want to use your defense to block my attack? Interesting. You seem to be very confident in your defense, claiming to be absolute defense? Humph. You will know if it is absolute defense if you try it. Don't be so good at talking. Take my move, Trapped Beast Cage. The sledgehammer in Yanhu's hand slammed heavily on the ground, sweeping an earth-type magic from all directions, trapping Lin Ming in it, limiting all his evasive directions. Look at the hammer. Yanhu jumped high like a giant bear, holding the sledgehammer tightly with both hands, and smashed it down heavily. Yanhu was not good at speed, so he locked Lin Ming with the trapped beast cage, and gave him the strongest blow. This blow also contained the artistic conception of Earth. Combined with Yanhu's terrifying power and the weight of the sledgehammer, even a mountain could be smashed by him. The artistic conception of Earth, it's really rare. The magic element of the general barbarians and trolls have no attributes, but this Yanhu is proficient in the artistic conception of Earth, which is indeed rare. Lin Ming casually swung the purple Zuan spear, opening up 60% of the power of the evil god. On the purple Zuan spear, thick arcs of electricity were swallowing and spitting out wantonly, like a purple snake dancing wildly. Chasing lightning. Swoosh. Lin Ming's figure disappeared in an instant. After making great progress in the Thunder Realm, Lin Ming's chasing lightning was no longer the same as when he killed Hong Zhang. With a click, the cage of trapped beasts exploded directly. Lin Ming continued to move forward, and he turned into a flash of lightning with his gun, piercing Yan Hu. The speed was too fast. Yan Hu's heavy hammer was still raised in the air at this time. It was naturally impossible for him to swing the heavy hammer to block Lin Ming's attack. Yan Hu's pupils contracted, absolutely defending. The khaki airwave swept out more and more fiercely, forming a thick barrier in front of Yan Hu. Crack. The dazzling light of chasing lightning pierced the barrier without any fancy. The sharp spear light, after passing through the layers of weakness of the Earth's vitality, finally pierced into Yan Hu's body. With a loud bang, the barrier of Earth energy shattered in half, and Yan Hu's huge body shot out like a kicked ball. Boom. Yan Hu fell heavily to the ground. His internal organs seemed to have fallen apart. His blood and ki were surging, and his face was flushed. It's just a ray of spear light, but it's so powerful. Yan Hu jumped up from the ground and was horrified. After the ray of spear light entered his body, it began to wantonly destroy his internal organs and meridians, and it also had the attribute of endless life. It took a lot of effort to suppress it, but finally blocked it. Yan Hu exhaled heavily, re-strengthened his absolute defense, and looked at Lin Ming. If he blocked the chasing lightning, he would have the capital to fight. If Lin Ming couldn't break his defense, he would be invincible. Yan Hu's absolute defense is really powerful. Lin Ming's attack just now was more powerful than when he attacked Hong Zhang, but it was still blocked by Yan Hu. The clever fluctuation of the earth magic energy weakened Lin Ming's attack layer by layer. The audience in the stands all had extraordinary eyesight and saw the mystery of the fight just now at a glance. Well, Yan Hu's use of the earth artistic conception principle is good. In terms of defense, the earth artistic conception is indeed the best. If it was any other artistic conception, the attack just now would have been defeated. I don't know how many times Lin Ming's chasing lightning can be used, and whether he has other tricks. Moves like chasing lightning will inevitably put a great burden on the body in true energy. If Lin Ming cannot break Yan Hu's absolute defense 2 or 3 times in a row, he will be in danger. On the martial arts arena, Yan Hu has stood up, and his body is covered with yellow earth waves, surging layer by layer, confronting Lin Ming from a distance. What other moves do you have? Use them all. I know you have hidden tricks. I will follow them. If you keep hiding them, you won't have a chance to use them. Yan Hu shouted at Lin Ming. He was actually unsure whether he could block Lin Ming's hidden killer. As long as he could block it, he would win. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Other moves. Lin Ming smiled slightly. No need. This one move is enough to deal with you. Sensing the evil god seed, Lin Ming's evil god power was activated to 80%. Chasing lightning. Without giving Yan Hu any chance to react, Lin Ming turned into a long rainbow with his gun in an instant. The purple light cut through the space, like a purple halberd cast by a god. Crack. This collision was more violent than the last time. The absolute defense of the earth was pierced by the power of lightning, and the fluctuation of the vitality collapsed in an instant. Yan Hu screamed and flew backwards. More gun energy poured into his body meridians. He shook his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yan Hu's body was thrown high into the air, and Lin Ming had instantly landed at the other end of the martial arts arena. The sudden change made the audience's eyes widen, but before they could react, Lin Ming turned his spear and turned around. The power of the evil god. 100%. Chasing lightning. The third time chasing lightning, Lin Ming once again turned into a long rainbow, and the spear light penetrated the entire martial arts arena. Boom. The absolute defense on Yan Hu's body was like a broken rock, and it exploded completely. A ball of blood rain exploded in the air, and Yan Hu fell heavily to the ground like a pile of rotten meat. The third spear light penetrated his body, and his internal organs were destroyed and shredded by the power of thunder. It was obvious that he was dead. To come to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, you must be prepared to die. Those who kill will be killed by others. Everyone here has a way to die. It's over. Lin Ming stood in the center of the martial arts arena, put away the compressed true essence of the evil god's power, and his momentum was completely restrained. After the fierce battle just now, he was still calm, and it didn't seem like he had consumed too much. The warriors who were commenting on the battle situation before all stopped talking, staring at Lin Ming on the stage in a daze, unable to say a word. He used the chasing lightning 3 times in a row. The power was stronger each time, especially the last 2 times, with no gaps in connection, stabbing forward and stabbing back. The total time was no more than a blink of an eye. How could this be? It doesn't make sense. A move that has reached the extreme power and speed, can it be used at will without consuming true energy? A warrior muttered to himself. In his cognition, the more powerful and faster the move, the greater the consumption. The extreme acceleration will cause great pressure on the bones and muscles, and the true energy will also be consumed a lot. However, Lin Ming can actually use this move continuously, and after using it, he is so calm, as if the person who just fought is not like him. It's powerful, consumes little, and can be used continuously. This move of chasing lightning is too terrifying. You're wrong. It's not that this move consumes little, but Lin Ming's body is strong enough to withstand such a limit speed. At the same time, his endurance and the total amount of true energy he possesses are also extremely terrifying, which can withstand such consumption. That's why he can use this move continuously. If it were you or me, as long as we use it a few times, our bodies would not be able to bear it. Someone said, and the atmosphere in the field fell into silence again. Strong power, fast speed, abnormal attack power, terrifying defense power, and desperate endurance recovery ability. Such a person has no weaknesses at all. His strength has approached, or entered the top 10 on the 3rd floor. Yan Hu simply couldn't force out his full strength. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, after reaching the top 10, the strength is upgraded to a higher level, especially the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, whose strength is further improved. Each one is a top master that people look up to. If this continues, it will be easy for Lin Ming to become one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. A warrior said enviously. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, the title of heavenly demon 7 stars is not only a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of wealth. At the level of heavenly demon 7 stars, there is no need to compete every 2 months. They have a fixed share of killing points every month. If they join the Lord, they will not only receive more killing points, but also enjoy many discounts when using the training ground. Naturally, many warriors are jealous, but the selection criteria are too high. If you want to be selected, you must be strong, or have good talent. Otherwise it is difficult to get the favor of the Lord. Lin Ming wins. Congratulations, Lord Lin, and get the Terminator badge. The black-clothed referee's attitude towards Lin Ming became more respectful. End the winning streak. 12 killing points from 65 consecutive wins accumulates to 92 consecutive wins to reward 3 killing points, and the Terminator badge will reward 50 killing points, a total of 65 killing points. 65 killing points in a battle can be called a sudden wealth overnight. Of course, this is mainly the contribution of the Terminator badge. The killing points rewarded by the badge are one time, and there will be no more next time. I know. Lin Ming responded calmly, and took off the Sumeru ring of Yan Hu. He pointed his finger, and the blood-destroying evil thunder flew into Yan Hu's body. After a circle, blood mist burst out, and a blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. At Lin Ming's current realm, his moves no longer needed to be copied from the Great Wilderness Halberd art. The Great Wilderness Halberd art was just a technique to improve his cultivation, and a reference for him to integrate the moves and techniques he had learned. Looking at the blood-drinking seal spinning in front of him, Lin Ming pondered slightly. If, on the basis of the fusion of the thunder and fire realms, the blood-drinking seal can be integrated into the spear moves, what will happen? This idea flashed through his mind instantly, but at this stage, it was still difficult to accomplish this. Lin Ming had already struggled to integrate the thunder and fire realms before. At this time, the blood evil energy condensed on Yan Hu's body also poured into Lin Ming's body in large quantities. After being baptized by the evil energy many times, Lin Ming had completely adapted to it, and he did not need to use the reincarnation martial arts intention, and he could stick to his original intention. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On Lin Ming's arm, the demon tattoo seemed to come alive, and the ferocious demon expression became clearer and clearer. The fourth pair of wings was slowly forming, getting closer and closer to the 8-winged demon. The 6-winged demon was in the late stage and close to the peak. If it continued like this, as long as he completed 2 or 3 more battles, he would become an 8-winged demon. And the 8-winged demons were all in the top 10 on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. Next, the second game. Lin Ming vs. Ming Suo. The referee announced loudly, and in an instant, everyone's eyes shifted to Ming Suo. Ming Suo was from the Goblin clan, a peak 6-winged demon, who had won 133 games in a row, and ranked 12th on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. Suddenly, Ming Suo's face was extremely ugly. Chapter 581-87 Killing Points. Fighting Lin Ming was a declaration of war under the Tower of Babel, and there was no way to refuse. Originally, Lin Ming wanted to fight continuously, and Ming Suo was the second to attack. He thought he had the upper hand, and could easily defeat Lin Ming, but now it seems that he is in big trouble. If Lin Ming only had one move, chasing lightning, Ming Suo would still be confident to deal with it, but with Lin Ming's fighting state, chasing lightning was probably just a small move, otherwise he would not have used it right away, and used it 3 times in a row without taking a breath. Ming Suo was very suspicious. When fighting with Yanu just now, Lin Ming did not even use half of his strength. If so, his chance of winning this battle is at most 10% or 20%. Master Ming Suo, please come on stage. The referee saw Ming Suo standing in the stands with a gloomy face and no reaction, and called again. The other warriors in the stands all looked at Ming Suo, some sympathized, some gloated, and some hoped that Ming Suo would defeat Lin Ming. I know. Ming Suo responded in a deep voice, and walked slowly onto the stage. If you are ready, let's start, the referee said, and stepped down from the ring. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and his whole body was circulating. At this moment, Ming Suo's true energy transmission sounded in his mind. Lin Ming, I don't want to fight you anymore. I give up. Huh. Lin Ming was stunned. He gave up without fighting? On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, if you lose a game, your winning streak will be reset to 0, and the Sky Demon tattoo that you have accumulated with great difficulty will also dissipate. It will be difficult to condense it again, because the ranking of warriors is mostly determined, and the enemies you fight every time are similar to you. It is difficult to win all the way. Ming Suo continued to transmit his true energy and said, I think the probability of you defeating you is no more than 20%, and I don't want to die yet. I give up this battle. As long as you don't kill me, as a condition for you to let me go, I can propose a bet with you. I will bet 10 killing points. I only have so many left. In the Tower of Babel, betting is also a way to get killing points. As long as both parties agree, you can bet. When Land Crossing and Hu Yanluo fought on the 2nd floor of the Babel Tower, they bet on 2 killing points, and in the end Land Crossing won. You mean to give me 10 killing points for free? Lin Ming was surprised. On the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower, killing points are everything. Without killing points, no resources can be used. Yes, if you kill me, you can accumulate 100 consecutive victories. If you don't kill me, you can't get your 100 consecutive victories until the next round. These 10 killing points are my compensation to you. After this defeat, I don't want to stay in the Babel Tower anymore. Now it's impossible for me to start accumulating evil spirits and winning streaks again. Since I've left the Babel Tower, these killing points are useless. I'll give them all to you. Ming Suo sighed and said with some self-mockery. In fact, he had already had the intention to retreat half a year ago, but he knew that if he left, he would never become a demon emperor in his life, so he had been sticking here, but today, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Facing Lin Ming, his chance of winning was too small. Becoming a demon emperor was tempting, but it was not worth risking his life for it. It would be better to take this opportunity to leave the Tower of Babel. Although he failed in the end, he finally got out of it safely. He was much happier than those warriors who died here and had their ashes scattered on the bone burial cliff. Okay. Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty person, and the conditions were not bad for him, so he agreed immediately. From gambling to admitting defeat, the match between Lin Ming and Ming Suo was unexpected. Watching Ming Suo step down, no one laughed at him or booed. There was only a faint sigh and emotion. Ming Suo's talent was between the saint level and the emperor level, and this was raised by the Tower of Babel. His original talent was just an ordinary saint level. Leaving here was equivalent to giving up the road to becoming an emperor, and perhaps this was also a kind of relief. However, not every warrior can leave calmly, especially those proud young heroes in the Tower of Babel. The temptation of becoming an emperor is too great. From the king level to the emperor level, the lifespan will increase nearly tenfold, and the strength will be improved. Not to mention, they can also create a holy land that will be passed down for 10,000 years and be famous for generations. However, a general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of bones. To give birth to a true emperor, I don't know how many young heroes will die in battle, and their ashes will be scattered under the burial cliff, becoming the paving stones for others' martial arts. Even the emperor level genius is the same. Not many people can leave the Tower of Babel safely like Ming Suo. The game ended in an unexpected way. Lin Ming got the 12 killing points that ended Ming Suo's winning streak, including the 10 from the gambling fight, a total of 22, plus the 65 before. Lin Ming earned 87 killing points in one breath, which was enough for him to use for a long time. In addition, after Ming Suo was defeated, the evil spirit on his body flowed into Lin Ming's body, allowing Lin Ming to climb to the peak of the 6-winged demon in one breath, and he was not far from the 8-winged demon. Lin Ming's rise is unstoppable. The next battle, he will probably fight against the top 10 warriors on the 3rd floor, which is another world. Well, the top 10 warriors enjoy different resources, and are much stronger than the top 10 warriors. On the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower, the higher the ranking of the warriors, the higher the authority to enjoy resources, and the greater the gap between them. When you reach the realm of the 7 stars of the demon, you can go to a more mysterious place for cultivation, including the legendary Emperor's Road. The end of the Emperor's Road will make you an emperor level strongman. The place of cultivation is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If you can cultivate on the Emperor's Road for a year or two, you can feel its horror just by thinking about it. Young Master Lin, please stay. When Lin Ming was about to leave the fighting field, a deep and loud voice sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Turning around, he saw that the person who called him was a troll warrior, more than 10 feet tall, with a huge sword on his back. Next to the troll warrior, there was a little girl who was only as tall as the troll warrior's ribs. She was pretty, with long pointed ears and scales at the corners of her eyes, indicating that she was from the fairy tribe. The two people with a huge height difference stood together, but inexplicably gave people a very coordinated feeling. What's the matter, sir? Lin Ming glanced at the two people. The two people looked ordinary, no different from ordinary people, but in fact, their auras were restrained to the extreme, reflecting a state similar to returning to nature. Estimating their strength, it gave people a feeling of being unfathomable. I'm Dagu, can you honor me with a seat in the tea house? The troll warrior said with a smile. Lin Ming was startled. It turned out that this person was Dagu, one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. Lin Ming had heard of his name when he was in Hungry City. He was so famous that he could be said to be well known in the Tower of Babel. Originally, Lin Ming thought that Dagu should be a bloodthirsty person, but he didn't expect that when he saw him now, he couldn't feel any murderous aura from him, and he didn't have any hostility towards him. You know, in the Tower of Babel, there are very few troll warriors who are friendly to humans. Starting from Gu Yu, who was killed by Lin Ming on the 1st floor, to crossing Shan and Hang Zhang later, it was the same. This is also reasonable. The human race and the troll race have been competing for the resources of the Holy Demon continent for too long. The two races have been fighting constantly, whether it is trolls or humans, killing until blood flows like a river, and slaughtering cities, and destroying countries are not uncommon. It is better to obey than to be respectful. Lin Ming responded calmly. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, he had no reason to refuse. His eyes fell on the girl beside Dagu. Lin Ming said, if I'm not mistaken, this is Miss Xuanji. Xuanji, who is also one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, is the only female among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon and the weakest one. However, she is the youngest, and is not much older than Lin Ming. In terms of talent, Xuanji is the best among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. It's my little girl. Nice to meet you. Maybe we will fight again in the future. Xuanji laughed a series of silver bells. She was very interested in Lin Ming. In her opinion, Lin Ming was the only one in the Tower of Babel who could match her talent in recent years. Only when there is competition can there be progress. The Bluestone Tea House is a famous tea house on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. The interior of the tea house is all made of bluestone, and the tables and chairs are all made of stone. It is simple and elegant, with a taste of clumsiness and unskilledness. With a pot of clear tea, it is a different artistic conception, if you taste it carefully. On the 2nd floor of the Bluestone Tea House, the three of them chose an elegant stone table to sit down. I wonder what Brother Dagu wants to talk to me about. The girl in charge of serving respectfully handed over the tea. Lin Ming took a sip of the teacup and asked slowly, I just want to make friends with Brother Lin. Dagu smiled. I feel that young Master Lin's temperament is more to my liking, so I'll give young Master Lin some advice. Oh. Brother Dagu, please tell me. Lin Ming's heart moved. He really knew very little about the Tower of Babel. Mogu's strength was limited. He was only in a marginal position on the 3rd floor, and didn't know much. As a result, the Tower of Babel was always shrouded in mystery to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, the first thing I want to say is that the strength of the 7 demon stars is probably much stronger than you think. My combat power ranks at most 3rd or 4th among the 7 demon stars. There are 2 or 3 people who I think are far inferior to me, especially the 2nd ranked Yanqi and the 1st ranked Fengshen. Fengshen? What an arrogant name. Lin Ming has been in seclusion since he came to the Tower of Babel. He doesn't know all the names of the 7 demon stars. He only knows Dagu, Xuanji, Kaiyang, and Maha. Fengshen is from the Goblin clan. His comprehension and talent in the laws are terrifying. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, there are some cultivation places. If you have enough comprehension, you can cultivate to a very terrifying realm. Oh. What kind of cultivation place is it? Lin Ming asked. In the Tower of Babel, there have long been rumors about the 4th and even 5th floor cultivation places, but few people know what they are. Chapter 580 To the Origin of the Black Glazed Beads. I don't know much about these training sites, because I don't have the right to enter most of them. Dagu spread his hands and said helplessly. Even you don't have the right to enter? Not strong enough. Do you have to rank 1st or 2nd on the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower to enter? Lin Ming was a little surprised. No. Dagu shook his head. The conditions for entering those special training sites are becoming one of the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon and obeying the Tangshan Tower at the same time. Both are indispensable. I don't want to obey, so I don't have the qualifications to enter. Obey the Tangshan Tower. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He had this feeling a long time ago. When he was on the 2nd floor, Crossing Shine and Zuman seemed to serve some high-level people in the Tangshan Tower. If nothing unexpected happened, they were the subordinates of a certain lord. Otherwise, how could Crossing Shine, with the identity of a 2nd-level king, be qualified to comprehend the illusory state of destruction? How could he have the black glass beads that even Kaiyang was tempted by? If I guessed correctly, Crossing Shine was highly valued by a lord, so he was rewarded with the glass beads. Dagu said, except for me and Xuanji, the other 5 members of the 7 demon stars have sworn with their souls to obey the Tangshan Tower. This oath actually only lasts for 50 years. For 50 years, the reward for serving the Tangshan Tower is that they can use the Tangshan Tower's cultivation resources at will, and even have the qualifications to enter the Emperor's Road. This temptation is indeed too great. Even those arrogant geniuses can't resist the temptation and swear allegiance. After all, it's only 50 years. In fact, it usually doesn't take 50 years for the contract to end, because when a warrior reaches a high-level demon king, or the 1st or 2nd level of life, he must leave the blood killing clean, otherwise he is likely to be cursed and killed. Lin Ming nodded. For top geniuses, it is not difficult to reach the 1st or 2nd level of life in their 40s. If they enter the Tangshan Tower at the age of 20, they only need to serve for more than 20 years. But even so, Lin Ming still couldn't accept the oath of his soul to obey the Tangshan Tower. What's more, he promised Mu Qianxue a 10-year period. During this period, he must rush back to the southern sky region no matter what. The power of the South China Sea demon realm is too great, and he is always worried that something unexpected might happen on Shenhuang Island. Dagu added, Yanqi and Fengshan surrendered to the Tangshan Tower a year ago. At that time, their strength was no worse than mine. In the past year, they have been in and out of the Emperor's Road several times. In addition to the experience of other cultivation places, their strength is difficult to estimate. Xuanji and I have no intention of obeying the Tangshan Tower. Now, we have used up all the resources that can be used. Those that cannot be used will never be used. Maybe in another month or two, we will leave. The Tangshan Tower will not allow those who do not obey them to grow into 10-winged demons, because the 10-winged demons will become the masters and take away the power and interests of the current masters. Moreover, once they achieve 12 wings, they can obtain the demon martial spirit and will not be killed by the curse of the blood killing field. The blood killing field has been able to exist for so many years, which contains huge benefits and possesses many resources, but it can exist safely without being tainted by any force because of the curse power contained in the blood killing field. Once some emperor level powerhouses who are not cursed by the blood killing field appear, the high level officials of the Tangshan Tower will naturally be restless. After Dagu said this, Lin Ming suddenly realized that this was the case. The blood killing plane is indeed a piece of fat meat. The huge amount of blood evil crystals involved in the 12 Tangshan Towers, plus the various cultivation resources, 5-element artistic conception, and the road to the emperor, which sect would not be jealous. Lin Ming said, "Thank you for your advice, Brother Dagu. I really want to know why Brother Dagu told me this." Dagu smiled slightly. I said, "It's just fate. I feel that Brother Lin and I are the same kind of people." "Oh, why do you think so?" "Pure intuition, and I have been paying attention to you for a long time. I have investigated your experience from the first to the third floor of the Tangshan Tower, including when you were on the first floor. You saved a fairy girl who you had never met before. You should come here just like me, purely for experience." "Thank you, Brother Dagu. Lin has another thing I want to ask Brother Dagu." Lin Ming hesitated for a while and said, "Don't be polite, just say it directly." Lin Ming turned around and set up a small illusion array and a soundproof barrier, and then took out a black glass bead from the Zumi ring. I wonder if Brother Dagu recognizes this thing. Sometimes, just a short conversation can give rise to a sense of trust. Lin Ming intuitively judged that what Dagu said was probably true, so a person with a proud character is more or less trustworthy. Moreover, Lin Ming now really wants to know the function of this black glass bead, so he can only ask Dagu. "This?" Dagu was shocked and looked at Lin Ming in astonishment. "I didn't expect you to have such a thing. If I'm not mistaken, this is the bone of the demon god collected from the eternal demon pit." Eternal demon pit, bone of the demon god. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He had seen these two names in the blood barbarian jade slip. It seemed that the blood barbarians were very afraid of and respected them. This round bead is the bone of the demon god. What is it? Speaking of the eternal demon pit, Dagu seemed to be somewhat emotional and fascinated. The eternal demon pit is actually right under our feet. The 12 towers of the blood killing plane, 12 sources of evil spirits that can be called a 1,000-foot abyss, all lead to one place, that is the eternal demon pit. Dagu's words shocked Lin Ming. The eternal demon pit is actually right under our feet. The end of the 12 sources of evil spirits? What is the eternal demon pit? Could it be that the source of the 12 evil spirits will spew out evil spirits because of the eternal demon pit under our feet? Dagu nodded and said, "Probably. The eternal demon pit is a place to bury demons. No one knows how long it has existed and why it was formed. There are too many legends about the eternal demon pit. It is the death zone of the Holy Demon Continent. In the Holy Demon Continent, there are many places known as death zones, but in fact they are just rumors and exaggerations. As long as you are strong enough, then after entering the death zone, the possibility of survival is very high, and you can even get some opportunities. Only the eternal demon pit, anyone who enters it will die. There are no exceptions." Lin Ming's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this. He glanced at the demon god's bone in his hand. "Anyone who enters the eternal demon pit will die. Then who mined this?" "This is just an ordinary demon god's bone mined from the edge of the eternal demon pit. The inside of the real eternal demon pit, even within 1,000 miles of the eternal demon pit, is a life-restricted zone. Over the past tens of thousands of years, many peerless figures have entered or approached the eternal demon pit, but none of them have returned. Among them is even the six-fingered evil demon who once won the title of 12-winged sky demon. After he became an emperor-level powerhouse, he practiced for thousands of years. His power was comparable to that of nature, and his strength was unpredictable. He was considered the strongest person in the Holy Demon continent at that time. But when he was 6,000 years old, he encountered a bottleneck in his practice, and failed to break through for 1,000 years. So he entered the eternal demon pit to seek opportunities, but still died. Hearing this, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. Anyone who can enter the upper floors of the Tower of Babel, and come into contact with the eternal demon pit is a peerless figure, and those who can achieve the title of 12-winged sky demon are even more talented among the talented. It was such a peerless genius who became an emperor-level powerhouse, and had reached the pinnacle of strength, but still died in the eternal demon pit. Lin Ming calmed down a little and asked, "What exactly is in the eternal demon pit? I'm not very clear about the details. Legend has it that in the beginning, the blood-killing plane was just spewing out evil spirits, and would not kill the emperor-level powerhouses passing by. Many magic warriors practiced here. For a long time, the blood-killing plane was regarded as the holy place for practice in the Holy Demon continent. Later, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a 6th grade Holy Land that competed for hegemony over the entire Holy Demon continent. At that time, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land wanted to take the blood-killing plane for himself. They mobilized 12 emperor-level powerhouses, and wanted to set up a skylocking formation to gather all the evil spirits from the 12 sources of evil spirits, and achieve the 100,000 years of luck for their Holy Land. As a result, the formation was halfway set up when it suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying thing rushed out of the eternal demon pit, instantly killing the 12 emperor-level powerhouses, including the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, and no one survived. What? Lin Ming was extremely shocked. This was beyond his understanding. Could there be such a level of existence in the plane of the Holy Demon continent? What on earth could have killed more than a dozen emperor-level warriors in an instant? Dagu also had a look of reverence and sigh. He slowly said, "It is said to be a huge claw covered with scales. It could be a dragon claw, or it could be the claw of some ancient beast. Anyway, since then, the once prosperous 6th grade Holy Land has fallen apart. Many disciples have been cursed by ominous forces, and died tragically in various ways. After that, the blood-killing ground has become a forbidden place for kings. Unless you have achieved the status of an emperor-level warrior of the 12-winged sky demon in the Tower of Babel, you will die if you enter." The claw of a beast? Lin Ming was silent. Divine beasts are extremely rare in the god realm. What on earth is under the eternal demon pit? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Ming asked again, "Brother Dagu, what is the bone of the devil?" "The bone of the devil? I have only heard about it in detail. The eternal demon pit is a place where demons are buried. There are too many unknown existences here. The energy field left by the strong after death will not dissipate for 10,000 years. In addition, the evil spirit in the eternal demon pit is so dense that it condenses into substance. After hundreds of thousands of years, it will condense into various relics and crystals. These things are collectively called the bones of the devil." "I see." Lin Ming knew that the corpses of animals and plants buried millions of years ago could condense into some black things after a long time. These things can be dug out and burned for heating and cooking. On the contrary, if the corpses of animals and plants are exposed in the wilderness, they will slowly rot, and eventually nothing will be left. The difference between the two is that the energy of the latter is dissipated, while the energy and the vitality of heaven and earth in the corpses of the former are sealed by the soil layer, so those black minerals will be formed. Similarly, the bodies of those dead peerless warriors also contain a large amount of energy and heaven and earth vitality, which is billions of times more than the energy contained in plants and animals. After the death of a warrior, these energies are usually locked in a special place like the eternal demon pit. After hundreds of thousands of years, they will condense into something special. This black glass bead is just one of the manifestations of this. Chapter 583 King's Cage. Dagu said, "Brother Lin's black glass bead is just the bone of the demon god on the edge of the eternal demon pit. Every 10 years, the Tangshan Tower will gather people to explore the edge of the eternal demon pit. The resources taken out will occasionally be rewarded to the warriors under the Lord. Brother Lin's demon god bone should be obtained in this way. It's a pity that there are many things inside the eternal demon pit that we can't imagine. The power is unpredictable. The emperor level strongmen will also be jealous. However, those are not what we can reach. The six-fingered demon emperor entered the eternal demon pit for those things, but he never returned. In the end, he also became the nutrient for the eternal demon pit, to breed the bones of the demon god. Dagu said here inside. The way of martial arts is to fight against the sky. Therefore, whenever a warrior encounters such things that are beyond human reach, he will inevitably feel helpless. Even the top strongmen in the Holy Demon Continent have fallen in the eternal demon pit. The beast claws that block the sun are palpitating just thinking about it. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Both of them were silent. Zuanji, who was beside Dagu, had not spoken since the beginning. She just drank tea and tasted it, occasionally fiddling with the tea leaves. This atmosphere lasted for 3/4 of an hour. Lin Ming stood up and clasped his fists and said, "Lin is leaving. Thank you for your advice today, Brother Dagu. Otherwise, I would still be confused about the Tower of Babel. Time is running out. I'm going to continue my practice at the training ground." Practice ground. Dagu laughed. Brother Lin really races against time. Lin Ming said, "Time waits for no one. Warriors have the most potential when they are teenagers, and practice at this time is also the most important. If you fail to seize the time, once your potential is exhausted in the future, it will be difficult to make any progress. On the contrary, if you can rush to the divine sea realm in one breath, your vitality will increase to the level of tens of thousands of years. At this time, those under 1,000 years old are considered young and can maintain their youthful appearance. The earlier you enter the divine sea, the greater your life potential and the greater the advantage you will get." Moreover, Lin Ming had a 10-year agreement with Mu Qianxue, which made him feel a sense of urgency at all times. Practice place. Brother Lin should have the Terminator badge. With this badge, he can enter a practice place. Oh, what practice place? Dagu smiled slightly and said, "The King's Cage. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, in a dark secret room, a dwarf demon man who was only 6 feet tall and wearing a loose black robe leaned on a mat. In front of him, a man in black knelt on one knee. My lord, I have received the news that Lin Ming should have nothing to do with the 8 meteorites war emperor." "Oh, are you sure?" The dwarf demon man was slightly moved and sat up straight. "This person is one of the 12 masters on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, the Dark Lord. It is confirmed. According to the information from the Holy Land, where the 8 meteorites war emperor is, the 8 meteorites war emperor has not accepted any disciples for 300 years. He has been in seclusion in a secret place for nearly 100 years, and no one knows his whereabouts. So, it turns out that this kid has no background at all. I worried for nothing." The Dark Lord said disdainfully. "A genius like Lin Ming is unlikely to appear out of thin air. Even if he has nothing to do with the 8 meteorites war emperor, he should have a good background. However, there is nothing to be afraid of, because other emperor level powerhouses, except the 8 meteorites war emperor cannot set foot in the blood killing plane. Black Shadow, go and talk to him. If he is willing to swear in front of the soul contract and be loyal to us for 50 years, it's fine. Otherwise, let him get out of the Tower of Babel as soon as possible. If he refuses, The Dark Lord said nothing more here. The murderous intent contained in that cold snort was already very obvious. Lin Ming finally chose to go with Dagu and Zuanji, because Zuanji also wanted to go to the training ground to practice, but it was not the King's Cage. Arriving at the special training ground in the southwest corner of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming was slightly startled when he pushed the door open and entered. This training ground was ridiculously large, at least 100 feet square, and the dome was more than 10 feet high. However, in such a large space, the furnishings were very simple, with only a stone table of 2 feet square and a few potted plants of strange shapes. In front of the stone table, a figure had his back to Lin Ming, and the other two. This person had a long sword on his shoulder, wore a light blue long gown, had long hair hanging down to his waist, and stood with his hands behind his back. The slightly arrogant figure was about the same height as Lin Ming, but for some reason, looking at his back gave people a strange feeling, as if facing an unreachable mountain. This person. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped slightly. This was definitely a top master. Brother Lin, he is a conferred god. Dagu exhaled lightly and said to Lin Ming through his true energy transmission. So that's how it is. Lin Ming's heart trembled. In this special training ground, basically only the top 10 warriors in the 3rd floor have the authority to enter. It is not surprising to meet a master of the 7 stars level of the heavenly demon. The Fengshan is really worthy of its reputation. Lin Ming thought to himself. As if sensing something, Fengshan turned around and glanced at the 3 people lightly. His eyes stayed on Lin Ming for a short time and then turned away without paying attention. His eyes did not have arrogance, but with a natural momentum of looking down on the world, as if indifferent to everything in the world. This is the mentality that only peerless strong people have. Dagu looked at Fengshan, sighed slightly, and said to Lin Ming through his true essence, the strength of Fengshan is probably not weaker than the Lord. Huh? Not weaker than the Lord? Lin Ming was shocked. The Lord of Tangshan Tower has always been a little illusory to Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not know what level of strength they have reached. Lin Ming could not help but ask, what is the level of cultivation of the Lord? Dagu shook his head and said, in the Tangshan Tower, it is meaningless to talk about cultivation. If you use cultivation to judge a person's strength, there will often be a big error in the judgment. In fact, after staying in the Tangshan Tower for a long time, I have forgotten the strength assessment standards outside the blood killing plane, because the people here are all the best among their peers, and it is difficult to compare them at all. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the blood killing plane can be said to have gathered all the young talents who walk the killing path in the Holy Demon continent. These are the young talents of the entire continent. The number is unimaginable. There are double-digit emperor level geniuses alone. There are even more saint level geniuses. Even if someone with Mu Qianxue's talent is placed in the 3rd level, he will only be ranked in the middle and lower. When martial arts, artistic conception, and skills become important factors affecting strength, the influence of cultivation itself will be greatly weakened. For example, at Lin Ming's level, if his cultivation level increases by a small realm in the innate stage, the improvement in strength is not too great, because his comprehensive combat power has long been at the Zuanden level. Even if your true essence is more condensed, the improvement of a small realm in the innate stage is far less than the improvement of a small realm in the Zuanden stage. The fusion of artistic conception and the 8 gates of Dunjia. This is Lin Ming's killer move. Lin Ming and Dagu were talking with true essence transmission, and a slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded, hey, isn't this Dagu and Zuanji? TSK, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Dagu, your cultivation seems to be getting worse. The sudden voice made Dagu frown and turned his head. The person who spoke was a dwarf demon warrior, only 6 feet tall, with a huge head, holding a strange cane in his hand, wearing a black hat on his head, and looking at Dagu with a smile. Salt Idiot. The 2nd-ranked Salt Idiot among the 7 stars of the Tangshan Tower demon. His strength is only below that of the conferred god. Zuanji was obviously full of disgust for this Salt Idiot, just snorted, and did not answer. Yan Kai didn't care. He glanced at Dagu Zuanji, and then his eyes fell on Lin Ming. Lin Ming, right? I know you. Maybe in a few months, we will fight each other. I wonder if you will have time to grow up by then. I'm looking forward to it. Yan Kai said, licking his lips. Lin Ming's strength was already close to the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. If he could win 2 more games in a few months, it would not be surprising to fight with Yan Kai. TSK, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. It makes me excited easily. Yan Kai laughed, shook his finger, and walked towards the deacon in charge of the training ground. This guy. Dagu's face was not very good. He was indeed not Yan Kai's opponent. He could not do anything to him. Originally, a year ago, he still had the strength to fight. Now, because of the difference in the training ground, the distance between him and Yan Kai has been pulled apart. Especially in recent months, Yan Kai has become more and more unfathomable. Lin Ming silently observed Yan Kai. He did not have the arrogant and domineering aura of Fengshen, but his soul power was as deep as the ocean. Not only soul power, but also his short body seemed to contain terrifying power, mainly cultivating the soul, supplemented by physical training. I wonder how powerful this Yan Kai's soul attack can be. Lin Ming secretly compared himself with him. Yan Kai's soul was restrained, and it would be impossible to compare him without fighting him once. This is your token, please take it. The deacon in charge of the special training ground was a one-armed middle-aged man with extremely condensed true essence. He was in charge of the special training ground and had a very high status on the third floor of the Tower of Babel, but he was still very humble to Fengshen, without any disrespect, and respectfully handed a token to Fengshen's hand. With this token, he could enter the training ground. Master Yan Kai, this is yours, please take it. The second token was handed to Yan Kai. After that, he turned his attention to Lin Ming. What kind of training ground do you want? He was not afraid of Lin Ming, and his voice was neither humble nor arrogant. King's Cage, Lin Ming said. Oh. Yan Kai at the side showed an interested expression. King's Cage. I remember that you just got the permission to enter the King's Cage. Interesting. I wonder what level of trial qualification you can get. Huh. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Trial qualification? The middle-aged deacon glanced at Lin Ming and slowly explained. The King's Cage has different levels of trial qualifications. There are many factors in judging trial qualifications. In short, it is closely related to talent, intention, soul, and strength. It is a comprehensive assessment of a young hero. The trial qualifications are divided into 4 grades: ordinary, holy, Shura, and titled Shura. The first 3 grades are divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Among them, the upper grade Shura, which is the most outstanding among the heavenly grade Shuras, has a separate title, that is, the titled Shura. In the past 10,000 years, there have been only 3 peerless geniuses in Polaris City who have obtained the titled Shura. Even if the 12 Tangshan towers are added together, it is extremely rare. Chapter 584 Qualification Trial. Only 3 people were given the title of Shura in 10,000 years. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. This Tangshan Tower is not like the Southern Sky region. To be frank, the Southern Sky region is just a small area of 1 million miles, while this Tangshan Tower gathers most of the young talents who practiced the way of killing and the way of demon in the entire Holy Demon continent. You know, the races in the Holy Demon continent are complex, and there are wars all year round. The number of geniuses is even greater than that of the Cheyenne continent. Moreover, among the giant demon warriors, 7 or 8 out of 10 choose the way of killing. This blood killing plane is a gathering place for geniuses. But even so, only 3 Shuras were given the title in 10,000 years in the Polar Star Tower. Even if the other 11 Tangshan towers are included, there are only more than 30 people. It can be seen that this title is rare. Lin Ming said, only 3 people were given the title of emperor in 10,000 years. Did these 3 people finally become emperors? The middle-aged deacon was silent. Generally, warriors who entered the King's Cage trial for the first time would always be excited after hearing the legend of the title of Shura. This is also reasonable. Most of these young talents are extremely arrogant, and many even feel that they should become one of the titled Shuras. However, in fact, after actually obtaining the qualification for the trial, these people often do not even get the ordinary Shura title, but only get a saint level. Lin Ming's reaction was within the expectations of the middle-aged deacon. Originally, he did not bother to pay attention to ordinary people, but he still heard a little about Lin Ming's talent. In the future, Lin Ming may become a big figure in the Tower of Babel. Thinking of this, he patiently said, that's not the case. Among the 3, 2 are missing and no one knows where they went. Only one has been crowned as an emperor, and this person is not an ordinary emperor level master. After being crowned as an emperor, he can kill the emperor level masters of the same level in seconds. That's it. Lin Ming was not surprised. There are only 3 titled Shuras in 10,000 years, so they are naturally the top existences among the emperor level geniuses. In fact, the definition of an emperor level genius is that anyone who has a glimmer of hope of becoming an emperor level genius can be called an emperor level genius. Among these emperor level geniuses, the vast majority will not be able to become emperors in the future. They may have exhausted their potential, or failed to persist, or lacked luck, or died. Even if they are all Emperor level geniuses, there is a huge gap between them. Otherwise, Emperor level geniuses would not be so rare. Hey, Kit, it seems that you want to be called Shura. The voice of Yanqi suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming turned around and said calmly, it doesn't matter whether I want to be named Shura or not. We'll know after we try. Haha. Yan Kai laughed loudly. Without commenting, Deacon Bay opened the trial ground for him and see what level of trial qualification this kid will get. Yes, if you want to see it, you can follow me. The middle-aged deacon said expressionlessly, turning and walking towards the wall. The stone housed in this special training ground is very wide, with an area of 100 square feet and a dome more than 10 feet high. On this wall, there are 9 pillars as thick as a man's embrace standing side by side. There are various reliefs carved on the pillars, including coiled dragons, demons, and various fierce beasts, with their fangs and claws bared, which are very lifelike. The middle-aged deacon chose between the 3rd and 4th pillars, took out the token, and pressed it on the wall. With a rumbling sound, the front wall slowly rose up. The wall is a full 10 feet thick, and it seems to be cast with some unknown metal. Adding its height and width, it is probably no less than hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was unknown what kind of force supported the wall of such terrifying weight. The rumbling sound alone was like thunder, making people's ears ring. When the wall was completely raised, a tall stone chamber was revealed. The stone chamber was 20 feet square and contained an indescribable majestic aura, as if a mysterious door leading to the endless ancient and void was opened. This is the king's cage. Lin Ming was shocked and couldn't imagine who built such a place in the first place. Yes. Yan Kai was looking at Lin Ming with interest. Even the arrogant Feng Shen stopped and looked at Lin Ming. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. For someone like Feng Shen, only opponents who were also peerless geniuses could attract his attention. Lin Ming walked into the stone chamber. On the wall of the stone chamber, there was a light door of nothingness, and no one knew where it led to. Beside the light gate, there stood a stone tablet 10 feet high. The material looked like stone but not stone, and like gold but not gold. Staring at it, one could faintly feel the breath of lore and origin, which was shocking. The stone tablet was engraved with names from beginning to end. In the top 3 rows, one name occupied one row. The first row was Heavenly Evil Shura Shenta Hanxi. The second row was Mytherworld Shura Emokan. The third row was 8 Meteorite Shura Heokan. The 3 rows were written in a flourishing handwriting. The handwriting itself seemed to contain the lore of will and was shining. The middle-aged deacon said, this stone tablet is called the King's Stone Tablet. All warriors who enter the King's Cage trial ground and obtain the qualification for the trial of the upper grade saint level or above will have their names appear on the stone tablet. The name will stay for 10,000 years. A period of 10,000 years is really a name that will be passed down through the ages. Lin Ming's eyes continued to move downwards. Under the 3 rows of titled Shuras, the font of the names was much smaller. Following the 3 titled Shuras, there were the heaven level Shuras. Below the heaven level Shuras, there were dozens of names, each of which was unfamiliar. It was not until he saw a name in the second row that Lin Ming was startled. It was the name of the Feng Shen. Lin Ming could not help but turn his head, but saw Feng Shen standing 10 feet behind him, with his hands hanging down, his eyes calm, and he looked calm and indifferent, not caring about Lin Ming's gaze. Feng Shen, it turns out to be the heaven level Shuras. Lin Ming counted silently in his heart. There were a total of 36 heaven level Shuras, which had accumulated over 10,000 years. On average, only one appeared every 300 years. It was very rare for Feng Shen to be one of them. Going down, there were more than 150 earth level Shuras, and Lin Ming also saw the name of Yan Kai. Next, there were the human level Shuras, and there were even more. Finally, there were the upper grade saint level Shuras, which filled the entire stone tablet. The names of these people looked insignificant because of their large number, but in fact, they were all top figures of their time. If you are ready, you can enter. The content of the qualification test varies from person to person, and everyone encounters different situations. I wish you good luck. Deacon Bay said without joy or anger, pointing to the light gate beside him, that seemed to lead to endless nothingness. Behind Lin Ming, Yanqi and Feng Shen also looked at him. Brother Lin, be careful. In the qualification test, your life is in danger. If you can't beat the enemy, don't force it. Dagu reminded behind him. I know. Lin Ming took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mentality to a completely ethereal state, circulated his whole body's true energy, and stepped into the light gate of nothingness. Whoosh! A flash of white light, Lin Ming disappeared out of thin air. A feeling of spatial distortion came, and the vision blurred for a moment, and then gradually became clear. There was an endless black space, with stars above his head, and grey rocks floating in the air. Crack. A blazing white light lit up without warning, and pierced Lin Ming's heart. HMM. Lin Ming's eyes darkened, and he drew out the purple Zhuan spear, dodged, and counterattacked in an instant. However, at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be distorted, and time also changed. His footsteps, which should have been as fast as the wind, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and could not move fast at all. The constraints of the law of time and space. Lin Ming understood instantly. The law of time and space is exactly the power of artistic conception that I comprehended. Deacon Bay said that the content of the qualification trial varies from person to person, and everyone encounters different situations. Then the qualification assessment of this time and space artistic conception should be specifically for me. Lin Ming thought so, and his fighting spirit was burning in his heart. Interesting. Let me see how difficult this qualification trial is. There are only 3 people who have been titled Shura for 10,000 years. Golden Peng breaks the void. Lin Ming's perception spread out and instantly swept through the surrounding space. His body was forcibly twisted, and he passed through a trajectory that completely violated the laws of physics. It accelerated in an instant, as if teleporting. Swoosh! The energy light pierced the background, disappearing like a drop in the ocean. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Such a strong attack, if it was someone with less strength, he would probably be pierced through. No wonder Dagu reminded him that this test was life-threatening. Lin Ming turned around suddenly, only to see a black storm coming. This storm was exactly the same as the storm Lin Ming saw when he passed through the ancient teleportation array. Space storm. Lin Ming was not surprised, but happy to see this scene. The space realm was illusory, and he was worried that he had no place to sense it. He didn't expect that it would be in the qualification test of the King's Cage. Come on. Lin Ming not only did not dodge, but he thrust the purple Zhuan spear and rushed directly towards the space storm. When Lin Ming first passed through the ancient teleportation array, his understanding of the laws of time and space was not even superficial. Although he had experienced many space storms, Lin Ming did not gain much. Unlike now, he has already entered the threshold of the space-time realm. When he experienced this space storm again, the understanding he gained was naturally incomparable to the last time. Swish! A gun pierced into the storm, and Lin Ming felt the terrifying pulling and tearing force acting on him, wanting to tear him apart. Lin Ming had experienced this feeling before. He was not in a hurry, and quickly adjusted his thinking and the flow of his true energy in his body to adapt to this distorted space and time as soon as possible. Blood seal spin, spinning power. Beside Lin Ming, the blood drink seal spun rapidly like a flying knife. This way of rotation was almost the same as the way the space force rotated in the space storm. Following this power, Lin Ming quickly traveled through the space storm. The true energy continued to condense and spread. Lin Ming was like a fish swimming upstream in a whirlpool, agile and calm. Very good. Come again. Lin Ming moved his body, and at this moment, in front of him, an even more terrifying space storm was brewing. Around this space storm, time also became distorted. Chapter 585, Purple Haiyan Guanhan. The black space storm swept across the sky, as if it was going to swallow everything. This was a combination of the artistic conception of time and the artistic conception of space. The complex artistic conception made it increasingly difficult to travel through it. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Facing this black space storm, he was even more excited. However, unlike the last time, his excitement was more solemn. The space storm that combined the artistic conception of time required him to adapt to the power of space, while adjusting his own time flow to a degree that matched the law of time. It was not easy to do two things at the same time. Crack. Lin Ming aimed at a space-time node and stabbed out with a gun. The gun light with spiral force pierced straight into the black storm, rolling up a series of spiral ripples. The spiral ripples had just appeared, and the speed suddenly slowed down, like a fish stuck in a quagmire. The time is wrong. Lin Ming's body retreated violently, avoiding a space turbulence, and adapted to the flow of time again. Crack, crack, crack. Shot after shot, beautiful spiral ripples appeared one after another in the space storm. Each thread was like an arrow shot into the water, with circles of ripples penetrating into the space storm for more than 10 feet. And then because of the fierce collision of the space force, the thread slowly melted away. Lin Ming was always dodging the space force, stepping back step by step. The gun in his hand, stabbed faster and faster. At a certain moment, he suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, and the power of the evil god was activated. With 100% of the power of the evil god, the compressed true essence in Lin Ming's body burst out. He stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, his speed soared, and the energy of his whole body was poured into the purple Zuan gun. Lin Ming and the gun became one, and the whole turned into a spiral force, and sank into the space storm. Fighting against the space storm from a distance, Lin Ming could only comprehend some superficial things. Only by devoting himself to the space-time storm could he realize the most fundamental laws of artistic conception. The power of space roared around Lin Ming. The power of space was said to annihilate everything. When Lin Ming passed through the ancient teleportation array, his Zumi ring fell into the space storm and exploded instantly. The bottles and jars inside fell out and turned into ashes and disappeared in front of Lin Ming's eyes. Such a terrifying power of space, it would be a death wish to resist it with only the true essence. Only by following its power and using the laws of space to protect oneself can one find a chance to survive. Oops. Lin Ming accidentally missed a trace of the power of space. It was this trace of power that brushed past Lin Ming's arm, and the true essence protecting his body was shattered like a piece of paper. The muscles of his arm burst open, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood spilt out and instantly dissipated in the space storm and disappeared. Terrible. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air and hurriedly concentrated his mind to adapt to the flow of the power of space again. Just a trace of the power of space caused such terrible damage. Who said that the attack power of the space realm is not enough? When facing crossing Shan, Lin Ming used the space state to fight against the opponent's destruction state. Compared with the destruction state, Lin Ming deeply felt the lack of attack power of the space state. The strength of the space state is that it makes the moves changeable and hard to defend. However, now it seems that it is not that the space state lacks attack power, but that his understanding is too shallow, just a drop of water in the ocean. I still have a long way to go. Lin Ming released his perception, closed his eyes, and even completely retracted his body protection essence. Since the body protection essence is simply unable to resist this space storm, it is better to retract it all and let his mental power reach an unprecedented concentration. At that moment, Lin Ming's mind was completely empty, and the sea of spiritual emptiness was empty. He was immersed in the space storm without any protection. If he took a wrong step, he would be shattered and doomed. The general trialists only used dodge and defense to resist the state of the qualification trial. It was really a crazy way to rush into it without any scruples. Of course, the benefits of madness are also obvious. Lin Ming's understanding of the space-time state is constantly improving. Space is not a void. It is like the ocean, where all things exist. It is the inherent attribute of all things. It is not that space contains all things. It is that after all things exist, space to measure their positions and volumes appears. This is just like the difference between men and women is the attribute of human beings. Only after humans exist, it is meaningful to talk about men and women. Then, only after all things exist, space is meaningful. Lin Ming swam in the ocean of space unconsciously. He seemed to have a vague understanding of the essence of space. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The space storm was over. Lin Ming stood on the black ground. The broken muscles on his right hand had healed halfway. It's over? What a pity. Lin Ming shook his head. If the state just now could continue, he would have a deeper understanding. That is. Lin Ming saw a thunder and fire rolling not far away. Thunder and fire realm. It's really a comprehensive test. Lin Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Compared with the illusory power of time and space, the thunder and fire realm was his real business. He was already familiar with the power of thunder and fire. Hoo. The thunder and fire in the distance merged together. Thunder and fire rolled, extremely violent. Lin Ming's mouth curved. It's interesting only when they merge. If it's just the realm of thunder or the realm of fire, it's too boring. In the past, when Lin Ming merged the power of thunder and fire, he went to the realm of thunder and the realm of fire to practice. The single realm of thought always made Lin Ming feel that it was a little bit off. Now in this King's Cage qualification trial, the combination of the two made Lin Ming very happy. This is really a good place. Lin Ming wished that such qualification trials would come more often. Hey, this kid has been in for half an hour. Outside the trial site, Yan Kai glanced at the hourglass and said to Feng Shen. At this time, Feng Shen was meditating with his eyes closed, entering a strange state of practice. If Lin Ming was here, he would be able to see that this was a kind of martial intention. Similar to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intention, it is also an auxiliary martial intention that can greatly speed up the practice speed. Seeing that Feng Shen didn't answer at all, Yan Qi felt bored and could only give up. Facing Feng Shen, he had no temper at all. Yan Qi remembered that he came out of the qualification trial in an hour. The length of time did not mean anything, but generally speaking, if the time did not exceed half an hour, it would be a trial qualification below the middle level of the saint level, and even the King's Steely could not be listed. Yan Qi had no doubt that Lin Ming had the ability to be on the King's Steely, but it was just a matter of to what extent. If you can reach the level of Feng Shen, it would be amazing. Feng Shen, this arrogant guy, stayed to see the results of Lin Ming's trial today for the first time. He must be a little concerned about Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Yan Qi felt a little uncomfortable. Once Lin Ming became a heaven-level Shura, it meant that Lin Ming's future achievements would surpass him. In the trial space, Lin Ming stood in the air, holding the purple Zuan spear, his long hair flying. Thunder and fire roared around him, and the violent vitality of heaven and earth baptized his body wantonly. Lin Ming thrust out his spear after spear. The purple lightning bamboo merged with millions of thunderbolts, and the holy fire Wu-Tang swept through the blazing flames. In such an attack, Lin Ming's understanding of the fusion of thunder and fire became more and more thorough, and he had unknowingly reached the great perfection, and began to move towards perfection. At this moment, a white light flashed, and 6 shadows appeared in the air. The blurry shadows, holding energy spears and halberds, attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming let out a long roar. At this time, the violent heaven and earth energy in his body was compressed together. If he didn't vent it, it would seem to explode. Come on. Lin Ming shook the purple Zuan spear and rushed towards the 6 shadows. The gorgeous spear light cut through the sky. Lin Ming shouted, and the man and the spear merged into one. Under the blessing of flames and thunder, Lin Ming's speed reached the extreme in an instant, and the space was trembling with the wanton spear light. Swish. Like a burning meteor, Lin Ming instantly penetrated 3 of the 6 shadows, and killed them with one shot. The other 3 phantoms were also hit by the aftermath of the flames and thunder, and were seriously injured. This move is the fusion of chasing lightning and chasing the sun. It is also Lin Ming's strongest move now. Lin Ming named it Guanhang. The name was chosen to describe that after this move was launched, it instantly cut through the blue sky, and the spear light was like a long rainbow hanging in the sky, so it was named Guanhang. In addition, Lin Ming's first spear was also called Guanhang, and this name has commemorative significance. It feels great. Since he understood Guanhang, although Lin Ming has practiced it thousands of times, he has never used it in actual combat. Now he finally has an enemy to fight, even if it is just a virtual enemy of energy. It makes Lin Ming feel very happy. There are still 3 phantoms, and Lin Ming rushed over with his spear. Puff, puff, puff. 3 rays of light flashed, and they were killed again in seconds. These 6 phantoms were too weak compared to Lin Ming. Then, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and thick dark clouds covered the starry sky. The endless black land under his feet turned into a vast ocean of smoke and waves. Thunder flashed wantonly, tearing the sky apart like a divine weapon cast by a god. Boom. The sea suddenly exploded, and dozens of water columns rushed out of the sky hundreds of feet high. In this water column, there was a purple dragon, roaring and rushing towards Lin Ming. Before the dragon arrived, the terrifying momentum and pressure came down like a mountain. In this pressure, there was a purple light that instantly rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It's a soul attack. Lin Ming's heart trembled. What a good test. The power of artistic conception, personal strength, and the strength of soul power. Almost everything is involved. The soul attack rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea and was immediately dissolved by the reincarnation martial will without causing any damage to Lin Ming. Then, the dragon roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. The waves and winds rolled up as if the world was coming to an end. Lin Ming instantly judged that this dragon was definitely not something he could easily deal with. His mental power was connected to the evil god seed, and Lin Ming still activated the power of the evil god. Boom. With long hair flying, Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and his fighting spirit swept the world. 1 hour and a quarter of an hour. Outside the trial ground, Dagu glanced at the hourglass. This time was about the same as the time it took to convert God. The corresponding score could be high or low. If he was unstoppable all the way, he could become a heaven-level Shura. If he was slow, he might not even become an earth-level Shura. At this moment, the light gate shook violently, and Dagu's eyelids jumped. Was the trial over? Seeing the light gate shaking, Yan Kai stood up, and even conferred God, who had been meditating, opened his indifferent eyes. Chapter 586, Title Shura. 1 hour and a quarter of an hour, the same time as the conferred god, but the same time, because of the different strengths of the warriors and the different difficulties of the trial, the results are also different, which does not mean anything. Swoosh. A figure shot out from the light gate and fell to the ground. It was Lin Ming. Lin Ming's right arm was torn and stained with blood, but the wound had healed. It should be a minor injury to the arm. Apart from that, there were no scars. Only the clothes were slightly messy and the breath was unstable. Obviously, he consumed too much energy. Yan Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was not seriously injured, proving that the assessment was completed well. This kid. Yan Kai was a little jealous. As for the conferred god, his eyes were still indifferent. He glanced at Lin Ming lightly and turned to the king stele. At the top of the stele, where the heaven-level Shura was, a golden light flashed. The front of the entire stele was completely shrouded in golden light. It was not appropriate to see it. It can be vaguely seen that in this golden light, a name was slowly forming and floating in the air 3 feet away from the king's stele. On the king's stele, the names were first engraved in mid-air, and then landed on the stele, with great momentum, and containing all kinds of exquisiteness. Heaven-level Shura. Yan Kai clenched his fist subconsciously. The name was formed on the upper part of the stele. Is it really a heaven-level Shura that appears once every 300 years? Although he had long guessed that with Lin Ming's talent, it was very likely that he would become a heaven-level Shura, but when this scene really happened, Yan Kai still felt uncomfortable. The conferred god, who had not said a word from the beginning, was finally slightly moved. He looked at Lin Ming deeply, and his eyes also fell on the golden characters that were slowly forming in the air. And just after Lin Ming's name was formed, when people thought that the golden characters were about to fall on the king's stele, in front of the 2 words Lin Ming, a golden light flashed, and another font was formed. What? Yan Kai widened his eyes, and there were fonts. Could it be? 4 fonts were written in the golden light, and the last one formed was, the evil god Shura. Title Evil God. Cap. This line of characters engraved in mid-air fell heavily on the king's stele. The king's stele, which was more than 10 feet high and 3 feet behind, actually trembled slightly, as if it could not bear the weight of the name. The golden light settled, and Lin Ming's name was finally deeply imprinted like a seal after the 8 meteorites Shura. The 4th row, evil god Shura, Lin Ming. The expression on Yan Kai's face froze instantly, and the god conferred, which had always been calm and indifferent, also lost its former composure. Title Shura. Evil god. The titles bestowed by the King's Cage of the Tower of Babel are not given randomly. It is said that the qualification trial has a certain ability to predict the future. For example, Haokan was awarded the title of 8 meteorites Shura. Later, he really passed the 8-fold life meteorites and became a great power in the Sea of Gods. The world respects him as the 8 meteorites war emperor. So Lin Ming, who is honored as the evil god. What will happen to him in the future? Will he become an evil god? What exactly is the concept of an evil god? What level of a strong man is he? Will he be at the same level as the 8 meteorites war emperor? Dagu took a deep breath, unable to suppress his astonishment. He was stunned for a long time before he retracted his unbelievable gaze and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that I would witness the birth of a titled Shura in my life. It's incredible. Lin Ming looked at the stone tablet. The titled Shura did not exceed his expectations, nor did it make him proud. 3 people appear in 10,000 years, but don't forget that there is more than one Tower of Babel. Of course, for ordinary people, the titled Shura is a legendary existence, but for Lin Ming, if he can't get this title, then he is really incompetent. In this case, why would he go to the God Realm and pursue the peak of martial arts? Lin Ming. Feng Shen shouted. He finally spoke. It was the first time he spoke. His voice sounded calm, but it was full of sharpness and edge. Titled Evil God. I remember. I'm waiting for you. After that, Feng Shen did not stay any longer and turned to leave. When Yan Kai saw Feng Shen leave, his face darkened. He never thought that Lin Ming was such a pervert. If possible, he didn't want to be an enemy of Lin Ming, but the key was, if he didn't make an enemy of Lin Ming, would Lin Ming make him an enemy? Yan Kai finally snorted coldly and left the training ground. He had decided that, if he wanted to fight Lin Ming, he would do it as soon as possible. If it took a year or 2, he would never fight Lin Ming. Master Lin, this is your qualification token and the introduction jade slip of the title Shura level King's Cage. Please keep it. Deacon Bei respectfully presented a token and a jade slip, with an extremely humble attitude. He never thought that he would witness the birth of a titled Shura in all these years as a deacon. Thank you. Lin Ming took the qualification token and roughly scanned the introduction jade slip, and finally had a general understanding of the King's Cage. Haha, brother Lin, you really made a splash. After Yan Kai left, Dagu laughed loudly. He was very happy to see Yan Kai's frustrated expression. The two of them were not on good terms. I didn't expect that. Zuanji still covered her mouth and looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. It's just luck. Lin Ming casually perfunctorily said. In fact, no one in the Tangshan Tower knew that he was only 19 years old, otherwise these people would be even more shocked. Brother Lin, after getting the qualification for the trial, you can enter the King's Cage of the corresponding level. Brother Lin, do you want to practice now, or go for a drink? Lin Ming said, thank you for your kindness, Brother Dagu. I still want to practice as soon as possible. I also had some insights when I was taking the qualification test just now, and I want to savor it. Okay, then I'll take my leave, Dagu said, and clasped his fists. Lin Ming also clasped his fists in return. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Master Lin, let's go have a drink. I want to join in too. Haha. HMM. Lin Ming turned his head and saw a dwarf demon man who was less than 6 feet tall, wearing a wide robe, walking over with a smile. What's the matter? Lin Ming asked. Dagu frowned slightly when he saw this man and sent a voice transmission to Lin Ming's true essence. This man is the lobbyist of the Dark Lord. He is probably here to ask for your peace. I won't accompany him. Brother Lin, weigh the pros and cons for yourself and do what you want. After Dagu finished speaking, he left with Zuanji. When Zuanji left, he gave the dwarf demon man a rude look, and the disgust in his eyes was very obvious. The dwarf demon man didn't care and said, Master Lin, I have already booked a seat at Heao Mingju. Why don't you go to Heao Mingju with me? I have great news to tell Master Lin. No need, just say whatever you want here. Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold. The dwarf demon man was not embarrassed. He smiled and said, it seems that Lord Lin already knows the purpose of my coming. Then I will make a long story short. The Lord admires you very much. If you are willing, you can choose to become the Lord's envoy for a period of 50 years. During this period, you can use the cultivation resources in the Tangshan Tower at will. This can be a great news. The cultivation resources of this Tangshan Tower cannot even be compared with the Holy Land. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the best place for cultivation in the entire Holy Demon continent. I wonder if Lord Lin. Sorry, I don't have this plan. Lin Ming refused directly without leaving any room for negotiation. Young Master Lin, this is something that others can't even ask for. I don't know how many people are coveting this position. What's more, it is said to be 50 years, but it doesn't take that long at all. With Lord Lin's talent, he can serve for more than 10 years at most, as long as. Are you done? Lin still needs to practice. Lin Ming has already issued an order to expel him. There is no free lunch in the world. After signing the soul contract and becoming the henchman of the Tower of Babel, although you can use the cultivation resources at will, you need to block the growth of other geniuses for the Tower of Babel. To put it bluntly, you are the big hand hired by the Tower of Babel, just like crossing Cheyenne mission on the second floor was this. The dwarf demon man's face was not very good. After all, he was also a subordinate of the Lord, representing the Lord, but he was treated like this by Lin Ming. The smile faded, and the dwarf demon man's voice also became cold. Lin Ming, a man of insight, is a hero. If you are stubborn, unless you leave the Tower of Babel, I'm afraid you will bring disaster upon yourself. The last sentence was said by the dwarf demon man using his true essence to transmit the sound. Lin Ming was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, Lin has no interest in the power and interests of the Babel Tower. Lin will stay in the Babel Tower for 2 more years at most. I have no intention of making an enemy of the masters of the Babel Tower. I just want to practice quietly. If anyone is still worried, Lin can promise to give up the attack on the 10-winged heavenly demon and only stop at the peak of the 8-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's words were a big concession. The heavenly demon martial intent obtained by becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon was certainly tempting, but Lin Ming was also aware of the horror of the Babel Tower. He did not intend to make an enemy of the entire Babel Tower on his own. Taking this step was considered a reflection of his sincerity. However, the dwarf demon man didn't think so. In his opinion, Lin Ming was just being rude. It was rare for the Lord to value someone, but someone didn't know how to appreciate him. Promise to stop at the peak of the 8 wings, and not to be an enemy of the 12 lords? You are so arrogant. Should I thank you on behalf of the 12 lords for your mercy? Humph. The dwarf demon man snorted coldly when he said this. Just as he was about to say a few more harsh words, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the king's stele. At the top of the stele, the golden light had not completely dimmed, and there was still some residual light shining silently. It was this ray of golden light that attracted the attention of the dwarf demon man. The font shrouded in the golden residual light was Evil God Shura, Lin Ming. The dwarf demon man's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth remained open, but he couldn't say the harsh words he wanted to say. Title Shura. God. Am I seeing it right? He naturally knew that the 3 names on the king's stele had not changed for thousands of years. And today, there was an extra name, Lin Ming. He actually got this title? The dwarf demon man was completely dumbfounded. Do you have anything else to do? Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold. Ah. The dwarf demon man seemed to be startled, and then he reacted and shook his head reflexively. I'm fine. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. You have 1 day to leave. The original arrogance was swept away, and the dwarf demon man was completely wilted. It was no wonder that he was so frightened. The title of Shura was too terrifying. Take the 8 meteorites Shura Haokan among the 3 for example. He eventually achieved the 8-fold life meteorites, and was honored with the title of 8 meteorites War Emperor. No one in the same level of War Emperor was his opponent. Even some old monsters who had not appeared in the world for thousands of years were afraid of the 8 meteorites War Emperor. If you want to defeat the 8 meteorites War Emperor, you must have an absolute advantage in cultivation. Otherwise you will be completely abused by the 8 meteorites War Emperor. Thinking that Lin Ming might become such a person in the future, the dwarf demon man's scalp tingled. If he really offended such a person, even the Tower of Babel could not protect him. He nodded and said, Master Lin, I will take my leave first. After that, he left as if escaping, and never dared to mention the matter of asking Lin Ming to surrender again. Are you kidding? The 12 masters of the Tower of Babel, except for the chief master, the other 11 are not even heaven level Shurus, and some of them have not even reached the earth level Shurus. How could they let a titled Shura serve as their subordinate? The names on the king's stele look a lot, but they are the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, and are the gathering of young talents from the entire holy demon continent. Not to mention heaven level Shurus, even ordinary Shurus are outstanding figures. The dwarf demon man rushed to the teleportation array at the fastest speed, and was directly transferred to the 4th floor, where the master was. Lord Darkness, something bad has happened. The dwarf demon man was originally short in height, and coupled with his fat body, he ran like a bouncing ball, stumbling and rolling in the corridor. The Dark Lord frowned at the panicked dwarf demon man and shouted coldly, "What are you panicking about?" The dwarf demon man knelt on the ground with a plop. "My lord, it's bad. Lin Ming got the qualification for the trial of the title Shura." "I know." The Dark Lord responded coldly, his face became silent. In fact, he got the news as soon as Lin Ming got the title Shura, and there was no need for the dwarf demon man to report. When he first heard the news, he was also horrified. A title Shura means too much. This kind of person has even exceeded the scope of the Tower of Babel, and involves the racial war of the holy demon continent. The dwarf demon man saw that the Dark Lord was silent, and didn't know what he was thinking. He weakly suggested, "My lord, Lin Ming just promised that he would not be an enemy of us. Do you think we can change our strategy, make friends with Lin Ming, and don't offend him? What if one day?" "Huh, stupid." The Dark Lord shouted coldly, frightening the dwarf demon man to kneel on the ground in a hurry, and dared not say a word anymore. The 8 meteorites war emperor is the best example. If you raise a tiger to harm yourself, you will be attacked. If there is another human 12-winged demon, and he becomes a powerful god, the blood-killing plane will be shaken. The Dark Lord no longer expected Lin Ming to sign a contract and obey the Tower of Babel. A genius of this level is like a dragon in the abyss. How could he be willing to be shackled? Not to mention him, even the heaven-level Shura Fengshan refused to sign a contract. They are all extremely arrogant. How could they be hawks? However, Fengshan's origin is extraordinary. The strong man behind him negotiated with the Tower Master and made a guarantee in person. In the end, the Tower of Babel was willing to give in. But Lin Ming is different. Not to mention that there is no support from any big forces behind him for the time being. Even if there is, it is a hostile force, because Lin Ming is a human. An 8 meteorites war emperor has made the Tower of Babel uneasy. How can it allow another human power to threaten the blood-killing plane? The Dark Lord stood up with a gloomy face and walked straight to the meeting hall. Lin Ming looked at the light gate in front of him. Behind the light gate was a sealed small world. This was the king's cage of the title Shura level. There were too many sealed small worlds in this Tangshan Tower. It was hard to imagine who built the Tangshan Tower in the first place. Behind Lin Ming, there were many warriors standing, and they were all watching. An hour ago, the news that Lin Ming had obtained the title of Shura had spread like a whirlwind throughout the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower. Almost everyone knew this incredible news. Before this, the title of Shura was like a legend to them. They never thought that such a thing would happen to them now. It felt too fantastic, like a dream. In just a few quarters of an hour, a large number of warriors gathered at the entrance of the special training ground, all wanting to go in and take a look at the King's Stone Tablet, but there were not many people who had the authority to enter, and the others who were just joining in the fun could only stay outside the door. After seeing the King's stele, people couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Some people even used the war array to record the floating image and showed it to the people outside. However, more people went to the king's cage and waited to see Lin Ming enter it. No one in the room spoke. Most of them looked at the light door of the king's cage curiously, as if they wanted to know what was different about this king's cage with the title of Shura level. Master Lin, entering the king's cage consumes 20 killing points at a time. Anyone can only enter the king's cage once in their lifetime. The bone age is limited to under 30 years old, and the length of time to enter is unlimited. Do you want to enter now? Deacon Bay asked respectfully. Confirmed. No matter what level of King's Cage, 20 killing points are required. The benefits of getting a high-level trial qualification are naturally much greater. If you only get an ordinary saint level qualification, or even a mortal level qualification, it won't be very meaningful. What qualifications you get depends on your personal ability. The King's Cage with the title of Shura level is a rare experience. It is said that it was after entering the King's Cage that the 8 Meteorites War Emperor realized the laws of time and space, laying a solid foundation for him to become an undefeated legend of the same level in the future. However, everyone's experience in the King's Cage is different. Lin Ming may not be the same as the 8 Meteorites War Emperor. It is unknown what he will get when he comes into contact with the time and space realm. Master Lin, please make sure that you have prepared enough food and water. In addition, this is an escape talisman. There is a high possibility of life-threatening situations in the King's Cage. If you can't bear it, you can use this escape talisman to get out. Deacon Bay said, and handed Lin Ming another teleportation talisman. It is called a talisman, but it is actually engraved with jade, similar to the escape talisman that Mu Qianxue gave to Lin Ming, but the escape talisman can teleport farther, and can teleport to any space randomly. The escape talisman given by Deacon Bay can only teleport to a fixed area of the Tower of Babel, and the distance is very short. Thank you, Deacon Bay. Lin Ming had a good impression of Deacon Bay. He had never thought of using this teleportation talisman. The longer one stayed in the King's Cage, the greater the reward would be. However, having said that, in fact, it is impossible to stay in the King's Cage indefinitely. After staying for a long time, one will have to come out, because he can't stand it. Generally, the top young talents in the top 4th grade sects and the bottom 5th grade sects can only stay in the King's Cage for about 10 days. Going further, the young talents who can be on the King's Steely Shura list can stay for 15 days to a month. For example, Fengshen, who ranked first in the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon, was ranked as a Heaven level Shura on the King's Steely, and stayed for 28 days. And the second ranked Yanqi, who was ranked as an Earth level Shura on the King's Steely, stayed for 21 days. It is said that in the past 3,000 years, the person who stayed in the King's Cage for the longest time was the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, who stayed for a full 2 months. Below the 8 Meteorites War Emperor is an Otherworld Shura Emokun, who is also a titled Shura, who stayed for 45 days. There is also a big gap between the titled Shuras. As for the first Qianxue Shura Shenta Hongxi, because it happened 8,000 years ago, the records are not clear and several versions have been circulated. It is unknown how long Shenta Hongxi really stayed in the King's Cage. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Ming adjusted his spirit to the best state. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He was full of expectations for the King's Cage. Just as he was about to step into it, a voice called him. Wait. Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the lobbyist sent by the Dark Lord appeared again. In front of him, there was a troll man wearing a black cloak and armor. His muscles were as strong as steel, and his armor was about to burst. His eyes were like lightning. Lin Ming felt a terrifying momentum on the body of this troll man. This person is definitely a master. Lin Ming frowned slightly. What's the matter? Behind Lin Ming, many warriors of the Tower of Babel saw the cloaked man and their faces changed slightly. Maha, the third of the 7 stars of Heavenly Demons. Someone immediately recognized the identity of the cloaked troll demon man. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, Maha's strength was even greater than Dagu's. He is Maha. Lin Ming looked at the cloaked dwarf demon man in front of him, and was slightly surprised. He had heard of this name as early as when he was in Hungry City. You are Lin Ming. Maha looked at Lin Ming, and his dark eyes seemed to see through Lin Ming. What do you want to talk to me about? Maha smiled hoarsely. I want to talk to you about something. Come with me. No need. If you have anything to say, just say it here. I'm in a hurry to practice. Lin Ming's voice was calm, but there was a faint momentum that could not be disobeyed. Being directly rejected by Lin Ming, Maha was a little unhappy. Your practice should wait. Maha used the true essence to transmit the sound. HMM. Lin Ming frowned. What do you mean? The Lord just said that you have one day to leave the Tangshan Tower. You have been in the Tangshan Tower for a year and a half, right? You have earned a lot, accumulated a lot of evil spirits, and gained a lot in the cultivation area. As a person, you should be content. Maha once again used his true energy to transmit the voice. This kind of implicit threat was contrary to the original rules of the Tangshan Tower, so it naturally could not be said openly. Let me leave. I just got the qualification to enter the cage of the title Shuriking, and you want me to leave? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Lin Ming laughed in anger. If he was forced to leave the Tangshan Tower at this time, he would be a punching bag who was bullied by others. Chapter 588 Opening the Cage. Ridiculous? Haha. Maha laughed. It's already a great favor for you to practice in Tangshan Tower for so long. Now I can't let you leave alive, but you still talk too much nonsense. Don't you understand? Strength is everything here. You'd better be smart. If you don't accept my toast, you'll be punished. Maha's Neon sneered twice when he said this. The threat was already very obvious. Of course, he didn't dare to say such things openly and still used Neon to transmit the sound. So you are going to attack Lin? Who will you send? The 7 stars of the heavenly demon? Or the Lord? Lin Ming was aggressive and didn't seem to be afraid at all. If Lin Ming was really assassinated, it would be a very troublesome thing. Lin Ming's strength was too strong. If he wanted to kill him, it would make a big noise. If the Lord took action, it could be said that it was a blatant violation of the rules of Tangshan Tower. At that time, rumors such as if you are too sharp and too strong in Tangshan Tower, you will be killed would spread. In this case, who would dare to come to Tangshan Tower in the future? Maha's face darkened. It seems that you are determined to fight to the end. Well, I will make another concession and leave the Tower of Babel. I will give you a piece of low-grade demon god bone weighing 1 penny. This is the final bottom line. Demon god bone. Lin Ming's heart moved. HMPH, you probably don't know the value of this thing yet. I can tell you without exaggeration that a piece of demon god bone is enough to drive a demon king level warrior crazy. It is a waste to use it to temper the body. If it is integrated into the origin of life, it can nourish the fire of life and even help the demon king to break through the bottleneck of the demon emperor. This demon god bone was naturally promised by the Lord. Maha didn't want to give it to Lin Ming at all, but seeing that Lin Ming was so stubborn, he reluctantly put forward this condition. If it is integrated into the origin of life, it can nourish the fire of life, which is very helpful for the demon king to break through the bottleneck of the demon emperor. It can also be used to temper the body, but this is a wasteful approach. I see. Lin Ming learned a lot of information from Maha's introduction. Obviously, Maha didn't know that Lin Ming had already got a piece of demon god bone. According to the density of the demon god bone that Lin Ming already had, a demon god bone weighing 1 coin was only the size of a cherry pit. However, the one Lin Ming had was the size of a pigeon egg. This demon god bone was originally awarded to Crossing Shan. Crossing Shan, a mere 2nd level king, could get a demon god bone the size of a pigeon egg. However, he could only exchange a demon god bone the size of a cherry pit for the titled Shura level king cage qualification that only appeared once every 3,000 years. It was too cheap. Sorry, Lin is not interested. You. Maha was angry. Lin Ming, I advise you not to be too greedy. Greed will lead to death. In the Tower of Babel, you have obtained blood evil crystals, cultivation resources, various treasures, elixirs and jade slips. Haven't you got enough? Now I'll let you leave, and I'm lucky enough that I didn't ask you to spit out everything you have eaten. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and he no longer used his true energy to transmit sound, but directly said in a loud voice, the Tower of Babel is open to everyone. You said that I got a lot of blood evil crystals, cultivation resources, various treasures, elixirs and jade slips. That's right. But these are not given to me by your Tower of Babel. I got them with fighting and blood in the fight of life and death. What does it have to do with you? This Tower of Babel was not originally built by you trolls, nor by the dwarves or goblins. It has stood for 100,000 years, and for hundreds of thousands of years, it has been a common resource for the warriors of the Holy Demon Continent. However, some people, relying on their strong strength, have united to establish forces, develop minions, proclaimed themselves as the Lord, and amass wealth, monopolizing and controlling all the high-level resources of the Tower of Babel. They have also formulated various rules, so that other warriors can only fight desperately to get a little bit of training opportunities. What is your basis? Lin Ming asked this question directly, and the warriors around him were stunned. What Lin Ming said made sense, but these people were already accustomed to accepting the rule of the lords. They didn't want to accept it, but had to accept it. These people were not the lord's subordinates, and they had never sworn to sign a contract. Now, after hearing what Lin Ming said, they became a little agitated for a while. Ma's face was extremely ugly. Okay, very good. In this case, there is nothing to say, don't regret it. Lin never regrets what he does. Remember what you said. Ma snorted coldly and left. According to the rules of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming does have the right to enter the king's cage, and no one can stop him. The masters of the Tower of Babel are indeed afraid. Lin Ming is no longer easy to control now. He will undoubtedly grow more after entering the king's cage. The growth of a new human sea god is something that other races do not want to see. After Maha left, the warriors around were a little confused. Most of the conversations between Lin Ming and Maha just now were conducted by true voice transmission. They didn't know what happened. After speaking a little bit, Lin Ming said nothing and walked towards the light gate of the king's cage. In full view of everyone, Lin Ming's figure flashed and disappeared, and the light gate shook slightly, creating layers of ripples, just like a fish jumping out of the water, and then quickly sank and disappeared. Today is the Luo 2 month, Hou Day. This date was recorded by Deacon Bei to calculate the time when Lin Ming would be released from the king's cage. When Lin Ming disappeared, the warriors around him naturally dispersed, and the entire training hall returned to peace. Lin Ming only felt his body shake, as if he was passing through the water, and a cold feeling came over him. Then, he came to a vast white space. Swish! A twisted black light shot out and surrounded Lin Ming. One after another, the black light became more and more dense, and finally formed a completely closed cage, locking Lin Ming up. HMM. Lin Ming's heart trembled slightly. Could this be the king's cage? At this moment, a voice came into Lin Ming's mind. To be precise, it was not a voice, but a direct communication from the depths of the soul. It did not require language, and allowed you to understand the meaning directly. Let me break this cage. So this is a training of the king's cage. If so, why is it said that the longer people stay in the king's cage, the greater the improvement they get, while those with weak strength are kicked out of the trial space before 10 days? Lin Ming was a little confused. Logically, the shorter the time it takes to break the king's cage, the stronger they are. But the information he got was exactly the opposite. People with poor strength can't stay there at all, while those with strong strength can stay for 2 months. There must be something fishy here. I will practice and figure it out. Lin Ming closed his eyes and meditated. After a moment, the purple Zuan spear was pulled out, and the King Kang Tru Yuan burst out from the spear body. Break it for me. Lin Ming shouted and stabbed the black barrier of the cage with a spear. There was a crisp click sound, and the black barrier trembled violently, but there was only a shallow mark, and it was still far from breaking. So strong. Lin Ming's heart trembled slightly. In the previous attack, he had used all his strength, except that he did not activate the power of the evil god and use the state of thunder and fire. Such a blow could make the earth-level treasure armor explode, but it only left a shallow mark on the king's cage. But it's normal. Lin Ming was not surprised. If it was pierced with one shot, it would be meaningless. The power of the evil god was activated, and Lin Ming also used the state of thunder, chasing lightning. Man and gun became one. Lin Ming turned into a purple light and pierced the barrier heavily. Crack. With a loud bang, the thick purple arc danced wildly like a python, and the king's cage trembled violently, and a shallow crack appeared. Broken? It's so easy to break. This king's cage will never be so simple. Lin Ming shouted, and the purple light in his hand rose again, chasing lightning. Bang! The black barrier, which had cracks on it, could no longer withstand Lin Ming's attack. It shattered into countless tiny pieces like broken glass. The king's cage was broken. The black barrier collapsed with a loud bang, and it was all broken into powder, and then disappeared into the void. Lin Ming returned to the white space again. The empty white space was boundless, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds. Black arcs of light fell like rain, covering Lin Ming, and condensed into a black barrier again, which was thicker than before. Lin Ming understood in an instant that the king's cage just now was just an appetizer. The trial of the king's cage is divided into many levels. The weak can pass few levels, so naturally they can hold on for a shorter time. The strong can pass more levels, so they can hold on for a longer time. But, isn't there a warrior who has not broken the cage, and stayed in the cage for several months? Wouldn't that mean he could last for a long time? Lin Ming couldn't help but have such a question in his mind. It seems that this king's cage is much more complicated than I thought, and it is definitely not that simple. There is no point in thinking too much, just wait and you will know. What Lin Ming has to do now is to break this second cage. The power of the evil god is activated again. Rejected. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, Lord Shen looked at Maha and asked calmly, "This ungrateful boy, he refused to accept my toast, and drank the penalty wine." Maha said angrily, still upset that Lin Ming had refuted him in public, until he was speechless. "Shen Gong, I've said it before, this guy won't surrender obediently. How come? We've taken out the bones of the demon god, but he still refuses. How can we expect him to leave the Tower of Babel obediently, after he has enough strength? It's better to implement my plan, while he is still weak." In the corner of the hall, the Dark Lord sat on a chair, tapping his fingers lightly on an ancient wooden staff. Lord Shen Gong pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "I don't believe in a human's promise either, but Dark, you said you want to trap Lin Ming to death in the king's cage. How do you do it? We don't have the ability to change the special training ground of the Tower of Babel." "Don't worry about that, I have my own way." The Dark Lord smiled, his dark eyes like the abyss. Chapter 589, Demonic Force Field. Piercing the sun. Lin Ming shouted, and the power of the evil god was activated to the extreme. The thunder and fire on the purple spear blended together, and the man and the spear became one, turning into a meteor, and heavily hit the black barrier. Boom. The black barrier trembled violently, and in the sharp impact, it collapsed in an instant and exploded completely. Lin Ming rushed out of the king's cage again. The third one. Lin Ming broke through 3 cages in a row. This was not difficult for him. At this time, a consciousness once again connected to Lin Ming's mind and conveyed information to Lin Ming. It turns out that breaking through 3 cages means completing the basic test of the title Shura, and you can choose to leave. Lin Ming looked not far away, where a ray of light flashed out of thin air, and after a moment it condensed into a teleportation array. According to the prompt of the information, as long as you step into the teleportation array, you can leave the king's cage. Leave the king's cage now, or continue to practice? Continue to practice. Lin Ming estimated the time. He had been here for no more than 2 hours, so of course he would not leave. Swish, swish, swish. The light fell like rain, but this time it was no longer black, but colorful. Lin Ming could feel that the light this time was very different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly what the difference was. Interesting. Lin Ming let the colorful light form a new king's cage. His inner essence kept running, and the power of the evil god burned brightly. At night, in the special training ground of the Tower of Babel, dozens of golden array patterns floated in the air. An old man of the dwarf demon tribe wearing a cloak held a red array drawing pen, and kept carving new array patterns in the void. The array patterns connected into one, as if isolating the entire space. Behind the old man of the dwarf demon tribe was the Lord of Darkness. He looked at the old man's actions expressionlessly, and remained silent until the black cloak finished drawing the first stage. The Lord of Darkness asked, "Master Suoj, how long will it take for you to complete the airlocking array?" "It will take another 2 days." The old man said. Suoj is the strongest formation master in the blood-killing plane. He is proficient in the current mainstream formations, and has a deep understanding of ancient formations. Suoj was seriously injured when he was young, and the magic crystal in his body was damaged. Although he later saved his life with the help of the best elixir, the injury was too serious, and could not be recovered permanently. His cultivation was trapped at the 1-star Demon King stage. Since his cultivation was hopeless, Suoj spent all his time studying the formation. By chance, he inherited part of the ancient formations. After comprehending them, his understanding of the ancient formations has reached a very high level. Well, that's right. I can have someone temporarily seal this place for the next 2 days, so that you can set up the formation with peace of mind. Don't make any mistakes. Of course. Suoj finished speaking, and continued to set up the formation. In the small world of the King's Cage, there is a teleportation formation leading to the Tower of Babel. After passing the trial, the warrior will pass through the teleportation formation and be transmitted out of the King's Cage. This is the formation that comes with the Tower of Babel, and SUOJ naturally has no ability to change it. What he could do was to block the space near the teleportation array in a roundabout way and trap Lin Ming in the King's Cage. Master SUOJ, how long can this locking space array last? The Dark Lord asked again. About 4 months. 4 months is enough. The Dark Lord's mouth curled up with an evil arc. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to get out alive after being trapped in the King's Cage for 4 months. If the King's Cage exceeds the warrior's ability to bear, his life will be in danger. Otherwise the warrior would not be given the escape talisman. However, even so, there have been many warriors who have fallen in the King's Cage before. The news that the titled Shura fell in the King's training ground must be very interesting. Although it may arouse the suspicion of many people, the Dark Lord can't care so much. The Dark Lord thought for a while and said, Master SUOJ, please come back once within 4 months to reinforce the formation again. Okay, SUOJ said. 4 months plus 4 months, a total of 8 months. Even if you are a real dragon, you will be trapped to death in the King's Cage. Time passed day by day, and Lin Ming was immersed in cultivation. His concept of time had become blurred. Break. Lin Ming stabbed the colorful light wall with a spear. The light wall shook violently, but after shaking for a few breaths, it stopped without any damage. The previous attack was already Lin Ming's full strength attack, but it didn't even make a dent. However, Lin Ming was not anxious and calmly began to prepare for the next attack. After such a long time, Lin Ming discovered the law of the King's Cage. To break the King's Cage, it is not to see whether the attack power of a single attack can reach the standard for breaking the cage, but to see whether the accumulated attack power can reach the standard. It seems that this cage has an invisible life value. Every attack will consume some of its life value until its life value is exhausted, and the cage will naturally break. When it reaches the critical point, even if you hit it with a random punch, the cage will shatter. In other words, as long as time is long enough, the cage will eventually break. Lin Ming has been trapped in the colorful cage in front of him for 2 or 3 days. However, as time went by, he began to find that something was wrong. In this colorful cage, an invisible energy field began to fill. At first, it was vague, just causing a little agitation in Lin Ming's true energy. Later, the energy field became stronger and stronger, acting on Lin Ming's whole body, forming a heavy pressure. From the skin, internal organs, meridians, to Danshan, everything was shrouded in this pressure. The heartbeat became heavier, and the blood flow seemed to be stuck by something. Even the flow of true energy in the meridians was no longer smooth. Even taking a breath required more effort than usual. After some time, even Lin Ming's soul began to be affected. Lin Ming was shocked. He felt that this invisible energy field had penetrated into his spiritual sea and collided violently with the black vortex of the reincarnation martial intent. What on earth is this? Lin Ming had never seen such a strange energy field before. At this moment, the voice appeared again in Lin Ming's mind. This is the heavenly demon martial will. What? The heavenly demon martial will? Lin Ming was stunned. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon in the Tower of Babel, he could obtain the heavenly demon martial will. Once this special martial will is activated, it can form a domain around him, which is the so-called field. Anyone who steps into this domain will be affected by this layer of field, and will exert 50% to 60% of his strength. The weaker the strength, the greater the impact of the heavenly demon martial will. So that's it. The heavenly demon martial will is to put a load on the body and soul of a person, thereby affecting the strength of a warrior. Those warriors with particularly poor strength will not be able to withstand the pressure, and vomit blood and die when they step into the energy field. Being enveloped in this energy field, you have to use all your strength to attack. The load on the muscles, meridians and internal organs can be imagined. No wonder some warriors can't hold on for more than 10 days. Lin Ming suddenly realized that in this case, the warrior's physical limit is to be squeezed. If he can hold on, he will naturally gain a lot. If he can't hold on, it's not surprising that he will die. With his body under this pressure, Lin Ming attacked the colorful cage again and again. Because the flow of true energy was blocked, each attack consumed more energy than before. As the energy field continued to grow, he felt his body was extremely heavy, and every part of his body was uncomfortable. Boom. 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 On the colorful barrier, the light of thunder and fire bloomed brilliantly. In such a continuous attack, Lin Ming found that under such pressure, the benefits he gained were greater than he had imagined before. If the warrior's meridians are like canals, then the danshan is the source of water, and the muscles, bones and internal organs are the farmland that needs irrigation. After the innate, whether the warrior is practicing or attacking, he absorbs the vital energy of heaven and earth through the acupoints throughout the body, gathers it in the danshan, and then passes through the meridians, and infuses it into the whole body. This passive infusion method has a big limitation, that is, no matter how you do it, it is difficult for the vital energy of heaven and earth to penetrate every part of the body. Usually, whether it is fighting or practicing, even if the body has been consumed to the limit and is extremely tired, there will always be some acupoints, meridians, and tissues that have not been used and experienced. If the body is not thoroughly trained, it will affect its own foundation and hinder the improvement of strength. But it was different in the energy field of the heavenly demon martial will. The field was a wonderful substance, invisible and immaterial, that could easily penetrate into every tiny unit of the body. Even the hair would not be missed. Heartbeat, blood flow, muscles, bones, bone marrow, meridians, every tiny part of the body. To overcome the suppression of the energy field, one needs to actively absorb the true essence and consume energy. This process is a good experience. In this energy field, even standing still is a kind of practice, not to mention now, under extreme conditions, all kinds of high intensity attacks have to be made. This is very beneficial to the body. Not only can the Juyuan system be trained, but the physical training system will also be so. And for people like Lin Ming who practice both the Dharma and the body, it is an environment that they can't wait for. After realizing this, Lin Ming was overjoyed, and his attacks became more fierce. One after another, the spear light continued to pierce a point. While Lin Ming was activating the power of the evil god, he also burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. The muscles and bones of the body, while bearing tremendous pressure, also received the input of fierce true energy. Such a drastic change caused some blood vessels on Lin Ming's body to burst directly, chasing the sun. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the colorful glazed cage shattered like glass. Lin Ming exhaled heavily, and the muscles in his arms were torn apart, bleeding. The true energy was consumed by 70% to 80%, and the body was exhausted. However, the benefits gained were also huge. He found that, unknowingly, his cultivation in the late stage of Xianshan became more and more solid, and he had begun to move towards the ultimate Xianshan. Chapter 590 Chaos Prison. From the late Xianshan to the extreme Xianshan, the improvement in cultivation is not that big compared to Lin Ming's current strength. But from the extreme Xianshan to the Zuandan, it is different. This will be a huge leap. In the Xianan continent, Xianshan warriors can only be arrogant in a small country of mortals, while Zuandan masters can dominate one side and establish a school. After swallowing a healing pill, Lin Ming had not had time to heal his wounds, and a new cage enveloped him and sealed him again. The heavenly demon force field did not show any sign of weakening and still enveloped Lin Ming's whole body, making it difficult for Lin Ming to heal his wounds. Once this heavenly demon force field is enveloped, it will not weaken, even if the cage is broken. In other words, as long as I stay in the king's cage for one day, I will have to bear the pressure of the heavenly demon force field for one day. This heavy pressure covering every tiny unit of the body, including the soul, gives people a feeling of being breathless, and the most terrifying thing is that this heavenly demon force field will slowly increase with the passage of time. This is also the reason why even top geniuses like Feng Shen can only stay in the king's cage for 28 days. Too tiring. If it is a normal practice, after the true essence is exhausted, you can sit in meditation for a few hours and sleep to replenish your physical strength. But in the king's cage, even if you sleep, your body has to resist the pressure of the demon force field, and it consumes true essence all the time. If it is a warrior with poor recovery ability, the true essence replenished by meditation is not as fast as the consumption. How can he stay in the king's cage? However, consumption is not a problem for Lin Ming. In terms of endurance and recovery, he is even stronger than the old monster of the first level of life. Of course, his strength is far inferior. Time passed day by day, and Lin Ming didn't know how much time had passed. Even though he had a super strong recovery ability, he felt extremely exhausted in his mind and body after being in such a heavy pressure environment for a long time. There was no part of his body that was not uncomfortable, including the sea of spirit, which was also under great pressure. This surprised Lin Ming especially. His soul defense was no less than that of a life-destroying warrior, but he still felt the pressure from the soul, so the situation of others can be imagined. It is worthy of being a trial of the Shura level. The 8 meteorites war emperor who could hold out for 2 months in this kind of trial is truly a peerless genius. Babel Tower, a special training ground. With a flash of light, a young man in white clothes walked out of the training ground and silently glanced at the king's cage. This young man was the top master of the 3rd floor of Babel Tower, Fengshen. At this time, the light gate of the king's cage was flowing calmly, like waves rippling in the breeze. However, under the calmness, Fengshen knew clearly how much the pressure in the king's cage would increase at this time. Today is the 40th day! Exclamation mark. At the beginning, Fengshen entered the king's cage and only lasted for 28 days. How long you can last has nothing to do with your personal cultivation, but depends on the degree of talent, the warrior's own resilience, perseverance, skills, and a series of other factors also have an impact. When Fengshen recalled his experience in the king's cage, he was still in a state of fear. At the end of the 28th day, the pressure increased to a higher level, so strong that it was about to tear the meridians and crush the soul. Fengshen had no choice but to use the escape talisman to teleport out. 40 days, it has been close to the level of netherworld Shura. This boy has an extraordinary talent. I was born in the same era as him. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. Fengshen shook his head, retracted his gaze, and turned away. 5 days passed in a flash. 45 days. This is the same time as netherworld Shura. This news quickly spread on the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower, which means that Lin Ming's talent has surpassed netherworld Shura. This is a completely legendary achievement. The warriors on the 3rd floor of the Tangshan Tower have all kinds of mentalities of admiration, envy, jealousy, and worship for Lin Ming. These days, almost every day, a large number of warriors intentionally or unintentionally pass by the special training ground, wanting to see if Lin Ming will come out. The days are counted one by one. 46 days, 47 days, 48 days, 50 days. As long as he persists for 10 more days, he can tie the record held by the 8 meteorites war emperor. If this is true, it will be outrageous. At this point, fewer and fewer people are jealous of Lin Ming. When Lin Ming's height far exceeds theirs, the jealousy fades instead, because they are not at the same level at all. At this time, people are often more willing to witness miracles in person. Humph. A bunch of idiots. They really think Lin Ming has persisted until now. In a private room of a restaurant near the special training ground, Yan Kai drank wine and sneered at the crowd gathered near the special training ground. In front of him, Maha and Qiang sat. These 3 people had surrendered to the Tower of Babel a year ago. Because they signed a contract, they were loyal to the Tower of Babel, and the Dark Lord did not hide what he did from them. They knew that Lin Ming could not get out. In 50 days, Lin Ming will most likely be dead. Although he is amazing, he is not yet at the level of the 8 meteorites war emperor. Even if he can be better than the 8 meteorites war emperor, it is meaningless. The Lord has decided to seal the formation for 8 months. Even if he is a reincarnated god or demon, he will suffer a grudge. Maha sneered while throwing dried fruits into his mouth. I really hope to see the expressions of these people in 3 or 4 months. It must be very exciting. They thought Lin Ming would create a miracle, but they only found out that Lin Ming was dead at that time. It is really ironic that a genius named Shura level fell in the Tower of Babel. Qiang smiled and touched his wrinkled chin. He felt sorry for the piece of demon god's bone in Lin Ming's Zumi ring. Qiang had seen this piece of demon god's bone before. It was as big as a pigeon egg. It was left in the king's cage and he didn't know if he could take it out. It was such a waste. Let's go to. This time, the Lord has opened the statue hall as an exception. Each of us has 10 days to comprehend. Go back and prepare well, and adjust to the best state. Don't miss this opportunity. Okay, let's go. Inside the king's cage, the pressure of the heavenly demon force field has risen to a high level. These days, Lin Ming has also discovered a pattern. The pressure of the heavenly demon force field will increase by 1 level every 10 days. In this process, Lin Ming's body has also been constantly adapting to the higher intensity of pressure. His physical fitness and meridian toughness have been constantly strengthened under this pressure. The heavenly demon force field is strengthening, and Lin Ming is also growing. What is this? When a new cage enveloped him, Lin Ming was shocked. This cage was completely different from the usual light curtain. It was completely dark in front of him, a chaos, and he couldn't see anything. The sticky darkness condensed into substance, merged with the heavenly demon force field, and covered him up. Lin Ming felt as if he was suffocating. This chaotic darkness has great resistance, and it is extremely difficult to move. Lin Ming felt like he was sinking into a quagmire in a swamp. He could not see anything. Even the perception he released was blocked by the chaos in an instant. Perception can only leave the body less than an inch. This is no different from being blind for a warrior. His chest was very stuffy. Lin Ming tried to breathe, but the gas he inhaled into his body was pitifully small. Could it be that the 8 meteorites war emperor was defeated at this level? Lin Ming thought carefully. After he entered the king's cage, he encountered the heavenly demon force field in less than 10 days. This can also explain why the worst batch of warriors could only hold on for 10 days before retreating from the king's cage, because they could not withstand the heavenly demon force field at the beginning. Then, Lin Ming counted carefully. The heavenly demon force field was strengthened 5 times in total. If I'm not mistaken, that means 50 days have passed. Adding the first 10 days, it is now exactly the 60th day, which is the time when the 8 meteorites war emperor retreated. What a stunning figure Baiyun is. He has passed through 8 levels of fate and comprehended the realm of time and space. No one of the same level emperors can rival him. As a human, he won the title of 12-winged demon in the Tower of Babel, which is full of obstacles. But he still retreated here, which shows how difficult this level is. Senior Baiyun was defeated here that year. Let's see how far I can go. Lin Ming shouted, and the evil god seed exploded. The bones in his body crackled and crackled, and there was a faint sound of dragon roar coming from Lin Ming's body. The purple Zuan spear lay horizontally, and on the tip of the spear, the power of thunder and fire intertwined, piercing the rainbow. Suddenly, a spear was thrust out, and the dazzling spearlight cut through the sticky chaos, with spiral ripples piercing out more than 10 feet away. However, that was the end. The spearlight was eventually swallowed by the chaos, and the spiral ripples with a diameter of 3 feet and a length of more than 10 feet pierced by the spearlight also slowly disappeared. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, rushing into the spiral ripple tunnel, rushing out 10 feet in one breath, and then he was swallowed by the chaos again. The resistance suddenly increased, and Lin Ming had difficulty in every step he took. There is no doubt that this sticky chaos is the king's cage of this level. In the past, as long as the attack power is enough, it will be broken sooner or later, but in this level, no matter how fierce the attack is, it will be useless. The chaos condensed into substance will always heal naturally. You can only walk out with your own feet. Lin Ming took out dozens of top-grade blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring, and sucked out the heaven and earth vitality and blood power in them in one breath. 8 gates of Dungia, Zuman open. Boom. Between Lin Ming's collarbones, a white light flashed. Lin Ming is now just touching the threshold of Zuman, which is not considered to be opening Zuman at all. Now forcibly using the power of Zuman immediately puts a great burden on his body. After opening Zuman, the powerful recovery ability, coupled with the powerful power addition, Lin Ming aimed at the direction he had just advanced in, and stabbed out again. The spear pierced through the chaos, and Lin Ming moved forward step by step. Lin Ming didn't know how large the area of the chaos was, and he didn't even know if this method of escaping the prison of chaos was correct, but he had no choice but to move forward. Chapter 591. Question. The only one in 10,000 years. 2 months later, Lin Ming still hadn't come out. As the 61st day approached, the news quickly spread in the Babel Tower. The time Lin Ming had spent in the King's Cage had broken the record of the 8 meteorites war emperor. This was a legendary achievement, the only one in 10,000 years. The news quickly spread in the Babel Tower. Not only the warriors on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower, but also the warriors on the 2nd and 1st floors knew about it. They didn't know what it meant to stay in the King's Cage for 2 consecutive months, but the title of the only one in the 10,000 years of the Polar Star Tower was something that even mortals understood. The first in 10,000 years. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. In a well-decorated tea house, Emogu drank tea and listened to the discussions of the warriors around him. He had been to the 2nd floor to visit his sister these days and only just learned the news. He felt incredible. Perhaps in a few decades, the Holy Demon Continent will have another 8 meteorites war emperor. In front of Imogu, King was eating pastries, thinking for a while and said, "When I saw him a year and a half ago, I didn't think he was so powerful. Senior brother, do you think we can win him over?" Win him over? What can we use to win him over? We are just an ordinary 5th grade sect. Besides, who knows where Lin Ming comes from? Such a genius can't just appear out of thin air. Maybe there is a top level master behind him. Emogu shook his head, fiddled with the tea leaves floating in the tea bowl, took a sip, and said, "Don't expect to win over such a person. It's good to make friends with him. Fortunately, although my first meeting with him was not good, I finally eliminated the bond later, so we can be regarded as a little friendship." In the Holy Demon Continent, humans have been weak for a long time, and Emogu is still very happy to see a top-level strongman appear. Making friends with Lin Ming is also very beneficial to their sect. Time passed day by day, and soon it was 70 days. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, the news had already spread like wildfire. Every day, many warriors rushed to the special training ground to see when Lin Ming would come out. He actually took 10 more days than the 8 fallen war emperor. What a monster. 70 days. Feng Shenpan silently looked at the flashing light gate of the king's training ground, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had never thought that Lin Ming could reach this level before. He was once proud of his talent, but now he was far surpassed by Lin Ming. Feng Shen, this is the first time I see such an expression on your face. Suddenly a voice came. Feng Shen turned around and saw that the person who came was Yang. Yang pinched his chin and looked at the light gate of the king's cage with a smile, with an indifferent expression. "Feng Shen, this is not like you. When are you not calm and indifferent? When have you ever had such a frightened expression?" Feng Shen frowned slightly. With his arrogance, he usually had no intersection with anyone. He simply disdained to interact with these people. In Feng Shen's eyes, Yang was just a person who was willing to be a lackey for resources. Such a person could achieve certain results, but his mind was not strong, and it was impossible for him to reach the extreme. Feng Shen said nothing, turned around and was about to leave. Yang was a little unhappy with Feng Shen's reaction. He snorted and said, "You only know that Lin Ming has been practicing in a special training ground until now? Are you sure he has the ability to surpass the 8 meteorites war emperor? Maybe he has died in there. The king's cage is dangerous to die." Before there was no escape talisman, the probability of falling into the king's cage was extremely high. Many warriors originally thought that they could withstand the pressure of the heavenly demon force field. After breaking through a cage, in order to squeeze their potential and gain greater improvement, they entered a new cage. As a result, the pressure of the heavenly demon force field gradually increased, and the attack became more and more difficult. In the end, they could not break the cage, and died in it. Later, with the escape talisman, the mortality rate was greatly reduced, but there were still falls. Just like a mortal who works hard for several days without sleep may cause sudden death, a warrior under the tremendous pressure of the heavenly demon force field will have a great burden on the heart, danshan, and soul. Long-term accumulation may cause sudden death. The heart suddenly stops beating, the sea of spirit collapses, and the danshan explodes. In this case, there is no life to activate the escape talisman. Died in there? Feng Shen sneered. How could a true dragon level genius die in the king's cage? After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Yang and turned away. Fuck. This Feng Shen, what's so great about it? Relying on his strong background and high talent, he doesn't take us seriously at all. If you are from the same background as me, you still have to kowtow. Damn it, wait and see. After 70 days, you can still say that Lin Ming has created a miracle. Wait until 100 days, 120 days, and see if you can still say it. A true dragon level genius. Pa. Qiang spat. He was nakedly jealous of Lin Ming. I'm really looking forward to your expressions when you find out that Lin Ming died in the king's cage. A top emperor level genius died in a training ground. Haha. How ironic. How interesting. Thinking of this, Qiang's mouth curved up, and he felt extremely happy. He wished that the time would quickly reach 100 days to see if there were any warriors who would still shout for Lin Ming. 75 days. 80 days. 85 days. Time passed day by day. When it reached the 80th day, some people suspected that Lin Ming died in the king's cage. However, this suspicion had not yet become the mainstream. After all, he was a top emperor level genius. Wouldn't it be ridiculous for him to die in the king's cage? However, the rumor was still spreading slowly. By the 85th day, more and more people believed that Lin Ming was most likely dead. This is simply a joke. The man who was engraved on the king's stele and given the title of Shura died in the king's cage. Who would believe this if others told them? In a restaurant on the 3rd floor, some warriors were discussing Lin Ming. These days, Lin Ming had become the topic of conversation among all the warriors, and he was being discussed in almost every restaurant. Believe it or not, this is the truth. Maybe Lin Ming is too confident and didn't estimate the limit of his body's endurance. He is so stupid. Lin Ming is probably dead. Otherwise, 85 days is 3 months, which is almost a month longer than the 8 meteorites war emperor. It's too exaggerated. How is this possible? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. It's so funny. A troll warrior laughed and slapped the table. Look at how arrogant those human clowns on the 3rd floor are these days. They thought that the human race would be proud of themselves. As a result, Lin Ming died in the king's cage. I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen such a stupid one. This IQ is a fatal flaw. He died even with the escape talisman. How weird is it? He was also given the title of Shura. Don't make me laugh. This is the funniest joke in the past 1,000 years. The trolls and humans are mortal enemies. When Lin Ming was at the peak of his career, these troll warriors certainly didn't dare to say a word. Now that Lin Ming is dead, they have nothing to worry about. All the pent-up jealousy has burst out. The genius of the human race is also their competitor. Everyone is happy when he dies. Emogu was also in the restaurant. Hearing these discussions, his face turned extremely ugly. He didn't want to drink anymore, so he stood up and left. Hey, isn't that who? What's his name? The troll warrior who spoke earlier saw Emogu. On the 3rd floor, Emogu's strength was at the bottom, and many people couldn't remember his name. It seems that his name is Emogu. A dwarf demon next to him reminded. Oh, Emogu, I remember. Haha, Emogu, come and have a drink, and tell me about the glorious deeds of Lin Ming, the top genius of your human race. The troll warrior laughed wantonly. He was suppressed by these humans a few days ago, and he was holding his breath in his heart. Emogu suppressed his anger and said coldly, only 85 days. Are you sure that Lin Ming can't hold on? Just because you can't understand a realm doesn't mean it doesn't exist. A realm that I can't understand? Haha. What you said reminds me of when I was a kid. There was a kid who couldn't beat me. Every time I beat him to a pulp, he would say, wait for me to go home to my dad and let him beat you up. It's so funny. The troll warrior slammed the table and ridiculed Emogu mercilessly. Emogu's face became uglier and uglier. There was no point in arguing anymore. In fact, even he didn't know if Lin Ming was really dead. Lin Ming, please come out quickly. People like you are destined to be the top level of the continent in the future. How could you die in the king's cage? Emogu sighed. Is this because humans don't have enough luck? Are they destined to never give birth to such a powerful person? The king's cage, the snow white land, seemed to be covered by a dark cloud, endless. The dark cloud was extremely sticky, so sticky that it could be cut with a knife. The dark color seemed to be stained by ink. The dark cloud rolled quietly. At a certain moment, there was a muffled sound, and a small piece of the dark cloud was lifted up. It seemed that a ray of golden light flashed by. Then, it became quiet again, and the dark cloud was still a dark cloud. After an intense stick of time, the golden light flashed again, staying longer than the last time, and then disappeared again. This time, the disappearance time was particularly long, as if the golden light was gathering strength. After half an hour, there was a clear whistle like a dragon's roar, and a golden light column as thick as a bucket, like a sword of the gods, completely broke through the dark cloud, and pierced the sky. At the moment, when the dark cloud broke, a figure rushed out of the cloud hole opened by the light column. He fell to the ground with a bang. Finally out, Lin Ming lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. He had been trapped in the chaos prison for nearly a month. This was truly a horrible experience that was too painful to recall. The chaos prison was extremely sticky, and even if Lin Ming tried his best to move forward, his speed was as slow as a turtle. He had no choice but to use his attacks to break the chaos prison, and while the chaos was being torn apart, he rushed out a few steps. This was faster, but the consumption of his true essence was also like running water. You know, even if Lin Ming used his ultimate move, the rainbow piercing, he could only open up a passage of a dozen feet. And how big was the chaos prison? Lin Ming had no idea. Chapter 592, King's 100 Days. For a whole month, Lin Ming was in complete darkness, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. His internal organs were under great pressure. Every small step he took required great effort. The exhaustion made him feel that life was worse than death. Being exhausted to the extreme was even more unbearable than pain. When people were in extreme pain, they would become numb after a long time. But he could never get rid of exhaustion. Not only that, he also had to endure the torture of loneliness and emptiness. After all, humans are social animals. Even if warriors could endure the loneliness of practicing in seclusion, it was in a relatively comfortable environment. In such a crazy environment, there was no sound, no light, and endless walking. The exhaustion made people crazy. The most desperate thing was that they could not see the end at all. They had no idea where to go. They didn't even know if this method of breaking through the chaos prison was right. Even though Lin Ming was determined as iron, he was close to collapse after walking for more than 20 days. In the last few days, Lin Ming couldn't even tell whether he was alive or dead. He moved forward completely mechanically and finally broke out of the chaos prison with one breath. During this period, Lin Ming did not know how many times he had broken through his physical limits. You know, in terms of endurance, Lin Ming was comparable to the mighty Ming Iron, but even so, he had consumed it to this extent. This prison of chaos was simply not something a human could pass through. With trembling fingers, Lin Ming took out a top-level elixir from the Zumi ring and swallowed it. He began to meditate and regulate his breath. At this time, the great effect of the XIU gate was reflected. Even if Lin Ming only touched the threshold of the XIU gate, the benefits he gained were enormous. A vortex of vitality was almost rolled up between Lin Ming's collarbones, continuously absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, replenishing it into Lin Ming's body, and moistening the already dried meridians. After recovering a little physical strength, Lin Ming took out dozens of top-grade blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring, and sucked the vitality and blood power contained in them in one breath. In this way, Lin Ming's face regained a little color. After half an hour, Lin Ming returned to his usual state. Looking inward at his Danshan, Lin Ming was shocked. In just 1 month, he had unknowingly reached the peak of the late Xianshan. He was only a little short of the ultimate innateness. It had only been a few months since he broke through the late innateness. The gap between the late innateness and the ultimate innateness was not small. He had almost crossed it in such a short time. The effect of this chaos cage was really terrifying. It was normal to think about it carefully. He kept his body at its limit at all times, suppressed his body's potential to the greatest extent, and with the effect of the heavenly demon force field, every cell in Lin Ming's body was thoroughly trained. However, this kind of inhuman experience was really unbearable for ordinary people. Even Lin Ming didn't want to experience the pressure of the chaos cage again, at least not in the short term. Standing up, Lin Ming suddenly found that, after adapting to the chaos prison, simply bearing the heavenly demon force field, although it still felt extremely heavy, was no longer as uncomfortable as it was at the beginning. This alone could also show how much Lin Ming had improved in the past month. It can be said that Lin Ming's foundation is now as solid as it can be. Needless to say, the Juyuan system, the true essence cyclone in the Danshan, has condensed into substance, and even the bone marrow has been retrained. The body training system is also solid to the extreme. I really don't know who built this king's cage. This person is definitely an extraordinary figure. It seems that many things happened in the plains where Xianan continent and Shengmo continent are located more than 100,000 years ago, and many outstanding figures have emerged. But I don't know why. Until now, these things, including the history of 100,000 years ago, have been lost. When Lin Ming was feeling happy about his progress, a huge pressure suddenly enveloped him, causing his blood to surge, and he almost spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Lin Ming knelt on one knee, supporting the purple Zuan spear. The sudden heavy pressure caused his meridians to rupture in many places. Too strong. Lin Ming almost couldn't help but curse. This king's cage didn't even give people a chance to breathe. The designer seemed to have expected that after the warrior broke through the king's cage, his strength would be greatly improved, so he made the pressure of the heavenly demon force field even higher, so that the warrior was under heavy pressure again. Crack, crack, crack. Around Lin Ming, the power of space seemed to be distorted, and then, under Lin Ming's own eyes, the space collapsed. The broken space formed a large number of space fragments, sealing off the surroundings. In this enclosed space, there were hideous space cracks everywhere. Some of them Lin Ming could still see, while others were completely invisible and undetectable. They were like the huge mouths of wild beasts, waiting for their prey to come. This is also a cage. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. He finally saw the horror of the king's cage. It has only been 3 months. Who knows what will happen if it continues? The predecessor who designed this cage was so talented and amazing. Not only was his strength terrifying, but his creativity and imagination were also unrestrained. The 12th cage, the dimensional fragment. Do you want to try to pass through? That consciousness appeared again in Lin Ming's sea of spirit, and then a glimmering teleportation array appeared in the cage. After the chaos prison is the dimensional fragment. I don't know what will happen next. Lin Ming chose yes without hesitation. Then the teleportation array disappeared. Then, in this closed space, the space fragments began to twist, and the space cracks swam like a spirit snake, which shocked Lin Ming. There is no doubt that this time the UN fragment can kill people. If it is cut in half by the space crack, even if you activate the escape talisman, it will be too late. Using space fragments as a cage, and there are constantly changing space cracks in the cage. What a handicraft. Such a cage. It is terrifying to think about it. At this time, 95 days have passed outside the king's cage. 95 days. Even Emagu began to feel a sense of despair in his heart. Although he was unwilling to believe it, reason told him that Lin Ming was most likely to fall. The king's cage becomes more difficult as time goes by. The 8 meteorites war emperor has only reached 60 days, but Lin Ming has already reached 95 days. It is about to break 100 days. Is this possible? In the special training ground, Fengshen took a deep look at the rippling light gate at the entrance of the king's cage and sighed slightly. Unexpected. Fengshen shook his head and turned away. He felt sorry for Lin Ming's death. Although he thought he was not as talented as Lin Ming, Fengshen did not envy Lin Ming at all. He knew that it was unfortunate to be born in the same era as a top genius, but Fengshen believed that having a goal to catch up with would also promote his own improvement. Otherwise, he would not be able to see higher peaks, and would never know how high the mountains outside the mountains would be, which would inevitably affect his vision and capacity. However, now that Lin Ming had fallen, this goal also disappeared. Fengshen felt that it was lonely at the top in the Polestar Tower. Chapter 593 Crisis. In the dimensional fragment cage, Lin Ming closed his eyes and stepped on the golden peng-breaking void body skill. However, under the huge pressure, his steps were not so brisk, but rather heavy. In this space cage, eyes are completely useless. Space cracks cannot be seen with the naked eye. Even perception is of little use. The only thing Lin Ming can rely on is his understanding of the laws of space and his mastery of space power. Whenever a space crack quietly approaches, Lin Ming can feel the fluctuation of space power. This fluctuation is like water waves, with ripples coming from nothing. Whenever this happens, Lin Ming will dodge in advance and avoid the cutting of the space crack. With Lin Ming's strength, even if he has trained his strength into his marrow and his body is comparable to a treasure, plus the condensed body protecting true essence, he is as fragile as paper in front of the space crack. Swoosh. A purple gold spear light flashed, like a meteor, shooting on the space barrier of the space cage. Crack. The spear burst, and the space barrier only shook slightly, and then returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. In the past few days, Lin Ming has been attacking the space barrier, but he has never been able to shake it. However, in this endless attack, Lin Ming's understanding of the power of space has been deepened unconsciously. At this moment, Lin Ming's body shook violently, and a burst of blood rain burst out from his shoulder without any warning. As soon as the blood rain appeared, it was torn into red mist by some force, and rolled into an invisible vortex. Lin Ming was shocked and retreated quickly. The right shoulder was completely torn apart. That was close. Lin Ming's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Just now, when he was distracted from attacking, a space crack the size of a piece of paper quietly approached. Such a small space crack caused too small a ripple of space power. In addition, Lin Ming was distracted, and his perception was no longer sharp, so he failed to notice it. A small space crack can cause such terrible destructive power. Fortunately it was just the shoulder. Lin Ming felt cold. When he first entered the ruins of the demon god emperor's palace, the space cracks there were not so terrifying. At that time, those powerful beings above the second level of life form were not afraid of space cracks when flying in the broken world. Lin Ming thought that, although his current strength was not as good as that of the old monster life form, it was not too far behind. However, just now, it was just a small piece of space debris the size of a piece of paper, which completely tore his shoulder. It can be seen that the power of space cracks in different worlds is completely different. The broken world in the demon god emperor's palace is close to collapse, and the power of space is too weak. On the contrary, the world in the king's cage is very stable. The more stable the space, the stronger the power of space. After the space collapses, the more terrifying the space cracks and dimensional fragments formed are. Who dares to say that the attack power of the space realm is not strong? If you can really fully master the space realm, touch the origin of space, and tear the space with a casual blow, who can resist such an attack? After ascending to the god realm, distorting the space of the god realm, using the extremely stable god realm space as a weapon, how powerful will it be? Although the prospect was fascinating, Lin Ming had no time to be distracted at this time. He found that there were more and more tiny space fragments and space cracks in the space. From the space cracks that were 1 foot long, 3 or 4 feet long at the beginning, they were now only the size of a piece of paper. If such fragments were pierced into the arms or thighs, Lin Ming could still withstand it with his super recovery ability, but if it was pierced into the heart, Lin Ming doubted whether the evil god seed or the magic cube would protect him at the critical moment. There are more and more small fragments, which should be shattered by my attack. The originally stable space was twisted and broken by the strange force field. Coupled with Lin Ming's attack, the small space fragments increased. The pressure of the demon force field has increased again. At this time, the demon force field was strengthened again, which was undoubtedly worse. Not only did the body slow down, but even the perception became dull. Lin Ming could hardly detect the fluctuations of the tiny space force. This is like a warrior suddenly blurred his vision in the rain of guns and swords. Oh no. Lin Ming's back was covered with cold sweat, and the situation was out of control. After more than 100 days, Lin Ming finally began to find that he could not continue. The dimensional fragment cage could not be broken, and the tiny space fragments were hard to defend against. Even under this huge pressure, it was difficult for him to maintain his speed for a long time. Holding the escape talisman in his hand, Lin Ming hesitated. This king's cage can only be entered once in a lifetime. He has gained a lot here in the past 3 months. It is really hard for him to leave, but at this point, if he is not careful, he may fall in it. The title of Shura, falling in the king's cage, that's a big joke. However, when 4 or 5 space fragments disappeared from Lin Ming's perception, his face finally changed. Resolutely crushing the escape talisman, Lin Ming made up his mind to leave the king's cage. A teleportation array appeared under Lin Ming's feet, and a light flashed. Lin Ming was shrouded in the golden light of the escape talisman, and his figure became blurred. Lin Ming's face changed. He clearly felt that when he was about to pass through the space channel and reach the Tower of Babel, the space there was actually blocked. The exit of the transmission channel is sealed, and there is no way out. What's going on? Boom. In Lin Ming's hand, the escape talisman exploded into ashes, and then the light disappeared, but Lin Ming was still standing in the space cage. The space of the Tower of Babel was blocked, which was equivalent to blocking the exit. Could it be? Lin Ming's mind raced. He was not a fool. The only people who could do this, and would do this, were the higher level people of the Tower of Babel. The formation that blocks the space, the Tower of Babel, really has a capable person. This formation is considered complicated even among the ancient formations. Lin Ming inherited the memory of the formation master of the divine realm, and he also had a lot of knowledge about this formation. It can be used to block the transmission formation, and it is not easy to set it up. Want me to die here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and murderous intent was burning. Hoo 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 hoo. In the space cage, space fragments flew everywhere, and Lin Ming could even hear the sound of space fragments colliding and breaking each other. The sound sounded crisp, but it was the sound of death. What should I do? Even though Lin Ming had always been calm, he was a little panicked now. Although he knew a lot about the formations that blocked the space, it was not an easy task to break the space locking formation. Not to mention that Lin Ming was not sure he could break it. Even if he was sure, there was a necessary condition. That is, he had a teleportation formation that led to the space blocked by the formation. This was obviously impossible for Lin Ming. Book Friends Group 182,380,907. Welcome to join. Please do not spread pirated information. Do not involve pornography. Do not talk about national affairs. Thank you for your cooperation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Go for Broke. The teleportation array will only appear after a cage is broken, and it will only stay for a short time. In this short period of time, it is not realistic for Lin Ming to break the lock array. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a chill on his back. The tiny space fragments appeared and disappeared from time to time. It was impossible to avoid them all. If this continued, he would definitely die. Kai. With a light sound, Lin Ming's ears were cold, and a space fragment flew past his ear. The rolled up space vortex directly wiped his ear and made it bleed. He didn't notice this fragment at all. Fortunately, it just flew past his ear and was affected by a little space force. If it shot into his eyes, the consequences would be disastrous. What should I do? Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly, and at the same time, he was extremely vigilant and careful around. Seeing that several more tiny space fragments disappeared from the perception field, Lin Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Qianxue furnace. Yes, there is Qianxue furnace, which contains a small world inside, and you can enter the Qianxue furnace inside. The first treasure in the Demon God Emperor's palace is at least a top level treasure of the heavenly rank. Lin Ming can only open the first level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace now, but it's enough. Lin Ming summoned the Qianxue melting sun furnace at the fastest speed, opened the furnace cover, and rushed in directly. Now, he can only rely on it. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Qianxue melting sun furnace trembled slightly, and a piece of space debris hit the furnace body of the Qianxue melting sun furnace and exploded. The Qianxue melting sun furnace only shook for a while, without breaking a single thread. This treasure that can be called a divine weapon is naturally not something that space debris can break. Lin Ming exhaled a breath of cold air. He had already hidden in the first level of the Qianxue melting sun furnace. With the furnace cover closed, this is a completely enclosed space. Lin Ming absorbed the Brahma dragon root here. Although I can't use this Qianqian melting sun furnace to attack, I can use it for defense. Until now, he couldn't really activate the Qianqian melting sun furnace. He never thought that it would have such an effect. The pressure of the heavenly demon force field is still there, but it has weakened a little. Although Lin Ming was in the Qianqian melting sun furnace, he could still clearly feel the pressure of the heavenly demon force field, but it was mostly isolated. This pressure is really pervasive. Thinking about it carefully, these 12 towers, the blood-killing field, the eternal demon pit, and even the ruins, that are more terrifying than the demon god emperor palace. Otherwise they would not have killed 12 powerful emperors in an instant. Even the 6-fingered evil demon who was awarded the title of the 12-winged demon and the strongest in the holy demon continent, encountered a bottleneck when he cultivated for 6,000 years and went to the eternal demon pit to find resources. He also died in it, and his body was not left. Relatively speaking, the demon god emperor palace is much quieter. There is a more than 90% probability that the life-destroying strongmen who enter will come out intact. After all, when the demon emperor established the demon god emperor palace, he had not yet ascended to the god realm. No matter how powerful he is, he will not be stronger than the mysterious power in the eternal demon pit. The huge beast claw described by Dagu was so earth-shattering that it could kill 12 powerful emperors with one claw, and one of them was even a saint lord. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Feeling the space debris hitting the Qianqian melting sun furnace, Lin Ming frowned. Although he hid in the Qianqian melting sun furnace, he couldn't hide forever. If he couldn't break the dimensional fragment cage, he couldn't go back, and the force field pressure in the Qianqian melting sun furnace was constantly increasing. It was just a poison to quench thirst by hiding in the Qianqian melting sun furnace. When the pressure was stronger, it would be even more difficult for him to break the space cage when he went out. What to do? Lin Ming was silent for a while, gritted his teeth, and took out a black glass round bead from the Zumi ring. It was the bone of the demon god. According to Dagu, this was the essence condensed from the energy field of the bodies of those powerful emperors and emperor-level masters who were buried in the eternal demon pit. Just like pine oil balls buried underground for hundreds of thousands of years will turn into amber, the energy in the eternal demon pit that is so rich that it almost condenses into substance can also condense into natural crystals after a long time. This kind of crystal, if it is integrated into the origin of life and nourishes the fire of life, it will be of great help to the powerful demon king to break through the bottleneck of the demon emperor, not to mention improving the strength of the warrior. It is enough to drive the demon king level warrior crazy. Of course, it can also be used to temper the body, but this is an extremely wasteful practice. Even the troll warriors will not be so extravagant. Tempering the body, Lin Ming muttered to himself. He had a little understanding of the use of the demon god bone from Dagu, and he roughly got a little from Maha, that is, to integrate the energy of the demon god bone into the origin of life. For human warriors, the so-called origin of life is the Danshan. For troll warriors, the origin of life is the magic crystal. Lin Ming also cultivated the human Juan system. Logically, when he absorbed the demon god bone, he should also absorb it into the Danshan. However, Lin Ming did not want to do this. He planned to use the bones of the demon god to temper his body, which was the most wasteful method. He wanted to integrate the extremely rich energy in the bones of the demon god into the human, and use it to break through the last limit of the 8 gates of Dungia. This was the shortcut that Lin Ming could think of to break through his strength now. With my current strength, swallowing the bones of the demon god should be no problem at all. Lin Ming also had some understanding of the bones of the demon god. Since the 7 stars of the heavenly demon could use it, he should not have any problem. Of course, swallowing the bones of the demon god was no problem, but whether he could use it to break through the 8 gates of Dungia, Lin Ming was not sure at all. From tempering the marrow to the 8 gates of Dungia, it was equivalent to an improvement in a major realm, and there was an insurmountable gap in between. Just from how difficult it was for Lin Ming to complete the tempering of the marrow back then, you can imagine the difficulty of truly fully opening the 8 gates of Dungia. Although he has touched the threshold of the 8 gates of Dungia now, it is at most equivalent to half a step of the 8 gates of Dungia, just like half a step of Xianshan and half a step of Xuanden. It is said to be just a little bit short, but it is very different from the real Xianshan and Xuanden. Success or failure, this is a one to try. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming injected his true essence into the demon god's bone. As the true essence flowed in, the demon god's bone gradually softened, changing from a regular sphere to an irregular shape. After a moment, it turned completely into liquid. The black liquid was as black as ink, and it had a luster like glass. Lin Ming pointed his finger and split the black liquid into two. He swallowed half of it, and the other half was applied to the zumen between the collarbones. The black demon god's bone was cold when it entered the mouth, but it was hot when it was swallowed. The demon god's bone that was applied to Lin Ming's collarbone was also like a fire. With a hissing sound, the black liquid flowed like mercury, penetrating every pore. Soon, it penetrated from the pores of Lin Ming's skin into the zumen under the collarbone. The demon god's bone was originally a fierce medicine. With crossing Shan's strength at the time, he could not use it at all. Lin Ming's current strength is naturally far superior to crossing Shan, so it stands to reason that using the devil god's bone should not be a problem. However, the actual situation was beyond Lin Ming's expectations. He was now under the tremendous pressure of the heavenly demon force field. The cells in his body were resisting the heavenly demon force field all the time, and he could not let his state reach the peak at all. While resisting the heavenly demon force field, the manic power of the devil god's bone also poured in. The two powers originally came from the same source. At this time, as the energy of the devil god's bone poured into Lin Ming's body, they actually had a tendency to merge into one. In an instant, Lin Ming felt as if his throat was smoking, as if a demonic fire was burning in his body. Originally, the cells in Lin Ming's body were under heavy pressure. At this time, the energy suddenly increased, and some cells in Lin Ming's body directly ruptured. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, which was the blood gushing out of his body's ruptured tissues. Oh no. Using the devil god's bone to open the 8 gates of Dungia was originally an attempt by Lin Ming on a whim. What would happen if he really swallowed the devil god's bone was completely unpredictable. He never expected that the energy of the demon god's bone would be so compatible with the heavenly demon force field. The two came from the eternal demon pit and merged without any conflict and began to wreak havoc in Lin Ming's body. This meant that Lin Ming's body had to bear double energy pressure. Hot. This was Lin Ming's biggest feeling. He felt as if his body was on fire and heat was surging in his meridians, danshan, and internal organs. Like magma flowing in his body, Lin Ming wanted to forcefully suppress and absorb this violent energy according to the body training method in the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, but he had already consumed more than 50% of his true energy, and now he seemed particularly powerless. Puff! A ball of blood mist exploded on Lin Ming's arm. After the blood gushed out, it was burned instantly without the protection of the true energy, as if Lin Ming's body had become a furnace. The energy was becoming more and more violent, while Lin Ming's true energy was consumed greatly, and he was about to lose control completely. Once this happened, Lin Ming's body would likely be completely burned by this violent energy. Kai kai kai. Lin Ming seemed to be able to hear the sound of the ends of his meridians being burned. It's so hot, so thirsty. Grasping his throat, he felt as if his collarbone was burning, and this heat also spread to his throat. He groped for the Sumeru ring with difficulty, wanting to take out some water from it, but when he stretched out his hand, he touched something cold. This is. Lin Ming took the thing out and saw that it was a jade box. A slight chill emanated from the jade box, causing a layer of white frost to condense around it. He opened the jade box and saw that it was a cocoon woven by electric arcs, and in the cocoon was the nameless divine pill refined by the Brahma dragon root. When Lin Ming tried to open the 8 gates of Dungia, he melted part of the medicinal power of the nameless divine pill and swallowed it, and the rest was sealed in this jade box. The nameless divine pill, which had shrunk a circle, was covered with a layer of blue cold light. When it was placed in the jade box, one could clearly feel the terrifying icy air contained in it. This ancient breath seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years, which made people feel suffocated. Lin Ming clearly remembered that when this pill was thrown into the sun source, it directly froze the water of the sun source into a block of ice. The absolute coldness, deep into the water, was icy and piercing, as if to freeze the soul. Just getting close to it, the muscles began to tremble, and direct contact would directly tear the flesh apart. One is extremely cold, the other is extremely hot. Two extremes. Lin Ming suddenly gritted his teeth, raised his head, and swallowed the nameless divine pill. Chapter 595, Breakthrough. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. The nameless divine pill is made mainly of Brahma dragon root, and is refined with various other rare natural treasures. It is a more powerful medicine than the devil's bone. When Lin Ming absorbed the nameless divine pill, he dissolved its medicinal power in the sun source and absorbed it, and he only dared to absorb a small half. Even so, Lin Ming's hands were frozen and cracked, and the pain was piercing. Now, Lin Ming chose to swallow it directly. His strength is now much better than before, but the key is that his physical condition is extremely bad now. Swallowing the nameless divine pill at this time is simply a suicide act, but Lin Ming has no other choice. If he continues like this, his true essence will be exhausted sooner or later. At that time, his meridians and muscles will inevitably be burned by the manic energy of the devil's bone. Using the extremely cold and nameless divine pill to fight against the violent and scorching energy of the devil's bone, Lin Ming chose this crazy approach at the critical moment of life and death. Go all in and fight to the death. Lin Ming circulated his whole body's true energy to the extreme, gritted his teeth, and swallowed the nameless divine pill. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had not swallowed a pill, but swallowed 10,000 years of cold years. From the mouth to the stomach, the cold spread all the way. The throat lost consciousness in an instant. The cells in the body were frozen, the blood froze, and the cold invaded the meridians and blood vessels, spreading wantonly. Then, it collided with the burning power of the demon god's bone. The spreading cold air, encountering the burning flame, immediately began a fierce collision. Originally, the power of the demon god's bone alone was not the opponent of the nameless divine pill. However, the demon god's bone and the heavenly demon force field are of the same origin. The fusion of the two energies is just on par with the nameless divine pill. On the contrary, the energy of the nameless divine pill is incompatible with the heavenly demon force field. When the two meet, they collide wantonly, wanting to annihilate each other. Lin Ming's body is a battlefield. Although the extreme cold in the blazing heat would not burn or shatter Lin Ming's meridians, the violent energy released by the collision of the two would directly tear open Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels. Lin Ming knelt on the ground, and his internal organs seemed to be twisted together. That feeling was really worse than death. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's nostrils, eyes, and ears were bleeding. After the blood from the nostrils flowed out, it turned into thin ice, while the blood from the ears had obvious signs of burning. This kind of wanton destruction of the body would have killed an ordinary warrior long ago. However, Lin Ming has condensed extremely powerful blood and ki power, the blood of the reverse scales, the blood of the ancient phoenix, and various natural treasures in his body over the years. In addition to the nourishment of the King Qianxue essence with the attribute of endless life, Lin Ming's recovery ability is beyond the reach of even the emperor. He could not control any of the two energies. He could only grit his teeth and use the last true essence to operate the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra to move the battlefield where they collided to the rest gate. The two energies, one blue and one red, collided violently at the Zeman like an angry dragon. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded between Lin Ming's collarbones, and his flesh and blood were completely torn apart. Even his bones were broken. Lin Ming felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His body went limp, and he didn't even have the strength to kneel down, and fell to the ground completely. Blood flowed along the wound between Lin Ming's collarbones, and the broken bones could vaguely see a little bit of golden bone marrow. The energy was surging, and earth-shaking changes were taking place at the Zeman. However, Lin Ming no longer had the true essence to control the two violent energies, and could only let them wreak havoc in his body. Soon, a small pool of blood flowed, and Lin Ming felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, his vision was blurred, and he gradually lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming woke up faintly, and a glimmer of light shone into his eyes. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt, especially between the two collarbones and his chest, which was painful and itchy. His true essence was completely consumed, and he didn't have any energy left. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Lin Ming tried to gather a little perception, and looked inside his body. He suddenly found that the energy of the demon god's bone and the nameless divine pill in his body had disappeared. Between his collarbones, where the resting gate was located, flesh and blood had grown again, and the broken bones were healing. The resting gate was opened! Exclamation mark. Lin Ming realized this, and was stunned for a long time. He felt extremely unreal. Opening the resting gate is more difficult than 100% marrow tempering. At the beginning, Lin Ming only relied on a Brahma dragon root to complete the marrow tempering, but opening the resting gate, even if he swallowed the nameless divine pill refined by the Brahma dragon root, could only allow Lin Ming to touch the threshold. Lin Ming used the demon god's bone to temper his body and open the resting gate, which was just an attempt. He never expected that the power of the demon god's bone and the heavenly demon force field would merge into one and collide with the nameless divine pill. Ice and fire fought, and their violent energy finally gathered at the Zeman gate under Lin Ming's efforts. The fierce confrontation between the two broke out here, and they actually broke through the shackles of the Zeman gate in one breath. This also means that Lin Ming has finally officially entered the physical training realm of the 8 gates. Although his injuries have not yet healed, but Lin Ming can already see that the vitality of heaven and earth gathers between his collarbones, flowing into the Zeman gate like a leak, rolling up a vortex of true energy. Not only that, the Zeman gate can also purify the vitality of heaven and earth autonomously, making it more pure. Opening the Zeman gate, the warrior's body can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth autonomously at all times, and the benefits to cultivation are self-evident. In battle, the true energy can also be restored at a very fast speed, which is equivalent to Lin Ming taking recovery drugs all the time, and the energy provided by the Zeman gate is extremely pure, unlike the pills that will cause poisoning if taken too much. Lin Ming can clearly feel that after these vitality of heaven and earth flow into his body, it nourishes the dry meridians in his body, and his physical strength is recovering at an astonishing speed. From not being able to move even his fingers, in just one stick of incense, Lin Ming felt his strength return. The small wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the severe injuries on his chest, which were broken and shattered, felt itchy, and he could even feel the tissues there growing. A quarter of an hour later, his true essence had recovered to an acceptable level. The small wounds on his body completely disappeared, and the severe injuries at the Zeman were half recovered. Half an hour later, the severe injuries at the Zeman were 80% healed, and Lin Ming's true essence returned to its peak state. In the past, if Lin Ming was injured so badly, even if he meditated and took pills, he would not be able to recover so quickly. The vast and pure true essence poured into his danshan, and Lin Ming felt that his danshan was shaken suddenly, as if something was shrinking violently. Looking inside his body, he suddenly found that he had reached the innate extreme. The innate extreme is only one step away from the Zuandan. Of course, many warriors are stuck at this step for their entire lives, but this is not a problem for Lin Ming at all. His foundation is so solid that it can't be any more solid. It's a natural thing to cross this step. There is no bottleneck at all. In this way, Lin Ming is closer to Zuandan. The speed of his cultivation has even exceeded his own expectations. From the late Xianshan to the extreme Xianshan, Lin Ming's strength has not improved much, but from the extreme Xianshan to Zuandan, it's different. The true essence in Lin Ming's Danshan has long been extremely condensed. Once it forms a Zuandan, his strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. And Lin Ming is only 19 years old now. Before he turns 21, he has the hope of Zuandan. You know, Mu Qianxue was also Xianshan at the age of 22. Until Lin Ming left, she was unable to Zuandan. Lin Ming's cultivation speed is terrifying. The earlier you break through Zuandan, the greater your life potential. 21 and 22 years old are the best time in life for mortals with a lifespan of only a few decades. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists excitedly. This time he got a blessing in disguise and his strength was greatly improved. How much he increased, even he himself didn't know. You don't know until you fight. Now I should be able to break the dimensional fragment cage. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he jumped out of the Qianxue furnace. He felt full of strength. Those who had hurt him, he would not let them off easily. Outside the Qianxue furnace, the pressure of the heavenly demon force field was still there, and it was even more than before, but the feeling of falling on Lin Ming was much lighter than before. The heavenly demon force field was no longer an obstacle that Lin Ming could not bear. The suppression of the force field on the soul power was reduced, and Lin Ming's perception was naturally more acute, and he could clearly capture those tiny space fragments. In his field of vision, it was like some shining stars. Lin Ming took a deep breath and moved his feet. His steps, after integrating into the increasingly skilled space artistic conception, had become erratic and ghostly. Obviously, the gap between the two space cracks was so narrow that it was impossible to pass through, but when Lin Ming took a step forward, the space seemed to have a strange distortion, and he just passed through. A shot was stabbed out. The power of the evil god was activated, the blood of the ancient phoenix burned, and the vast true essence erupted like a volcano. Boom. The space barrier trembled violently. Because the suppression of the demon force field on Lin Ming was reduced, Lin Ming's attack power naturally increased a lot. After my strength breakthrough this time, the attack without the integration of artistic conception is no less than the previous attack with the integration of artistic conception. What will happen if I integrate artistic conception? Lin Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The power of thunder and fire poured into the purple Zuan gun. The thick arc flashed wantonly, and the scorching flames burned fiercely, pouring all his potential and will into the purple Zuan gun. Lin Ming's whole body burst out with true energy, piercing the rainbow. A spear stabbed out, cutting through the void, and the space fragments caught in the energy were torn apart. This shot hit the cage of the dimensional fragment heavily. Boom. With a loud noise, the space cage shook violently. Countless fragments flew, and a crack visible to the naked eye appeared on the space barrier, and then disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. However, this short crack, that only lasted for a moment, has already indicated that it is only a matter of time before Lin Ming breaks through this dimensional fragment. This is the first update, and there will be 3 more updates today. I underestimated everyone's energy, but it doesn't matter. If there are monthly tickets, I will fight. I will definitely keep my promise. Chapter 596. Break again. The last cage. Boom boom boom. Lin Ming attacked non-stop with one shot after another. The space barrier trembled violently, and the cracks disappeared immediately after they appeared, and then they could stay for a few breaths of time. Finally, before the old cracks disappeared, new cracks were born. There were more and more cracks, and they were getting denser and denser. In such attacks, Lin Ming's understanding of the space realm became more and more profound. When the cracks were dense enough to connect together, there was a loud bang, like glass shattering, and the space cage finally collapsed completely under Lin Ming's attack. As the space collapsed, a large amount of chaotic space power surged out. The broken space fragments did not disappear, but were swept into the turbulent flow of space power, forming a space storm containing countless space fragments. Usually, the space storms that Lin Ming encountered were just formed by the simple space force. Although fierce, if one had enough strength and a deep understanding of the space realm, he could also seek self-protection in the space storm. However, this time, the space fragments were also integrated into the space storm, and its terrifying destructive power can be imagined. Moreover, Lin Ming also felt that the time in this space was also distorted. If he could not adapt to the power of time, he would be dead if he made a mistake. Facing such a space storm, Lin Ming's face was solemn, but his eyes were shining with excitement. If it was before the opening of the 8 gates of Dungia, Lin Ming would never dare to rush into this space storm, which was tantamount to suicide. However, now that he has the power of the 8 gates of Dungia, and has broken through the innate extreme, Lin Ming's heart is burning with fighting spirit. When he broke through the space cage just now, he didn't have a good fight at all. After controlling the changes in time, Lin Ming did not hesitate to open the power of the evil god, and rushed into the space storm with the purple spear in hand. This space storm containing the law of time is obviously a new cage. If you don't break through it, there is no way to talk about leaving the trial space of the king's cage. As soon as he entered the space storm, Lin Ming felt a terrifying tearing force, as if it was going to tear his body apart. This space storm is the most violent space storm Lin Ming has encountered so far. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 space fragments shot at him. Lin Ming moved his footsteps. His body seemed to be incredibly twisted in an instant. He passed directly through the narrow gap between the 2 space fragments, which was less than 1 foot wide. Crack. The two space fragments collided with each other and exploded, forming more and smaller fragments. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart trembled. In this space storm, the dimensional fragments kept colliding. If they continued to collide, the fragments would become smaller and smaller, and more. At that time, even if Lin Ming's understanding of the space artistic conception was strong, and he could clearly capture the location of each space fragment, he would not be able to avoid them all. He must rush out of this cage as soon as possible, otherwise there would be no time. Lin Ming did not dare to delay any longer. He stepped on the golden peng-breaking void body technique and rushed into the depths of the space storm. Although the space storm was fierce, it would not block Lin Ming's progress like a space barrier. Lin Ming used his understanding of the space artistic conception to move around in the terrifying storm in the indestructible space fragments. Although the space storm was a great obstacle to him, Lin Ming's speed was still very fast. He rushed over a distance of more than 10 miles in just one stick of incense. It seems. Lin Ming suddenly felt something wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Ming continued to move forward. After another stick of incense, Lin Ming's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. He found that he seemed to be spinning in the same place. The space storms around him were exactly the same. Lin Ming could tell that he had been in the same place just by relying on an intuition. From the beginning to now, he has not taken a single step forward. Could it be that the space is distorted? If the originally straight space is distorted and becomes a closed circle, then you think you are moving in a straight line, but in fact you are always circling around a center of the circle and finally return to the starting point. But now Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception of space has reached a very high level. He calmed down and felt that, although the space force around him was violent, there was no sign of distortion at all. What is going on? Could it be? Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. Is it time? When he entered the space storm, he felt that the flow of time was a little wrong. He adjusted it a little and thought he had adapted to the distorted time in the space storm. But is it really that easy? This cage is behind the dimensional fragments. It is undoubtedly more difficult to break through. Is there such a simple time concept? When Lin Ming thought of this, his back was a little cold. Time is more weird than space. Such unknown and weird things always arouse people's fear. Even Lin Ming is the same. In the past few years, Lin Ming's understanding of space concept has been continuously deepened, but time concept is still lacking. It turns out that this cage is not a space storm, but a time cage. The space storm on the surface is just a cover. The real killer is the time trap inside. What is going on? Why do I feel that I have adapted to time, but such a weird thing still happens? It seems. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he continued to use his body skills to move in the space vortex, moving again and again, and returning to the starting point again and again. Back to the origin. Lin Ming suddenly realized something, and turned around to see the flying space fragments around him. These space fragments were clearly constantly colliding and breaking, but after such a long time, the space fragments around him were still the same size, and had not broken into smaller space fragments at all. Could it be time returned to the origin? It was not space distortion, but time returned to the origin? Weird. My thoughts and consciousness were not affected by the reversal of time, but only my position returned to the origin with the reversal of time. Lin Ming felt that his thoughts were in a mess. There was no doubt that the cage he was in was a cage where time and space were intertwined. Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception of space was enough, but his understanding of the artistic conception of time was still a little lacking. He stopped moving, completely calmed down, and used his heart to perceive this invisible time cage. Time, which was more empty than space, could still be perceived by space, but time was completely abstract and could not be detected by eyes or perception. While Lin Ming calmed down and felt, he avoided the attacks of space fragments. In a flash, the good day passed. At first, Lin Ming had to move his steps and use his body skills to dodge the space fragments. Later, he almost merged into the space. Space fragments shot over like flying knives, and Lin Ming's body was like a willow branch blown by the wind, easily avoiding these space fragments, as if it was not Lin Ming who took the initiative to dodge, but the space force aroused by these space fragments when flying pushed Lin Ming away. Lin Ming has completely merged with the space force. Chaotic images kept passing through Lin Ming's mind. Time is just the change of all things, an illusion of consciousness. Changing the flow rate of time only changes the speed of change of all things in people's consciousness. Rather than saying that the time dimension I am in is constantly returning to the origin, it is better to say that my consciousness is trapped in the maze of time and cannot see the direction I'm moving forward. I thought I was moving forward, but it was just my illusion, so no matter how I ran, I was just standing still. Time can flow backwards and become chaotic, but it cannot change the original intention of a warrior. Stick to my martial arts heart and explore the maze of time. At that moment, Lin Ming seemed to have touched the origin of time. Although it was only for a moment, he did see it. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was no more confusion in Lin Ming's eyes. He still did not move. However, the space storm around him seemed to be distorted, and time was also in chaos. Time is the illusion of consciousness about the rate of change of all things. To break through the maze of time, Lin Ming did not need to move a step, but to remove the demons and illusions in his heart. Running the reincarnation martial arts, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was clear. At that moment, he seemed to see a correct way out in the chaotic maze of time. Without hesitation, Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and moved forward rapidly. The space storm and the flying space fragments passed by Lin Ming at a rapid speed. Lin Ming seemed to have turned into a flexible fish. All the fatal dangers seemed to be to highlight his lightness and elegance more clearly. Lin Ming's steps became faster and faster, and his consciousness became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, he felt that his eyes were bright, and the space storm was broken by him. The next moment, he had come to a peaceful white world. Time and space returned to normal. At the moment when the space-time cage collapsed, the space fragments in the cage flew into the space cracks, just filling up the space cracks. For a moment, the space cracks and space fragments disappeared together, and everything returned to calm. Lin Ming watched this scene with his own eyes, and his heart was horrified beyond words. The power of space could actually be used to such a clever degree. To what extent does this understanding of the artistic conception of space reach? It is really hard to imagine. At this moment, the voice penetrated into Lin Ming's mind again. Congratulations on breaking through the last cage, the space-time cage. So far, you have successfully broken through 13 cages, and only the Emperor's Road is left. Lin Ming was shocked after hearing this. The Emperor's Road, is this also part of the King's Cage? Swish. A light gate appeared out of thin air, shining like mercury. The King's Cage ends here. The trial time is 108 days. You are not yet able to pass the Emperor's Road. Now you are given the reward after breaking through the King's Cage. Reward. Lin Ming was stunned. There is a reward. Lin Ming was just daydreaming when he suddenly felt the surrounding demon force field suddenly collapse and then poured into his body like a tide. This feeling was like his body was suddenly blown up. Lin Ming groaned and almost vomited blood. Chapter 597. Shurer of the Demonic Martial Will. 71 monthly tickets. Can you ask for 29 more to make up 100? There is one more update. Bang. The purple Zuan spear stabbed heavily into the ground, and Lin Ming barely stood up by supporting himself with a spear. His body was shaky and his blood vessels were dilated. He felt as if his meridians were shattered, and the entire space's demon force field was all absorbed into his body. The pressure can be imagined. Fortunately, he was strong enough. If an ordinary warrior suddenly endured such a huge pressure, he would have exploded and died. But then again, how could an ordinary warrior break through the 13 space cages and get to this point? The demon martial spirit that permeated the space disappeared and all poured into Lin Ming's body, radiating out with Lin Ming's body as the center. The pressure in the space suddenly eased. Well, this is. Lin Ming looked inside his body and felt that his true energy was rolling like a surging sea tide, much stronger than before. These days, Lin Ming has been under the heavy pressure of the heavenly demon martial will. Although he gradually adapted to it, in fact, his soul true essence and body were still greatly suppressed, and he had to draw out energy to fight the pressure. Now, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and he only felt that his whole body was full of strength. The weight of his body seemed to be no longer felt. The true essence was vast and surging, and he couldn't help but vent it out. The power in my body has been suppressed for so many days, and it was suddenly released. I realized that I have become so strong. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Now, the thing he wanted to do most was to find an opponent of equal strength and fight a good fight with all his strength. It felt so strong, and there was the heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming felt that the heavenly demon force field in the space had been engraved in his soul. Although the range and power of this force field were much weaker than those in the king's cage, there was no doubt that the seeds of the heavenly demon force field had sprouted. As long as time passed, when his strength became stronger and stronger, the heavenly demon force field would also become stronger and stronger. Is this the heavenly demon martial will? Lin Ming asked. This is the first form of the heavenly demon martial will, Shura, and it is now granted to you. Shura. Lin Ming was stunned. From what he heard, Shura martial will has many forms. The heavenly demon martial will is not a single martial will, but a fusion of 3 seed martial wills. If you only get one of them, the power is extremely limited. If you confuse the 3 martial wills, you can achieve the real heavenly demon martial will. With the martial will alone, you can easily kill the so-called sealed emperors in your world. What? Lin Ming was stunned. Can you kill the sealed emperors with just the martial will? From the tone of this voice, it is full of disdain for the sealed emperors of Xianan continent and Shengmo continent. Indeed, under this Polestar Tangshan Tower, there is a terrifying power that makes people frightened. With just one claw, 12 sealed emperors were killed in seconds. They really have the capital to despise the world. But even so, Lin Ming still couldn't accept the killing of sealed emperors with just the martial will. This is too strong. If I fuse the 3 martial intentions now, can I kill the powerful emperor? Lin Ming felt that this was simply a fantasy. If this heavenly demon martial intention was so powerful, then wouldn't the ethereal martial intention and the reincarnation martial intention he had obtained before be a joke? You can't fuse into a complete heavenly demon martial intention. The voice denied Lin Ming. Your strength is far from enough. Not to mention fusing the 3 martial intentions. You can't even collect them all. After hearing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. After passing the king's cage, I got the first form of the heavenly demon martial intention, Shura. Then, what form of the heavenly demon martial intention can I get by condensing the 12-winged heavenly demon to 2? The voice said, condensing the 12-winged heavenly demon to 2 is the second form of the heavenly demon martial intention, killing God. Killing God. When Lin Ming heard this term, his heart trembled. Indeed, condensing the 12-winged heavenly demon to 2 requires continuous killing to achieve it. The number of people killed here may not be exaggerated, but none of these people are ordinary people, but young heroes of the same generation. Among them, some people, as long as they don't die, will definitely be able to step into the realm of life and death, and some people may even have the hope of becoming an emperor. It can be said that to condense the 12-winged demon to 2, one has to kill hundreds of future life-falling strongmen, or even emperor strongmen. Lin Ming is now only at the peak of the 6-winged demon, but any of the geniuses who died under his command are the leaders of the younger generation of the 5th grade sect. In addition to the killing God's martial intent, what is the 3rd martial intent? How to obtain it? The 3rd martial intent is Emperor's Un. Through the Emperor's path, you can obtain the 3rd kind of demon martial intent, and then whether you can fuse the 3 depends on your understanding and opportunity. Emperor's path. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. It is rumored that those who can walk the Emperor's path are already Emperor strongmen. If a powerful emperor is integrated with the 3 martial intents of Shura, God of Killing, and Emperor's Un, it would be easy to kill a powerful emperor of the same level with martial intent alone, right? Even killing across levels is not difficult. It seems that the voice's description is not exaggerated at all, but rather conservative. Are you a temple spirit? Lin Ming suddenly asked. When he entered the Phoenix secret realm, he also encountered a temple spirit. Temple spirits are the so-called soul clan. All things have spirits, whether it is mountains, rivers, plants, earth, or rivers. The temple spirits of the Phoenix secret realm are the spirits that are born from a rock after a long period of time. Its lifespan is as long as that of a rock. It sleeps for a long time and is perfect for guarding the trial ground. The voice was silent for a while and said, "Yes, I'm from the Stone Soul clan." Sure enough, Lin Ming was secretly shocked. It seems that this guy may have lived for millions or tens of millions of years. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Senior Temple Spirit, can you tell me what happened in the Eternal Demon Pit more than 100,000 years ago? What is in the Eternal Demon Pit now? How were the 12 Tangshan towers built, and what was the purpose of building them?" "Sorry, I can't tell you." Temple Spirit refused. Lin Ming secretly felt sorry, but he had expected something. This Eternal Demon Pit might involve a great secret from the ancient times. It was indeed rude of him to ask this question. "Sorry senior, I'm rude. I thank Senior Dianling for taking care of me during this training. No need to thank me. I'm just doing what I should do. You can leave. I'm going to sleep." After Dianling finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving Lin Ming alone standing in the empty king's cage space. He turned his head and looked at the teleportation light gate beside him. There was no doubt that the space was blocked at the other end of this light gate. The locking space array? Lin Ming's mouth curved. He did not ask Dianling to help break the space blockade because he was sure to break it himself. As long as there is a stable teleportation array leading to the locking space array, it is not difficult to break it. The third floor of the Tower of Babel, a special training ground. In the hall of this special training ground, a large array was arranged. This array was arranged 2 days ago. The hazy array light isolated all explorations, and no one knew what was going on inside. Every day, many warriors came in and out of the special training ground, so they naturally saw this light curtain and were curious about what was happening inside. I heard that there was a problem with the king's cage, and the 12 lords asked someone to repair it. I saw a weird old man from the dwarf demon clan walk into this light curtain a few days ago and stayed there for several days. This old man seemed to be a formation master. Outside the light curtain, 4 warriors gathered together, and one of the giant demon clan warriors was talking casually. "Repair the king's cage? How is that possible?" Another warrior curled his lips in disdain. "These are ancient relics. Let alone repairing them, they can't even be destroyed. For people like us, it's good fortune to get a little benefit from the king's cage. Study it? Repair it? Don't be kidding." But that old man is indeed a formation master, and he has a name, and seems to be quite capable. If he is not here to repair the formation, then what has he been tinkering with in the king's cage for so many days? Who cares what he is tinkering with? I just want to know when the king's cage will be reopened. Since the last time Lin Ming went in, the king's cage has not been open to anyone. It's been almost 4 months now, and Lin Ming has been dead for a long time. Why is the king's cage still not allowed to be used? When will it be sealed? Yes, there were originally very few high-level resources, and most of them were occupied by the 7 demon stars who surrendered to the Lord. Now if another one is sealed, there will be even fewer. There are probably still some idiots who think Lin Ming might be alive. This Lin Ming is also arrogant and a fool. He has a good cultivation base and his strength could have been ranked in the top 10 of the 3rd floor. He actually died in the king's cage. What a joke. Time has passed too long. Slowly, the discussion of Lin Ming by the 3rd level warriors has faded. On the 85th day, there are still people who stubbornly believe that Lin Ming is not dead. At that time, those who thought that Lin Ming was dead naturally made all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule, and exchanged sharp words with those who thought that Lin Ming was not dead, mostly humans. As a result, time soon passed to the 100th day. Now, even those who firmly believed that Lin Ming could create a miracle shut up. Those proud trolls and dwarfs naturally made some sarcasm towards the human race. All kinds of unpleasant words were said, and the faces of the 4th level human race were swollen these days. Many human warriors have considered leaving the Tower of Babel, such as Emogu, who is already packing up. It's not because they were slapped in the face, but the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel has indeed exceeded the potential limit of most humans. They can only survive here. If they continue to mess around, the probability of their demise is very high. When talking about the incident of slapping the human race in the face 10 days ago, the 4 troll and dwarf warriors were all laughing. This kind of funny thing naturally caused another exciting discussion. The 4 people were chatting, and suddenly the light curtain behind them trembled slightly. Huh? What's going on? A troll warrior turned his head and looked at the light curtain. The light curtain trembled from time to time, and the movement became more and more violent, as if something was going to happen. Could it be the king's cage is finally going to be reopened? The dwarf warrior who spoke was delighted. Chapter 598 Return. Sacrifice the gun with blood. The light curtain of the formation arranged in the special training ground is just to cover up the truth. In the past few days, there is only one old man of the dwarf demon tribe in the light curtain. He is the formation master invited by the Dark Lord, Suogen. Suogen is proficient in ancient formations, and this locking sky formation is naturally his work. The locking sky formation can only last for 4 months. In order to be on the safe side, the Dark Lord asked Suogen to come back and reinforce the formation when the formation is about to fail. 1 formation, 1 reinforcement. The Dark Lord gave Suogen 6,000 high quality blood evil crystals. 6 full boxes. This is a huge fortune. Thinking about Suogen makes me excited. The formation master is a lucrative profession, but it is also a money burning profession. Those precious formation plates, formation flags, rare formation drawing materials, ancient formation jade slips, which one is not sky high? Because Suogen was seriously injured when he was young, his cultivation is not high, which makes it difficult for him to earn blood evil crystals. With this money, Suogen could enjoy himself for a while. Thinking of this, Suogen laughed, and his dry face wrinkled together like a pile of black pig skin. His hands became faster and faster, and array symbols flew out of Suogen's hands like golden leaves. The Dark Lord really values this kid named Lin Ming. He is still not satisfied with my 4-month array formation, and asked me to set it for 8 months. Although the Dark Lord did not clearly say what the purpose of setting up the locking sky array was, Suogen was not deaf. He naturally heard the discussions of the 3rd level warriors about Lin Ming these days, and immediately understood that the Dark Lord asked him to set up the array, just to seal Lin Ming in the king's cage. This is really incredible. A lord personally gave the order, and used such a roundabout method. It can be seen that Lin Ming is extraordinary. After paying attention, Suogen realized that Lin Ming was a titled Shura. The 4th titled Shura in 10,000 years. This is a legendary figure. Boy, don't blame me. My formations are all ancient formations. You should be satisfied that you died under my formation and made the Dark Lord spend so much effort and pay 6,000 high-grade blood crystals. The only thing I can do is to make your coffin more exquisite. Suogen licked his lips. He felt full of accomplishment that he could use his formation to kill a titled Shura, a human genius who could become a top emperor in the future. Maybe the dwarf demons and formation masters would remember him in history. He was unable to break through to a higher level of martial arts because of his serious injuries, but he was proud of leaving such a good name in the formation. He was content to draw the next golden formation symbol. When he was about to complete the drawing of a large formation symbol group, the formation suddenly shook, and the formation symbol that was about to be completed inexplicably broke. Suogen was stunned. The explosion of this formation symbol also caused a large loophole in this formation symbol group. What happened? Suogen frowned. Could it be that something happened inside the king's cage? If there was a spatial turbulence inside the king's cage, it would not be surprising that it affected his locking space array. Suogen shook his head and picked up the array drawing pen to fill in the array symbol. However, as soon as he drew a stroke, he heard a bang 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 sound, and 3 array symbols shattered in succession. Suogen was a little confused for a moment. It seemed that the scale of this spatial turbulence was not small. He was about to fill in these exploded array symbols, but then, bang 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 bang. Like the sound of raindrops hitting an iron barrel, the array symbols under the pen exploded one after another. In an instant, this group of array symbols that was about to be completed completely collapsed. Bad luck. Suogen cursed. It took him most of the day to draw this group of array symbols. Redrawing, it would require materials and a lot of energy. Just when he was furious, he heard a loud boom. Next to this group of array symbols, the second group of array symbols also exploded. Then, the explosions continued. In just a few breaths, the large array under SUOJ's command completely exploded. The bound space force instantly returned to normal. The locking space array failed. SUOJ was stunned. The large array failed. How could it be? Was it really caused by the space turbulence? For some reason, SUOJ felt a cold feeling in his heart, from the soles of his feet, thighs, waist, and straight to his head. He shuddered inexplicably. It has been 4 months. Even if the large array failed, Lin Ming should be dead. SUOJ felt scared. He was hesitating whether to report this matter to the Dark Lord immediately. At this moment, a blue light gate appeared out of thin air in the void portal. At that moment, SUOJ's forehead was sweating. Could it be? Calm down. He may not be able to deal with me. SUOJ thought so, turned around and fled, wanting to rush out of the special training ground and then inform the Dark Lord. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that his speed seemed to slow down infinitely. He was running desperately, but he couldn't move forward at all. This strange feeling made SUOJ horrified. SUOJ's heels were weak. He felt like a mortal standing in front of a tiger cage, and now the cage was opened. Arsehole. SUOJ's eyes were red, and he turned around and swung his hand suddenly. A formation disk flew out and shot straight towards the light gate. However, before the formation disk approached the light gate, a crisp click sound was heard, and the formation disk exploded and turned into powder. Immediately afterwards, a thin spear light shot out from the light gate and pierced SUOJ. SUOJ roared, drew a sharp sword from the zoomy ring, and slashed at the spear light. However, his speed was too slow. He was trapped in the vortex of time and could not break free. No. At that moment, SUOJ was desperate. He had just raised the sword in his hand, and the spearlight had already pierced in front of his eyes and shot towards his eyebrows. In SUOJ's terrified eyes, the spearlight pierced through SUOJ's body, protecting true essence without any suspense, shot into SUOJ's eyebrows, shattered the sea of consciousness, and shot out from the back of his head, bringing out a burst of blood and brain matter, piercing the light curtain of the formation behind SUOJ. Swish. The light curtain was torn apart in half. SUOJ's eyes were completely empty. In the last moment of his life, he saw a young man wearing a torn blue shirt and long hair hanging down to his waist stepping out of the portal. His eyes were as sharp as the lightning of the 9 heavens. His momentum was as cold as the abyss of the 9 netherworlds. Seeing this young man, SUOJ inexplicably felt the coldness of his soul, as if a mortal was lying naked in the snow on a freezing cold day, piercingly cold. This was also SUOJ's last feeling. Haha, the king's cage is finally open. This time it's my turn to go in. Watch me show my power and stay in there for 20 to 30 days. Outside the light curtain of the formation, the 4 trolls and dwarfs were still happily talking about Lin Ming and the past of the king's cage, mocking the human race of the Tower of Babel as being as ridiculous as clowns. They didn't know what happened in the formation. The light curtain of the formation was set up to isolate others from prying eyes and naturally isolate all sounds and images. After all, the Lord of the Tower of Babel didn't want others to know that they framed the young hero. Now, the 4 trolls and dwarfs saw that the light curtain of the formation was suddenly torn open by a beam of light, and they thought that the king's cage was finally going to be unsealed. Finally done. Damn, we waited so long. It's so unlucky. This king's cage can only have 1 person enter at a time. In the past, ordinary people would only stay in for more than 10 days. Even if they met a pervert like Feng Shen, they would only stay in for 28 days. Just wait. But this idiot Lin Ming died as soon as he entered. It doesn't matter if he died, but he wasted so much of our time. I've never seen such a stupid person. It's just weird. A dwarf demon warrior cursed. Another warrior laughed and said, haha, it's really stupid to the extreme, but it also added a lot of fun to us. Just when he said this, he got stuck. He looked at the torn light curtain in front of him in astonishment. Then, expressions such as seeing a ghost, incredible, unbelievable, and fear flashed on his face one by one. He watched a long-haired young man in a torn blue shirt walk out step by step from the torn light curtain of the formation. He casually pushed away the broken light curtain of the formation, as easy as pushing away a spider web. The facial expressions of the dwarf demon warriors were distorted in an instant. Lin Ming. In an instant, all 4 warriors were stunned on the spot, like clay sculptures. How is this possible? Question mark. 4 months. In nearly 4 months, 108 days, Lin Ming came out alive. Exclamation mark. The 8 meteorites war emperor only stayed in the king's cage for 60 days, which is already a record in thousands of years. How could he stay for more than 100 days? Lin Ming looked at the 4 warriors, coldly stretched out his hand, and in his palm, the blood-drinking seal was flying. Waves of murderous intent spread wantonly. What do you want to do? The dwarf demon warrior who spoke earlier panicked. Don't be afraid, this is a forbidden fighting area, he dare not do anything to us. A troll warrior who seemed to be the leader of the 4 people said. According to the regulations of the Tower of Babel, the special training area is a forbidden fighting area, and violations will be hunted down by the law enforcement team. Lin Ming didn't say anything, step by step approaching, his sure martial intent unconsciously emanated. The most powerful part of the Shura of the demonic martial will is the pressure of the force field. The 4 warriors felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and the flow of their true energy seemed to stop instantly. What are you going to do? If you do it, you will be executed by the Lord. The troll warrior said fiercely. Lord? Lin Ming's mouth curved, and this curve looked a bit ferocious. Are you despising the Lord? When the warrior said this, there was a click sound, bloodlight flashed, and the blood-drinking seal flew out. The troll warrior grunted in astonishment, and then he felt dizzy. The ground was getting closer and closer, and his body was getting farther and farther away, and his head just rolled to the ground like a ball. Chapter 599, use you to sacrifice the knife. Puff. Blood spurted out like a fountain, 1 or 2 feet high. The eyes of the troll warrior were bigger than copper bells. He stared at Lin Ming blankly, his mouth wide open, his expression twisted, and he could not close his eyes until he died. Lin Ming. The other warriors were all shocked. Killing someone on the spot, and in the forbidden fighting area. Escape separately. Hold on until the law enforcement team comes. A warrior suddenly shouted. After all, they were desperate criminals who had experienced life and death for a long time. Although they were afraid in their hearts, they could still remain calm. A dwarf demon warrior took out the sound transmission talisman while running away, preparing to send a message to the Lord and the law enforcement team. However, just as he was about to light the sound transmission talisman, he suddenly felt that his speed slowed down. Everything turned into a slow motion. No matter how he ran, he couldn't run fast. This feeling made him crazy. He clenched the sound transmission talisman in one hand, but before he could use it, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Then, he saw something shooting out from the position of his heart on the left side of his chest, bringing up a puff of blood. Its terrifying speed formed a sharp contrast with his slowness. His body fell down limply, blood soon flowed into a pool. The 3 fleeing warriors were instantly killed by Lin Ming. Together with the troll warriors he had killed before, it only took a few breaths to kill these 4 people. Lin Ming, if you kill me, you will die. The dwarf demon warrior was still not dead. His heart was completely broken, and blood was gushing out. He gritted his teeth, and said this last threat, but he did not find a trace of panic on Lin Ming's face, only sneers and ridicule. Bang! The dwarf demon warrior's breathing stopped abruptly after his throat was crushed by a foot. Killing 5 people in a row. 4 of them were trialists, and they were also very powerful and senior trialists. After they died, the evil spirits on their bodies dissipated and condensed into a savage demon phantom in the air, rushing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and the demon force field exploded. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shadows of the sky demon were directly crushed by the force field, and turned into pure evil spirits that poured into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming was only at the peak of the 6-winged sky demon. After all, these 4 trial takers were also people who could step into the special training ground. The amount of evil spirit in their bodies was no less than that of Lin Ming. The 4 forces merged into one, and rushed towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea in an instant. The menacing momentum vowed to make Lin Ming lose his mind. Lin Ming snorted coldly, and the reincarnation martial will was activated, directly crushing the surging energy. The evil spirit was finally completely dispersed and slowly absorbed by Lin Ming. The sky demon tattoo on his arm quickly unfolded the fourth pair of wings. The outline of the wings went from completely blurred to slowly clear, and finally stabilized at the early stage of the 8 wings, and then stopped the growth momentum. The early stage of the 8 wings is already close to the level of the 7 stars of the sky demon. After a long sigh, Lin Ming shook his head. Just now, he had an irrepressible murderous intent in his heart. Although Lin Ming had the martial spirit of reincarnation and could always stick to his original intention, the long-term killing and death battles over the years also formed a hard-to-resolve hostility in his heart. In addition, he was trapped in the king's cage for a full 108 days this time, and he was always under the huge pressure of the heavenly demon force field. His spirit was always highly tense, and all of this came from the trap of the 12 lords. If it weren't for the coincidence that the energy of the nameless divine pill and the demon god's bone was completely opposite, and the collision with each other opened the 8 gates of Dungeon by chance, Lin Ming might really have died in the king's cage. Hatred, hostility and murderous intent have been suppressed for a long time, and now they have erupted, affecting Lin Ming's mentality for a while. He took away the zoom earrings of the 4 dead, and took away their blood essence, to condense into the blood drinking seal. 4 balls of flame shot out and directly turned their bodies into ashes. Stepping out of this room, Lin Ming pushed open the heavy stone door and came to the hall of the special training ground. The wide hall was 100 feet square. The one-armed Deacon Bay was still busy with something. There were only 3 or 4 people in the hall. The fight just now was very short, so there was no earth-shattering sound. In addition, there was a ban on the stone door of the stone chamber, so the warriors outside had not noticed it. As the stone door rumbled open, Deacon Bay looked in the direction of the stone door in surprise and saw a long-haired young man in a torn blue shirt walking out expressionlessly. Then, Deacon Bay was completely stunned. The 3 or 4 warriors in the room were also all stunned. Lin Ming. After integrating the heavenly demon martial will, Lin Ming always exuded a sense of pressure from his aura, intentionally or unintentionally, which made people feel frightened and breathless just by looking at him. At this time, this pressure unconsciously enveloped the entire hall, and several people were suddenly silent. Lin Ming is not dead. He stayed in the king's cage for nearly 4 months. He actually came out alive. The news that Lin Ming was still alive spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire Tower of Babel. Everyone, whether human, troll, or goblin, was shocked. This was an achievement that surpassed history and the future. Unprecedented. At the beginning, the 8 meteorites war emperor only stayed in the king's cage for 2 months. The Netherworld Shura, 1.5 months. Of these 2 characters, the Netherworld Shura later disappeared, and his achievements are unknown, while the 8 meteorites war emperor has already achieved the great power of the emperor level, and is the most outstanding among the emperor level powerhouses of the same level. You know, at the emperor level, everyone was an emperor level genius when they were young, and the gap between the realms of the same level is very large. It is difficult to fight across levels. Too difficult. But even in this case, the 8 meteorites war emperor can still kill the emperor of the same level in seconds. He fought on par with the emperor level powerhouses, who were 1 or even 2 realms higher than him. Such a record is terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that the 8 meteorites war emperor has a hope of becoming the strongest person in the holy demon continent in the distant future. However, now, the time Lin Ming has spent in the king's cage is almost twice that of the 8 meteorites war emperor. Especially the king's cage, the more difficult it is, which means that Lin Ming's talent is more than twice that of the 8 meteorites war emperor. This is beyond the imagination of these warriors. I can't believe it. Emogu, who had already planned to leave the Tower of Babel, muttered to himself, feeling as if he was dreaming. A month ago, he was looking forward to Lin Ming coming out every day, but he was always disappointed. But now that Lin Ming really came out, he was dumbfounded. He stayed for 108 days in a row. Is he still a human? The 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, the Road of the Emperor! Exclamation mark. Kakaka. The stone door opened, and a dwarf demon man in a black robe stepped out of the Road of the Emperor. He was shrouded in a layer of black mist, his eyes were shining, and his face was full of ferocity and ecstasy. Yan Kai, what, you broke through? Yan Kai laughed, that's right. I have realized the mystery of the Emperor's Road. I can't wait to fight Feng Shen now, to see if he is still my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Yan Kai's confident laughter filled the entire hall, like rolling thunder. As early as a few months ago, they were allowed to enter the Emperor's Road. Although the 7 demon stars who surrendered to the Tangshan Tower can enjoy a lot of cultivation resources, the real core of the Emperor's Road cannot be entered at will. You must complete the Lord's task to get a little time reward for entering the Emperor's Road, including Feng Shen. Although he has a big background, he is not qualified to enter the Emperor's Road. Entering the Emperor's Road is a great improvement for warriors. The 12 lords are afraid that their subordinates are too strong and difficult to control, so there are various restrictions. However, this time, because of Lin Ming's incident, the lords of Tangshan Tower believe that it is necessary to strengthen the strength of their subordinates and cultivate a strong enough 7 demon stars to solve many troubles. Maha, who was standing next to Yanxi, said with a smile, the Emperor's Road, we usually rarely enter. It's true that you have made a breakthrough, and my gains may not be less than yours. Really? No hurry, wait until I defeat Feng Shen, and then I will fight you again. This time, I'm 60% to 70% sure to defeat Feng Shen. Haha, you said that, and I'm looking forward to it. Yang, one of the 7 demon stars, laughed and said, Yanxi and Maha were originally the top 3 figures of the 7 demon stars of the Tower of Babel, while Yang was much weaker. Although he gained a lot in the Emperor's Road, he did not show off in front of the 2 of them, and wisely chose to flatter them. However, this does not mean that he has no confidence in himself. He is patient and waiting for the moment of making a big splash, so as to get more attention from the Lord and obtain more resources. I may not be as good as you guys now, but I won't be much worse. If I can get another piece of Demon God's bone, I will have the confidence to surpass you. By then, I will be ranked in the top 3 of the Tower of Babel. Yang was weaving his beautiful blueprint, and at this moment, a sound transmission node lit up in the hall, streaking across a brilliant flame. This sound transmission note was transmitted to the 3 of them at the same time. When they heard the voice in their minds, they were all stunned. What? Lin Ming is still alive. All 3 of them had entered the king's cage, and the longest salt idiot was only more than 20 days. Naturally, they knew what it meant to stay in the king's cage for nearly 4 months. How is this possible? Yang muttered to himself, completely unbelievable. Could it be that the king's cage that Lin Ming entered was different from this, and the difficulty was much lower? He had to think so. The 8 meteorites war emperor only stayed there for 2 months. No matter how evil Lin Ming was, he couldn't stay there for 4 months. Maybe, after 2 months in the king's cage, the difficulty will begin to stabilize? Otherwise, Yang couldn't imagine how difficult the king's cage would become after 4 months. This was the only explanation. After all, no one except Lin Ming had stayed there for 2 months. Maha pondered for a while, then suddenly laughed, and the more he laughed, the more arrogant he became. No matter what he experienced in the king's cage, it can't compare to the Emperor's path I experienced. Very good. After my strength breakthrough, I need a decent opponent to test what level my strength has reached. This Lin Ming is qualified, so I'll use him as a sacrifice. Chapter 600. Finger represents gun. After Maha's words, Yang also recovered. Although Lin Ming's talent was so high that it was frightening, his strength was not frightening. In terms of improving the strength of warriors, the king's cage was far inferior to the Emperor's Road. There was no doubt that Lin Ming's strength had improved after the king's cage, but they were not idle. In the past few months, they entered the Emperor's Road. The training grounds were completely different in level. How could the improvement in their strength be worse than Lin Ming's? Not bad. Before fighting with the conferred god this time, I can fight with Lin Ming first to warm up. Yan Kai licked his lips, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he also wanted to fight with Lin Ming. Yan Kai had full confidence in his improvement. What's more, their starting point was higher than Lin Ming's. Whether it was him or Maha, they were all ranked in the top 3 of the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon. At that time, when Lin Ming easily killed Hong Zhang, and after he died, He forced Ming Suo to admit defeat. Lin Ming's strength was only rated as stable in the top 10 of the 3rd level. This assessment still took into account Lin Ming's hidden strength to a certain extent. Because he could easily kill Hang Zhang and Yan Hu, even Ke Yang, who was the weaker of the 7 demon stars, could do it, and it was also without revealing his true strength. In the Tower of Babel, the difference in strength between the 7 demon stars and other warriors was huge. Realizing this, Ke Yang also had his mind moved. Lin Ming's return this time was not expected to be as powerful as it could be. If he could defeat Lin Ming, it would undoubtedly greatly improve his reputation, so that he could get more attention from the 12 lords, and it was also very likely that he would get more resources. Speaking of which, Lin Ming had just entered the Emperor's Road for 4 months, and he owed 2 games. The more Ke Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Lin Ming had just come out of the king's cage and broke the 10,000-year record. He must be full of confidence, but he didn't know that he had entered the Emperor's Road. His strength soared, and he fought with Lin Ming, slapped him hard in the face, and stepped on this 10,000-year #1 talent, so that he couldn't turn over. Just thinking about it was a very thought-provoking thing. On the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower, in the Dark Sun restaurant, Lin Ming sat in the lobby on the 1st floor and ordered a plate of top-grade beast meat, a plate of steamed fish, and a pot of 1,000-year-old wine, a piece of meat, a glass of wine, neither slow nor long. In the king's cage for 108 days, Lin Ming only ate dry food, bacon, and bigu pills. Although he could fill his stomach, it tasted like chewing wax. Outside the Dark Sun restaurant, it was already crowded with people. Many people did not believe that Lin Ming could come out alive and wanted to see it with their own eyes. Seeing Lin Ming sitting in the restaurant with a calm face, he had changed into a dry green dress. He looked like a gentle scholar. However, the aura he exuded from his whole body reminded people how terrifying this young man in front of them could be. This momentum. The eyelids of a warrior ranked in the top 50 on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower twitched slightly. Lin Ming had obviously restrained his whole body's true energy, but a vast momentum was emitted from him intentionally or unintentionally, which was shocking. Lin Ming, who seemed to be sitting there casually, was like a peerless divine spear, with a sharp edge. Where does this momentum come from? The momentum of a warrior may sound illusory, but it is actually something that really exists. The so-called momentum is actually an energy field. The vitality of heaven and earth is itself a kind of energy. When it gathers together, an energy field will be generated around it. Generally, warriors can only burst out with momentum when their true essence bursts out during battle. However, Lin Ming, who has obviously restrained his true essence, can still have such a strong momentum. Why is this? The warriors of the 3rd level, who are not people with extraordinary vision, have discovered this phenomenon in Lin Ming, which makes people secretly shocked. Lin Ming has improved a lot in the past 4 months. It is worthy of being a person with higher talent than the 8 meteorites war emperor. Horrible. I'm afraid that this time, the warriors ranked lower among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon are not his opponents. The surrounding warriors were discussing one after another, and those warriors who had previously sneered at Lin Ming's death and laughed at the joke all shut up. They had been sure that Lin Ming was dead when they first met him on the 80th day. Now, on the 108th day, Lin Ming came out safely, which undoubtedly gave these warriors a slap in the face. At this time, a troll warrior said in a deep voice, Lin Ming is indeed powerful, but it is too much to say that he can beat the 7 stars of heavenly demons. Not to mention that the 7 stars of heavenly demons are much stronger than other warriors on the 3rd floor, and it is said that Yan Kai and others have entered the Emperor's Road this time. After they come out, their strength will definitely soar. I'm afraid that even the conferred god may not be a match for Yan Kai. It is no exaggeration to say that if you reach the end of the Emperor's Road, you will become an Emperor level strongman. Of course, there is no one who has reached the end. However, even so, the Emperor's Road is far from being comparable to the King's Cage. When the name of Yan Kai is mentioned, these warriors are a little afraid. Yan Kai's reputation is too heavy, second only to conferred gods, and Yan Kai surrendered to the Tower of Babel and obtained more resources than conferred gods. At this moment, there was a sudden noise of footsteps. A group of warriors in armor rushed to the front of the restaurant and pushed through the crowd. The armor of these warriors was of the same standard, with a small tower logo embroidered on the right chest. Law enforcement team. Seeing the sudden appearance of the law enforcement team, these warriors were all confused. The members of the law enforcement team of the Tower of Babel are certainly not geniuses compared to the trialists on the third floor of the Tower of Babel. However, although they are of ordinary talent, they are generally older, so the true strength of the team members can also be ranked at the top of the third floor of the Tower of Babel. Lin Ming drank calmly without even looking outside. "You are Lin Ming." The captain of the law enforcement team looked at Lin Ming, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "The entrance to the king's cage of the special training ground. After you left, Wanshu, Lin Feng and 4 other warriors disappeared. In addition, Master Suoj was pierced through the forehead. Did you kill these 5 people?" Lin Ming put down the wine glass, stood up, and said expressionlessly, "Yes." He had no intention of concealing this matter, and it was impossible to conceal it. "Good. You killed someone openly in the forbidden fighting area, and admitted it openly. You really don't know how to live or die. Brothers, take him down, cripple his martial arts, and wait for the Lord to deal with him." The captain of the law enforcement team shouted, and several warriors rushed forward. Lin Ming pointed the gun with his finger, and the next moment, the lobby was filled with brilliant gun light. Bang! The wooden doors and windows of the hotel collapsed, and the tables and chairs exploded. The terrifying airwave pushed the surrounding warriors back one after another, and the warriors of the law enforcement team who rushed up were swept by the gunlight, groaned, spurted blood, and flew backwards. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. Lin Ming was crazy, and he dared to attack the law enforcement team. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.